it will no longer tolerate the incessant harassment of its citizens in Ghana and the progressive acts of hostility towards the country by Ghanaian authorities. In a statement issued in Abuja, the government said it was urgently considering a number of options aimed at hostilities to include the seizure of the Nigerian mission's property located at number 10 Barnes Road, Accra, which the Nigerian government had used as diplomatic premises for almost 50 years. It said the government considered the action as a serious breach of the Vienna Convention. Mohammed added that the demolition of the Nigerian mission's property located at number 1921 Julius in Yerere Street, East Ridge, Accra, was another serious breach of the Vienna, noting that between January 2018 and February 2019, no fewer than 825 Nigerians were deported from Ghana. Mohammed noted that more than 300 Nigerian shops were locked for 4 months in Kumasi in 2018, while over 600 Nigerian shops were locked in 2019, and currently over 250 Nigerian shops had been locked. Residency permit requirements for which the Ghanaian Nigerian Immigration Service, including the compulsory non-citizen ID card, 120 US dollars, 100 and for COVID-19, which is newly introduced amongst identified outrageous stipulations in the Ghanaian Investment Promotion Center Act, saying that when the act was initially promulgated in 1994, a foreigner is required to invest at least 300,000 US dollars by way of equity capital and also employ 10 Ghanaians. The federal government has redeployed 13 permanent secretaries and deployed the 12 new ones who were inaugurated last Wednesday. 15 out of the nation's 40 permanent secretaries will, however, remain in their current stations. The circular conveying the redeployment and deployment was signed by the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Dr. Folashade Yemi Hassan. According to the circular, President Muhammadu Buhari approved the deployment and redeployment of the underlisted permanent secretaries. The circular also directed that handing and taking over processes should be completed on the effective dates indicated. For the 12 new permanent secretaries inaugurated by the president on Wednesday, Babangida Usani was posted to the Ministry of Defense, Yerim Tafa to Ministry of Labor and Employment, Bayayo Ado to Ministry of Niger Delta Affairs, Adora Ayang Utaku to Ministry of Women Affairs. Also, Antonia Ekpa was deployed to Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Oluwatoyin Akinlade to Ministry of Mines and Steel Development. President Muhammadu Buhari has given his backing to the declaration by the Economic Community of West African States and the ECOWAS Heads of State and Government virtual meeting charged the military junta to set an acceptable timetable for a return to democratic government. In his remarks, quoted in a statement by a special advisor on media and publicity, President Buhari maintained that Mali is in a fragile state, which poses an imminent danger to the citizens and the ECOWAS sub-region. He added that the military leadership should be flexible in negotiations by putting the interests of all Malians and the harmony of the sub-region into consideration. The president also urged the military leadership to focus on securing the country faced with severe security threats from its northern part instead of an incursion into governance. The president equally celebrated the news that former president of Mali, Ibrahim Keita, has been released from detention and is in good condition. He, however, called on the military leaders to free the remaining senior officials still in detention. The House of Representatives Committee on Works has threatened to demand revocation of the Abuja-Kaduna road contract due to delays in its execution by Julius Berger PLC. The committee said it might be forced to ask the government to re-award the contract to several other contractors to ensure that the project is completed within the lifespan of the current administration. It also expressed disappointment with the pace of work in the Abuja-Kaduna road 9 months to expiration of the deadline for completion. The committee members were particularly disappointed after about 27 months since the committee. Abubakar said contractors must deliver the contract by May 2021, which is the terminal date that happened earlier yesterday in Lagos. One person was, however, rescued alive from the wreckage of the helicopter which came in from Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital, with 2 crew members and a passenger. The helicopter owned by Quorum Aviation crash landed at 6 Lasema. Femi Osayi Tolu confirmed that the accident happened at midday when a distress call was made. The Lasema boss noted that with the quick response by the emergency team, one injured victim was rescued and taken to the hospital.
The Lagos State Emergency Response, all the key stakeholders moved to the scene. We have the ambulance services, we have the Lasema, we have the fire, and we have the police being led by the Commissioner of Police. And with that, we are able to rescue one alive, and that person has been transferred to Lagos State Teaching Hospital, where he is receiving adequate treatment. It is pertinent to note that we recovered 2 bodies. The 2 bodies have been deposited at the mortuary. Based on the investigation carried out, it was due to the impact on these bodies that led to their mortality.
Meanwhile, President Muhammadu Buhari has commiserated with families, friends, and associates of victims of the Bell 206 helicopter operated by Quorum Aviation, which crashed into a building in Opebi, Lagos State. In a statement by the special advisor to the president of media and publicity, Chief Femi Adesina, noted that a military chopper crashed and killed 2 officers in Kenya. The statement expressed worries that while the nation awaits report of investigation into the accident by aviation regulatory agencies, the president prays that God will console the bereaved families, grant peace to the souls of the dead, and speedy recovery for the injured. In another development, the federal government has approved the extension of the verification, data collection, and registration of beneficiaries for the National Cooperative for Commercial and Industrial Agriculture by 2 weeks. The state coordinator of the program, Kingsley Umar, told Newsmen in Port Harcourt that the extension is to enable more persons in the state enrolled into the program. Umar, who insisted that NACCIA is a federal government agricultural program in collaboration with a state government targeted at empowering over 5,000 persons in each state across the 33 states of the Federation, while also disclosing that the agricultural program is aimed at making beneficiaries financially independent. Umar called on interested persons to participate in the program.
We are still on the verification and also bringing in more members for the program. So for now, we have about 2 weeks to end the verification program and also registration. Yes, we have done everything we need to do in order to bring in people, but we realize that the response is not that encouraging. That is the reason why the extension is still being in place, because we don't want to deprive anybody of this program. So I still encourage people to come in for the program. It seems it is a federal government program. So I want them to know that this program is for them. So they should come up and be a part of it. And as it stands, it's not just the kind of farming we know. You can be anywhere, and as long as your name is involved, your portion will be given to you. Presently, we are at number 17 Wall Street, Rumomoy.
Rivers State government has again called on well-meaning citizens of the state to join hands in building the peace. Rivers State government has again called on well-meaning citizens of the state to join hands in building the peace Governor Yeston Wike is reported to have set in motion for a sustainable and progressive state. The secretary to the Rivers State government, Tammy Danagago, who made the call, said it was the responsibility of everyone who lives and does business in the state to nurture the peace in their environment, saying that the governor is doing all within his means to support and work with all security agencies in the state to fast-track the developmental agenda of the administration. Danagago, who spoke when he played host to some ministers and ambassadors for peace in the Niger Delta, said sustainable peace is desired in all parts of Nigeria, especially for citizens in the northwest and northeast who now live in constant fear because of the precarious security situation in that part of the country. In a statement by the head of press unit, Juliana Massey, in the office of the SSG, Danagago, while encouraging the clergies to keep up the good work, also urged them to continue to take the pains of going into the Niger Delta creeks to reorient the youths and encourage those who are yet to lay down their arms to do so. According to the statement, Danagago further observed that the issues of security, the ecology and topography in River State, like other parts of the Niger Delta, makes contract sums much more expensive as compared to what is obtainable in other parts of the country. The Rivers State Waste Management Agency. The sole administrator of Rivers State Waste Management Agency, Felix Oboa, who said there will be no restriction of human and vehicular movements during the sanitation, called on residents and those doing business in the state to ensure that their surroundings are clean. In a statement, the Rewama boss reiterated the benefits of a clean and healthy environment to the people and the state in general, especially 19. While commending Governor Nyesom Wike for his support in ensuring a clean and healthy River State, Obua also urged Rivers people to support the governor's vision of a safe and clean. News, foreign and sports stories. Please stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
You're still listening to the World News at 7 on Today 95.1 FM. Thank you for staying tuned. Welcome back. SPAC may face a legal action from members of Aguma family over alleged brutality on one of their sons, identified as Joseph Aguma, brother to the victim, Ned Aguma, who made the threat in an interview with our correspondent, alleged that members of the SPAC manhandled his brother because he went to intervene in a disagreement between two other persons. Ned Aguma, receiving treatment in a hospital, was to save innocent people from the hands of Elele Alimini security people.
He said that he urinated on his vegetable. So my person was trying to say, madam, I'm sorry, that is not, the urine did not touch the vegetable. So now, the woman was shouting. The other guy that was there started shouting also. My biological brother now went to that place to find out the reason why this kind of thing came up. The guy now said, hey, that he's coming to challenge him. Now, entire husband in my took the intervention. It took God alone that resuscitated him just today. The government said they shouldn't go with gun again, but they hit my brother with gun, they hit him with iron, they government to intervene. I kill everybody.
When our correspondent contacted the commander of SPAC, Chi Agi, he said he will allow those directly involved in the clash to respond to the allegations at the right time. A man identified as Chinedu Peter Ogwa has committed suicide in Wokoma Street in Mile 3, Dio, Port Harcourt. The 45-year-old Peter Ogwa, who hailed from Ebonyi State, was reported to have dropped a written note for his family after taking a substance that is believed to be responsible for his death. The wife of the victim, Chidima Chinedu Ogwa, who spoke to our correspondent, said her husband recently developed an unusual attitude after he complained about how he had been abandoned by friends and relatives because of his current situation.
He asked, what are we going to eat this night? I told him I've already prepared food, that he should not worry. He said, okay, that he's coming. So when he came back, he saw me washing. He came and stand by my side. I started laughing. I told him, why are you laughing? He said, I don't even know what he tried to do today. I said, what do you try to do? He said that he wanted to go and drink rat's poison. I said, for what? He said that his frustration, he would do business, no way, he would do this people. And people are leveling allegations against him that he did this. But he told me that he hold that rat poison in his hand, and he remembered that if he took his life, that people is going to laugh at me and also laugh at him, and they will say they have succeeded, that he have decided to hand everything over to God. I said that is exactly what you should do, that everybody has problem. As I told him, he was just saying, see my beautiful wife, see my children. Now he told me I should give somebody key outside that he's going to return.
Some of the neighbors who also spoke on the incident said their attention was drawn by a shout which was heard from the wife of the deceased. On the foreign scene now, Brazil's High Court of Justice has removed Rio de Janeiro Governor Wilson Witzel from office. Report reveals that police raided his official residence in a probe into accusations that he stole emergency funds to fight the coronavirus pandemic. The raids also targeted the far-right governor's wife and inner circle. Among those arrested was Pastor Everaldo, an evangelical preacher and leader of Witzel's Christian Social Party. Helicopters circled over the stately governor's residence, Laran Geras Palace, starting at dawn as federal police executed a sweeping series of search and seizure orders and arrest warrants. The court, in a ruling, Justice Benedito Goncalves suspended Witzel from office for at least 180 days as authorities investigate claims that he took a reported 274.2 million reals and 50 US million in kickbacks. In sports, Chelsea has confirmed the signing of former Paris Saint-Germain PSG centre-back Thiago Silva has the option of extending the deal by a further season. Silva joins the Blues on a free transfer, having left French champions PSG after their Champions League final defeat on the 23rd of August. He is manager Frank Lampard's fifth major summer signing following the signing of defender Malang Sarr, England left-back Ben Chilwell, and forwards Hakim Ziyech and Timo Werner. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. The federal government has read out riot acts against the Ghanaian authorities over incessant harassment of its citizens. President Muhammadu Buhari has backed the ECOWAS 12-month ultimatum to junta in Mali to return country to civilian rule. The Rivers state government has again called for has removed Rio de Janeiro Governor Wilson Witzel from office over allegation of stealing emergency funds. That was the news as edited by Uchendu Ejewa. For comment 14343502 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. Do not forget, please take responsibility. Wash your hands frequently with soap and running water. Always have with you at all times alcohol, base and sanitizers. Avoid touching your face and eye contact surfaces to prevent the spread of coronavirus. If you can, please work from home, otherwise observe social distancing and always wear your facial mask when in a gathering of two or more people. Coronavirus is real, but it is not a death sentence. I am Kala Dakaru Batabo. Good morning to you. Stay tuned to Today 95.1 FM.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Today 95.1 FM.
Good morning. My name is Ifeanyi. I'm calling you from. Hello?
Yes, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
My name is William. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, William from Port Harcourt. Go ahead.
Talk radio.
You have a right to say no, right? All
I'm
right.
calling from Unipua.
Okay, thank you so much for me and Agua.
We are the station that needs no introduction. Of course, you know, we give the best in news, sports,
You like football, right?
entertainment, politics. In fact, call it talk.
Yes, we know there's a lot you want to hear, and that is why we talk about everything.
Talk radio.
We're right before you. It's just a dial away. This is your number one premium talk radio. Today, 95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
iPrep in action on Today FM.
This program is designed to educate the people and
News and discussions with relevant student up exercises.
tune in every Friday from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. to get all the information about the Ogoni Cleanup Project.
iPrep.
Remediating the environment and restoring livelihoods.
Gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
This president's failed.
It's about the future of this country.
We're going to take it back. We're going to take it back.
You asked us to vote you into that position so you can bring about that
Solutions.
So when you vote me, then you sleep.
Let me see if I can take another phone call. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
What makes a policeman to be able to feed is the gun he's holding. They use their gun to extort money from people.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from?
No longer news that we are truly the voice of the people.
Am I not a slave in Nigeria?
I refuse if you are. If you say you're
a slave. Let's not get to that now. So the Nigerian constitution.
You spot the difference now?
Everybody has the desire to do something. they don't have they don't know how to really complete the process of dedicating themselves with your discipline. It may not happen at the moment that you want it to, but you got to understand the process. Everybody wants it yesterday.
What happens is a lot of people set goals, and they have this big goal, and they look at it like this giant staircase. They're like, that just seems impossible. There's no way. It looks too hard. It looks too much work. And they don't ever start. They set a goal. Yeah, I want to be at the top of that staircase. It's easy to write that down. But when they go to actually start climbing it, they just go, that's just too. True. But if all you did was just look at the first step and get on that first step. And then when you're on that step, just look at the next step. That's it. Don't look up. Just look at that next step.
You got to understand that it's not going to be easy. People think that there's no challenges. Again, people want it yesterday.
Most people want the convenience of transformation without the inconvenience.
What we do is we kind of check out because it feels overwhelming, or we check out because we're afraid, or we check out because we start listening to self-doubt, and then we make these teeny tiny decisions all day long. We don't even realize it. A decision to not get up on time, a decision to not eat the right thing, a decision to snap at your kids, a decision to not speak in a meeting, a decision to not look for a job, like whatever it is. All day long, these tiny decisions that take you so far off track. And then you wake up and you look at your life and you think, how the hell did I get here?
The reason why a lot of people won't become who they want is because they're too attached to who they've been. And you hear it all the time when people say, I've always been this way. Okay, well, if that's working for you, keep doing that.
Every single person who has ever done anything worthwhile or exceptional or difficult or extraordinary, anyone, whether it's great artists or authors or mathematicians or whatever it is, everyone encounters difficulties. There is no easy road. It does not exist. It is impossible. Everyone has issues. When you come up with excuses for why other people are successful and you're not, that is dangerous. When you give yourself an escape, yeah, well, that's easy for you to say, you do this, you do. Trust me, everybody has a hard road.
You have to look at the bigger picture. You have to have belief in yourself, and you have to have faith in yourself. And faith is not really just having or understanding that everything will be okay, but faith is understanding that if things don't go your way, or if it doesn't turn out the way you want to, it's still gonna be okay.
We all go through hard times. We all go through depression. We all go through doubt and moments in your life where it's really difficult. That is what makes you a person. And those difficult moments are what build your character. Show me a great man who's the son of a great man. That's what we're saying. These kids that are born billionaires, you're never going to be a self-made person. You have a backup trust for your backup trust for your trust.
Feel the fear and do it anyway.
If you don't push yourself, you don't find out where the boundaries of your current skill level are, and you don't fall, you don't get any better. No matter how talented, experienced, or privileged somebody else is, you can beat anybody at anything. You can accomplish any goal you set your sights on that you run.
You're one of the world's richest people. Your company is one of the world's richest companies.
He is, without question, one of the greatest business leaders, investors, philanthropists of all time, the Warren Buffett.
If we want to change the world, we change ourselves. Change ourselves is more important and easier.
You're your own biggest asset by far. I mean, you've got all kinds of potential. Most people go through life using up a very, very small part of their potential. And so anything you do that invests in yourself that's the best investment you can possibly make.
To transform what you see on the outside, you've got to transform who you are on the inside.
Just like a human growth, this body can never grow. Certain time, the slow of growth of the body is slow, but you should grow your mind, grow your culture, grow your value, grow your wisdom.
You control everything you need to become whatever you want is right here.
Believe what you're doing, love it, whether people like it, don't like it, be simple. And like the word, life is like a box of chocolate. You never know what you can get, right? I never know I would be here talking to you and talking to Charlie Rose. I never know.
I just made one choice when I was 16 years old that I was no longer going to be a victim, and that I was going to be a hero to myself, and that I was going to change my life. And I had no idea that it would lead me here, and no idea I'd be here in this set, talking to you, doing what we're doing. No idea. It was never part of the plan. The only thing I knew is I didn't want to be the victim and this other trajectory of life. I wanted something different, so I made that choice.
The choices you make today, tomorrow, they might affect you for the next year, 5 years, 10 years, or for the rest of your life.
A lot of young people lose hope, lose vision, and start to complain.
Why not turn around and go to the other direction? Path of victimization is nothing. Path of hero, you might as well give it a shot, and all the different cool things that happen along the way are just amazing.
There's never a lack of opportunity, never.
Remember, the mind controls a body. The body does not control the mind. What makes these guys special and successful in everything they do is not their physical gifts, it's their mental toughness.
Things are just happening, and it's because of one choice, and that's it. So if you're listening to this, just one, and see where it goes.
The most important thing is that you have a vision, that you have a goal. Because without that vision and without that goal, again, you're drifting around and you're never gonna end up anywhere. People don't become successful just by accident.
I would follow my passion. I mean, whatever turns you on. You know, I was lucky. I found something early that turned me on. You don't want to take a job just for the money. You don't want to take a job for an organization that you really don't feel good about, or work for people that you don't feel good about. You really want to be excited when you get out of bed every morning. Follow your passion.
Do something you're very passionate about, and don't try to chase what is kind of the hot passion of the day.
You got to know what you're good at, you got to know what you're marginal at, and you got to know what you suck at. And you've got to find people who complement your skills, you know, and you got to know what type of thinker you are, you got to know how you work, you know. And once you start to understand who you are, then you can start finding places.
You can be lazy, you can be prompt, you can be late, you can be honest, you can cut corners. I mean, you have all these choices. And those are choices for you to make. Nobody else is going to make them for you. And I would suggest that you play this little game with me, too. Think about the person you would most like to be in life. You'd change places with it if you could. And then write down why you admire them. Just put it on a piece of paper. And then figure out the person that you would least like to change places with you, who really turns you off, who you find repulsive. And list the reasons why. And you'll find that everything on the left is the things you can do yourself. It's very simple. You got to apply yourself, but the habits you form in doing that early on will carry you through life. If you do that, 2 or 3 years from now, if you go through the same exercise, you'll find out that the person you admire the most is yourself.
Baby steps count too, as long as you're going forward. And one day you add all those baby steps up.
Really have a specific goal, and to me, to have that vision that I want to be Mr. Universe, that I want to be the greatest bodybuilder of all time. That was a great vision, and that specifically to look like Reg Park and to be up there on that stage and to lift the trophy overhead and to win the championship over and over and over again. So that was a great goal. I put pictures of Reg Park and of Sonny Liston, of boxers and of Ali and of powerlifters and weightlifters all over my bedroom, wall, so that every day when I go to sleep, every day when I wake up, I look at those pictures and they motivate me. You need that motivation, and then therefore you have this kind of imprint in front of you all the time, and you know exactly what you're chasing.
The people you look up to are going to form your vision of what the world, how you want to be in later life.
This is why I always smiled when I was in the gym. People always came up to me and says, why are you smiling? You're working out 5 hours a day. You're doing the same as the other guys, but the other guys have a sour face. They're pissed off that they have to do another rep or another set or something. Or do another 1,000 reps of sit-ups. I looked forward to another 500 pounds of leg press or squat. I looked forward to doing more and more curls until my arms fall off. Why? Because I knew that every rep that I did and every set that I did and more weights that I lifted, I get one step closer to turning that vision into reality.
You have to act on your passion. You have to act on your inner drive. Make them work in order to get what you want. Don't keep it inside.
Don't let anybody steer you away from where you want to be in life. Not your parents, not your teachers, not your guidance counselors. If you have a passion and you feel confident that you can do it, go after it. The hell with everybody else. This is your life. You have the tools and resources. When you wake up every day, know that you're blessed. You've been given an opportunity that most people in life have not. You have the ability to live your dreams.
Must consist of those three personalities. You're guaranteed success in whatever you do.
If you want to be successful in life, do not seek success. Seek to become a person of value. Make yourself valuable and they'll pay for you.
The mind of a champion, the relentless pursuit of always winning, always conquering, always thinking what to do next is instilled in all of us.
That's bullshit. It's because you haven't committed yourself where you would burn your boats. If you want to take the island, burn your boats, and you will take the island, because people, when they're going to either die or succeed, tend to succeed. But most of us give ourselves a way out, and that's why we don't have what we want. So if you and I really want to know what's going to take to get your dream and make it real, it's to stop all the things you told yourself that aren't. And I'm here to tell you what I said at the top of our discussion. 80% of success is psychology and 20% is planning. This is the secret.
As long as you're working.
The most important element is for you to be able to do this, to be able to establish, most importantly, where you really are in your life today. Where are you? And where do you really want to go? What's going to create this extraordinary life? And to look at it brand new. Because some of you right now, if you continue the direction you're going, are going to be successful and unfulfilled, unhappy, and stressed.
You have to be self-disciplined. It's necessary for everything you do in your life.
If I want a better day-by-day mentality, to have the ambition to work towards a better family life, a newer car, a bigger house, a financially secure future, you have to live it every moment. If living a successful life was easy, I'm sure more people would be successful.
If where you are is not what you saw, then what you are in is temporary.
What's your dream? The dream is the most valuable, delicate gift you could ever have given to you. And there are people out there that'll try to steal it every single day of your life. We have the ability to live a lifestyle that fits our goals and dreams. You have the ability to put together any type of lifestyle you want in your mind and have it come true. It's an ability that you have, but you need to build that dream up and watch out for the dream stealers.
Going for small accomplishments along the way for however long it takes. So let's think about this for a moment. What outside evidence or results or proof can be seen when you accomplish your goals one step at a time? You'll start to see things change around, not even notice unless you are paying attention. If you're one of those who'd rather stay up late and get up late, only to discover that your workplace doesn't fit your schedule, and you roll out of bed cursing the alarm clock every morning, maybe you could start with the little change of going to bed half an hour earlier than normal. And maybe you'll see, in time of course, you can't train your body overnight, maybe you'll find out that you jump out of bed in a better mood, and that your day will start better, and that you'll get more done, and that the people around you that caused you problems aren't so hard to work with after all. It all starts by making one little change and adding to it every day.
If you're creative enough, can you find the answer? Yes or no? If you're determined enough, can you find the breakthrough? Yes or no? If you're passionate, loving enough, can you get someone to help you? Yes or no? If there's no way that you're committed, can you find the money, even if you don't have it? Yes or no? So I said creativity, decisiveness, passion, honesty, sincerity, love. These are the ultimate human resources. And when you engage these resources, you can get any other resource on earth.
The key to kingdom success on earth is initiating and planning the change. Change will happen with or without you. Time will move with or without you. Success, therefore, is always in your hands because everybody has to deal with both time and change.
Start changing how you look at mornings, and sure enough, how you treat others, how you treat yourself. When you start responding instead of reacting to life, life will start responding to you. I'm telling you that you can do it with your lifestyle. You can do it with your sales career. You can do it with your management career. You can do it with any part of your life.
Your dream is only a dream until it has. You can dream of the kind of future you want, but until you wake up and begin to plan to get there, it will only be a dream.
When you get up tomorrow morning and are standing in front of the mirror getting ready for the day, remind yourself that you are somebody, that you are important, and that you can make the changes that will move you closer to your ideal future.
The only key to regulating and controlling change is planning. If you don't have a plan, you have no protection. A plan doesn't only tell you what you want to do. A plan on your journey through this planet is to have a clear plan.
Is it so hard to do the little things that would improve my life? The way that our minds are designed is our minds are designed to stop you at all costs from doing anything that might hurt you. Have these incredible ideas, and what you think is missing is motivation. And that's not true. Because the way that our minds are wired, and the fact about human beings, is that we are not designed to do things that are uncomfortable or scary or difficult. Our brains are those things because our brains are trying to keep us alive. And in order to change, in order to build a business, in order to be the best parent, the best spouse, to do all those things that you know you want to do with your life, with your work, with your dreams, you're going to have to do things that are difficult, uncertain, or scary, which sets up this problem for all of us.
The one thing we have in this world is we can't control the events, but we can choose what to focus on. We can choose what things.
You can always make a decision. That's always in your control. Staying with somebody that treats you like garbage is a decision. It is. Staying at a job that you hate is a decision. Staying in the body that you are not proud of is a decision. Is it going to be easy? No, it's not going to be easy to change. It's simple. It's your job to push yourself.
It's not the smartest people who achieve success. It's the people who procrastinate less, make fewer excuses as they take actions every day towards the goals that they want to achieve.
Indecision is the thief of opportunity. Indecision means the door is still closed. Indecision means the opportunity waits. Indecision means what could be is postponed or may never be.
If you want to be successful at anything in life, never leave the sight of setting a goal without doing something that commits you to fulfillment.
The next morning, the alarm goes off, and I pretended NASA was there. It's the stupidest story. I literally went 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I counted out loud, and then I stood up. And I'll never forget, it was dark, it was cold, it was winter in Boston. And for the first time in 3 months, I had beaten my habit of hitting the snooze button. There were moments all day long, just like that 5-second moment in bed, where I knew, knowledge, what I should do. And if I didn't move within 5 seconds, my brain would step in and talk me out of it. Every human being has a 5-second window, might even be shorter for you. You have about a 5-second window in which you can move from idea to action before your brain kicks into full gear and sabotages any change in behavior.
Your life is what you think it should be. That's exactly what you are right now. You are what you thought you should be. And if you don't like who you are, you got to change what you think you should be. What you think is more important than what you do. And so if you want to change, you got to work on this attitude bit.
Decide, commit, act, succeed, repeat. The one thing that all the greats have in common is they sweat the small stuff. They pay very, very close attention to every detail.
What makes you comfortable can ruin you. And what makes you uncomfortable is the only way to grow.
What you are and what you become depends on how you use your time. The billionaire and the beggar both have 24 hours every day. The old and the young, the black and the white, the Indian and the Asian are all given the same time every day. You cannot stop a day. You cannot stop an hour. But you can control how it will be used.
Your life comes down to your decisions, and if you change your decisions, you will change everything. When you understand the power of a 5-second decision, and you understand that you always have a choice to go from autopilot to decision maker, everything in your life will change. You will be a different negotiator, you will be different in sales, you will be unstoppable in the gym, because you will realize the amount of garbage that you put in the way of your hopes, of your dreams, of your...
Take ownership. Take extreme ownership. Don't make excuses. Don't blame any other person or any other thing. Get control of your ego. Ownership of everything in your world, the good and the bad. Take ownership of your mistakes. Take ownership of your shortfalls. Take ownership of your problems. And then take ownership of the solutions that will get those problems solved. Of your mission. Take ownership of your job, of your team, of your future, and take ownership of your life.
The first source of inspiration is deciding. Second source of inspiration is planning. And now, here's a big source of inspiration, beginning. Getting started. Actually turning thought and the notes on the paper, the plans, actually now committing it to action. Getting started.
I'm a humongous believer that ideas are and that execution's the game.
Well, I think the one thing that discipline definitely does help you with is it helps you get things done. And when you get things done, when you actually do things, you're not being f***ing lazy and just doing it. Yeah. That's like 90% of it is just showing up. Get there and start working. Like, you're not going to feel perfect every day. If I only worked out when I felt good, I'd be a fat f***.
Discipline, it does start with waking up early. It really does. But that is just the beginning. And I always say that discipline is the root of all good qualities. But you have to absolutely apply it to things outside of just waking up early. It's everything. It's working out every day, making yourself stronger and faster and more flexible and healthier. Discipline is eating the right foods to fuel your system. It's about disciplining your emotions so you can make good decisions. Doing the tasks that you don't.
The thing about self-discipline is that it is necessary for everything you do in your life. You have to be self-disciplined. Discipline is not punishment. It's not. If you change your mindset and really focus it on what discipline really is, you start to welcome discipline. You welcome self-discipline into your life.
People have to know you, not because, oh, he's a good salesman. Oh, he's a good this. Oh, he's an artist. People need to know you for one major thing first. He works. He produces. The guy's there every day. The guy's pushing and shoving. Because the truth is, no matter how good your ideas are, how good your art is, or how good your skill set is, if you're not working, man, if you're not vibrating at a frequency that people say, my God, how does that guy do all that? If you're not vibrating at that rate, if you're not working at that level, you're not going to make it.
iPrep in action on Today FM.
This program is designed to educate the people and give detailed progress reports on the Ogoni cleanup project.
The show will also feature high-profile interviews and discussions with relevant stakeholders on the cleanup exercise. We shall be presenting
every Friday from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. to get all the information about the Ogoni cleanup project. High-Prep, remediating the environment and restoring livelihoods.
podcast. Of knowledge to speak, and it is the privilege of wisdom to listen. I don't take life too seriously at all. In the end, it is not the years in your life that counts, it is the life in your years. Make it count with us. Make it count with us at Today 95.1 FM. 95.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am here, I will leave this nation
a better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
Message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Every day on Today 95.1 FM, there's always an opportunity to comment and air your views on our various programs. It's not just about us, it's about you, your opinion, and your voice.
President, don't you think that it's time to step down, sir?
Be part of the story, the gist, reactions, intrigues, and the news.
President Neil Patrick Harris has called for greater regulation.
Give us a feedback or join the conversation on Twitter at TodayFM951. Our Facebook address is Today95.1 FM, or join us on the number 0701 and have fun. We are Today.
Chukudi, that guy, Chukudina, how come he's making more sales than us? And we are in the same line of business.
Relax. Cool down.
Are you sure he's not using something?
What is that thing you are doing? I'm your brother. What is that thing you're doing? Look at your shop there. Any length. Just what is it you are doing? What is the secret?
It is very simple. See, just take your business, okay? Take your business, go to DFM for adverts, and you will experience change.
Chukudi, stop this joke now.
I tell you, because now, as we talk so, their rates don't drop.
Chukudi, are you being serious?
I tell you.
Where this man go, Seth? You got Chukudi. Want buy something new? You got Chukudi.
Who they collect money? Chief can face you come now.
I come.
Chukudi, Dalu, thank you very much.
Biko, be family.
Thank you.
All right, it is fast becoming
talking from a religious angle, and of course, the show usually is how do I put it? Is routed meets. And we try to, just educate and eradicate and allow the people come to a point of revelation and epiphany. I am Kalada, and I like to think of myself as the man of the people, and so I will be on the show, have the conversation. And today we will be talking about Lazarus at Sunday school. Actually, I did, and I know the story. If you don't know it, you probably will get to know it today. But you see, like I already mentioned, the God's Kingdom Society is a major part of this very show, and we have a represent. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Kalada.
Okay, so we're going to go straight into the nitty-gritty, and I'm wondering, morning like this.
It is in fulfillment of a promise I made the last time I came here. We had one or two callers who made reference to it, and I promised that today, by the grace of God, we are going to look into it. It's a very long story, so we might do it in parts. Today might be part one.
Is it that long?
Very long.
All right, then. Okay, so what the story? I'm trying to understand, because when I remember the story, Lazarus and the rich man. Lazarus was at the gate of the rich man. He was beggarly and would only see crumbs from the rich man's table. And in the end of the day, both of them died. One was in Abraham's bosom, and the other one was in hell. And according to the story, there was a thin line between Abraham's heavenly palace and that of hell. And the rich man could see Lazarus munching, dining luxuriously. Why the need for this conversation?
To mean heaven.
Okay.
And I said no. We're going to look at it in full.
But in the Bible, it said it was Abraham's bosom. It is written it was Abraham's bosom,
but
it was in heaven.
Oh, really?
That's the general belief.
Okay, we'll go into it.
And that is what I'm saying. Let's go straight into it now. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. The whole story is recorded in Luke chapter 16, from verse 19 to 31. Please let me crave the indulgence of my listeners from verse 19 right through to 31. There was a certain rich man which was clothed in purple and fine linen, and fed sumptuously every day. And there was a stable. Moreover, the dogs came and licked his sores. And it came to pass that the beggar died, and he was carried by the angels into Abraham's bosom. The rich man also died. Yet Abraham afar off, and Lazarus in his bosom. And he cried and said, Father Abraham, have mercy on me, and send Lazarus, that he may dip the tip of his finger in water and cool my tongue, for I am tormented in this flame. But Abraham said, Son, remember that thou in thy lifetime receivest thy good things, and likewise Lazarus evil things. But now he is comforted, and thou art tormented. And beside all these, between us and you there is a great gulf fixed, so that they which would pass from hence to you cannot, neither can they pass to others' house. For I have 5 torments. Abraham said unto him, They have Moses and the prophets, let them hear them. And he said, Nay, Father Abraham, but if one went unto them from the dead, they will repent. And he said unto him, If they hear not Moses and the prophets, neither will they be persuaded, though one rose from the dead. That's the story contained in Luke chapter 16, 19 to 31. This story, I should say from the word go, that it is a parable told by Jesus Christ. And to understand it better, we are going to look at it from 2 different angles, both the literary points and also the spiritual, for us to have a proper and clear understanding of it.
All right.
Now, let's take it from the literal angle. I said it is a story. It is not something that took place in reality at that time. Jesus told it as a form of message, a lesson that he wants his believers, his worshippers to understand, that has to deal with the salvation of the children of God. Now, from the beginning, we're told how the man was a rich and a poor beggar called Lazarus. Now, let us consider certain points in it. What was the sin of the rich man? A rich man, he enjoyed it, God says so. What of Lazarus? What was his offense? Was it because he was poor? The Bible did not say anything about that. That because Lazarus was poor, therefore he had favor to be in Abraham's bosom. As certain churches are saying, certain people have this belief that Lazarus is in heaven. We want to ask the question, who took him to heaven? Because Jesus Christ in John chapter 14, from verse 1 to 3, promised his apostles that he's going to come back again and receive them unto himself, and he will take them to heaven, that he was going to prepare the place for them. Jesus Christ had not gone to prepare the place.
Where the angels carried him, yeah?
Yes, it is not the angels that will take them to heaven, but Jesus Christ who will do that. Now, the Bible also says that if Lazarus were in heaven, the Bible says that Jesus Christ, when he came, he would have said so. In John chapter 3, verse 13, Christ said that no man had ascended up to heaven. If Lazarus were in heaven or had gone to heaven at that time, Jesus Christ would have told us so. That is the second point. The third point is carried by angels to Abraham's bosom. Abraham's bosom is the contention by many people that it is heaven. It is not heaven. Where is the bosom? The bosom is the upper part of the body between the neck and the arm. Is a mortal man, was a mortal man who had the grace of being the servant of God that will inherit the kingdom of God here on earth. Right. He will not go to heaven. So his bosom that Lazarus leaned on is just a symbolic term to show that Lazarus received favor from Abraham. And we also go on to talk about the Bible. First, Abraham was not alive at that time that Christ was giving this story. So it means that it's a parable. Abraham was not physically present. He had died long ago. Now, the Bible also makes us to understand that a person who is gone to hell is silent, is unconscious. In fact, he is lifeless. He does not know what is happening. So if the rich man were in hell, which means that he has no form of reasoning, he has no form of communication with anyone who is living right on earth. According to Ecclesiastes chapter 9, if you read verses 5, 6, and verse 10, that the dead know not anything, neither have they any more a reward. That is for the rich man. And how do we consider it that a man who is thirsty, ordinarily, a drop of water in the tip of a finger can never satisfy the man. Even a day-old baby can never be satisfied with a drop of water.
But that shows
in the tip of a
that shows desperation from the side of the rich man. I mean, showing the consequences or the severity of the fire in hell.
Yet, a drop of water will never quench his thirst. That's the literal side. Not to talk of, there's the gulf. They talk about the crumbs that are fed by the rich man to Lazarus. All these have very, very symbolic terms, which we will go into as we progress. But the truth of the matter is that the story about Lazarus and the rich man is a parable. It's a story told by Jesus Christ to teach very great lessons of faith, lessons of perseverance, lessons of salvation to God's people who will listen to him and believe the truth and be saved in the end.
All right. So let's go into the
in the context, symbolized or stood for false religious pastors today. Many of them, they have not the truth of the saving gospel of Christ. What they teach the people are lies and falsehood. And those lies and falsehood represent the crumbs that fall off the table, not the truth. That is the crumbs. representing lies and falsehood. Lazarus, the name Lazarus means God's help. So God Almighty is the helper of all his children, for all lovers of truth and righteousness. Those who are in the condition of praising God, who wants to serve him. Many of such children of God are trapped in houses where they go for the truth, where they go to serve, where they go to worship, but the truth is absent from such organizations. In God's own time, God will help them and bring them out of such places so that they'll find the truth and be blessed by God in his kingdom when fully established. That's what Lazarus symbolized. Abraham in the context, or Abraham's bosom in the context of the story, symbolizes favor, God's favor on one. And we get this idea of the symbol of somebody who has favor, who has love, from the story of Jesus Christ and one of his disciples, one of his apostles, who always leaned on the bosom of Jesus Christ. According to John chapter 13, verse 23, and chapter 21, verse 20, there was a disciple who always leaned on the bosom of Jesus Christ. Christ loved him more than the others. That Abraham's bosom symbolizes God's side of favor. Favor for all lovers of truth and righteousness, whom God will bless and establish. The gulf that the man was talking about symbolized the difference, the margin, the wide margin between light and darkness, between truth and falsehood. They can never meet. That's the gulf between them.
All right.
And these are some of the spiritual aspects of it, which I would just like to point out for the edification of our listeners.
For the rich man, yet again, let's do a summary. For the rich man, it symbolizes, the fake. It symbolizes the people, God's people, and how God is helping God's people.
Yes, how He's helping His people.
For the crumbs that you referred to, it has to do with
falsehood and lies, errors,
trickled down, or Abraham's bosom and hell. You said it's light and darkness, right?
Yes, the difference, the gulf, the margin of wide margin between them.
All right, then. And then we talked about the bosom of Abraham, which you say is
God's side of favor.
Interesting.
Favor. Not heaven. Grace. God's side of favor.
Grace and favor.
All of God's children. Abraham is regarded as the father of the faithful. He will resurrect on the day of resurrection to be one of the rulers in the kingdom of God here on earth. And Jesus Christ made reference to it in Luke chapter 13 from verse 24 to 28 that the disciples, they will see Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob come out of the graves to be leaders in the kingdom, and some of them will be thrust out. So those who will be blessed by God to enter into God's kingdom, to inherit it with their father Abraham, side of God. And that's what Abraham's bosom symbolizes.
Okay, so now for people who literally think that this story is real, Jesus was referring to heaven and earth. What does it signify for them now with this truth that you have postulated?
Well, it's just reading from verse 1. It's a parable. Christ told a parable from verse 1 down to verse 8. Then verse 9, he told us that we should make ourselves candidates of the kingdom of God by seeking the mammon of unrighteousness. That is, using our resources, our wealth, our money that God has given to us, using them to support the work of God, to make it grow. And by so doing, God is going to bless us. Then he went on and on and on, giving other examples in the parable till he got to verse 19, when he now told the story of the rich man and Lazarus.
All right then. So now, what does this? I'm still trying to digest this information that has been given to us this morning. I mean, so Abraham's bosom is not heaven. I'm still trying to digest it,
Why should it be heaven? Abraham is not in the class of those who are going to heaven. So his bosom cannot represent heaven.
All right, then. So going forward, you're saying that only particular set of people can get to heaven, because you just mentioned that Abraham is not in the class of those in heaven.
Yes.
And then you made reference to John 3:13, I believe, where it says no man has ascended to heaven. There's a few.
Yes, it is.
Then what about hell?
Hell means grave, the pit, the sepulcher, the tomb, the condition of the dead, or the heart of the earth.
All right.
Put it loosely, it means digging down 6 feet. That's hell. It means the grave. It is not a special place carved out with fire burning for the torment of the wicked.
So hell is also a parable.
Hell?
Or a figure of speech. I mean, you said it's not a real place. That's what you just said.
No, I didn't say it's not a real place.
Okay, let me get you now. Then.
I said hell means the grave. It means the pit. It means the tomb. It means sepulcher or the heart of the earth.
If that is hell, then, I mean, the people who have died, are you saying they're in hell now?
Exactly. Jesus Christ went to hell. Psalm 16, verse 10.
Okay.
If hell is a place for the wicked and it's a place burning with fire, why did Jesus Christ go there?
To collect the power.
But the Bible, he went there.
To collect the power.
If it is a place for the wicked.
Collect the key to life and death.
If it was a place meant for the wicked, he should not have gone there because he wasn't a wicked man at all.
But then again, let's look at it from the angle now. Now, Jesus Christ came from heaven.
Yes.
To earth.
Yeah.
Bore our iniquity. No, like he bore our sins, like he took our sins. Get the point where I'm coming from.
Isaiah 53 from
now,
verse 1.
with that sin, he went to the grave.
Yes.
And then in the grave, he fought all power on earth and in heaven has been given to me.
When you talk of keys that you're talking about, it means the authority.
All right.
God has given to him to resurrect the dead and to bring death to an end.
But the reason why
there's no literal key.
No, that's not the focus. I mentioned power to life and death.
Yeah.
But now the reason why I said or mentioned that was because I'm saying that though he was without sin, he took our sin and he got to the grave, and that's what I'm saying. That's the reason. I mean, he came down for that particular purpose, to bear our sins, wear our sins, and then go to the grave as with our sins, so to say. And that is why the Bible says we died with him and then we rise with him when we believe. And that's where I'm coming from.
Okay. Christ bore our sins. Now he died to remove that curse of sin, that curse which God placed on Abraham.
All right.
On Adam. In Genesis chapter 3, verse 19. Apostle Paul said so in Galatians 3:13, that Christ took away the curse of sin from us. So going to death for us, it means removing that curse from us. If not, it would have been a case of birth and death. The man is gone. Another person will be born. He dies, is gone. But Christ came as an arbiter to break that from us.
And I see, now this is it.
So that today there is hope of resurrection for man.
Now, the confusion for me is you're referencing the grave as hell. Now, what I'm saying is,
why should that confuse you?
Wait, if the grave is hell, and then you now said that Jesus Christ went to the grave, and if that was hell, then why did he go to the grave? And then I'm saying that because he at the time became sin for our sake, as it's written in 2 Corinthians 5:21, where it says God made him who knew no sin to be sin on our behalf, so that in him we might become the righteousness of God. Now, the reason why I'm saying if that grave was hell, if grave was hell really, then I'm confused, because a lot of people right now, like you referenced not too long ago, who are not wicked people, are in hell, if that's the case.
Yes, because hell simply means the grave. It is a fact of the scriptures. In fact, probably next time we're going to look at what is hell.
No, we could. Okay, now let's look at it from this angle.
Today we're discussing Lazarus and the rich man, and hell is just a part of it.
Okay.
But let's take it in full next time. What is hell?
All right.
We're going to look at it from that grave, the tomb, the sepulcher,
all right,
the heart of the earth, 6 feet down where we are standing. That's hell. It means the grave. Simple.
Okay.
It's a word taken from the Greek word Sheol. And also it is called, Hebrews call it the Hades. It means the grave where the dead. That's simply the hell that we're talking about. Thank you.
All right. So, yet again, we are saying that the story of Lazarus and the rich man is not literally as it is being told.
Yes.
It's how God is helping his people. For the crumbs, it means the watered down message and the lies being, told in the church.
Not just watered down messages, lies,
and I said and the lies,
errors, falsehood. I want you to use those terms.
And then the rich man refers to the leaders in the various churches and religious organizations, and then of course we mentioned the light and darkness and the gulf between them.
Pastors, false religious men.
All right, let's open the phone lines and let's get to hear what you think about the explanation from Theophilus Iwo, who is the minister in charge at River State Zone of God's Kingdom Society. The phone lines are open right about now, and let's have a conversation. The numbers to call in are 0817 0000951 and 081095933992. All right, let the conversation begin.
Yeah, good morning to the FM.
Good morning to you. What's your name?
Yes, my name is Chief Arogo Egongili from Mumbai.
Welcome then.
And I'm calling from Port Harcourt. Yes, I want to talk about what is died. That the saints of old, from the time of Adam to the day Christ resurrected, we are resurrected. And people in Jerusalem saw them, but they could not recognize them, that they saw men, old men, saints of old. When Christ went up, he went with them. That was the first fruit. And if you want to confirm it, from the time of old, if you look at Isaiah, all the prophets, when they see the vision of God, they see the throne and the angels, no elders. But when Christ resurrected, when John saw the revelation, he saw 24 elders, which were part of who Christ resurrected. And apart from that, you go through people who went through near-death experience, when corporations, or you can check online, you see that God reveals some certain things to them. There is a place called paradise. The people don't go to heaven from the time Christ resurrected till now. No one has gone to heaven apart from the ones who took up. The rest remain in the grave. But your soul, the Bible said that the spirit cannot be killed. Even Jesus said that, do not be afraid of him that can destroy the body, but cannot kill the spirit. Even the devil cannot kill the spirit. But be afraid of God that destroy both of them in the lake of fire. In the final day. But for now, those who die, their spirit is with God, a place called paradise, heaven. Then the other ones are in hell, like being tormented. But the Bible said at the end, after the judgment, he will put the evil ones to the lake of fire, even death himself. 1,000 years, Christ will now bring the New Jerusalem here and make the earth a paradise. That's what the Bible says. Yeah, I understand.
All right, then. Thank you very much for calling. Can you speak up, please?
Please, I want to ask the man of God a question. What is the difference between hell and hellfire? Can he just...
Hell and hellfire? I don't get it. It's the same.
Hell is the grave.
Okay.
Hellfire is a condition of torment that the wicked will undergo before they will be finally destroyed by God. It also means the second death. Literally, if you dig up to the grave, you cannot get fire there. Hellfire, as used in the Bible, is a symbolic term for the torment that false religious pastors and wicked men will undergo.
All right. Now, let's have your reaction to the first caller who said, a couple of things.
Yes, he said a couple of things. Some of them he was right, talking about hell, meaning the grave. Yes, he was right in that aspect. But the one he was talking about...
I don't think he said hell was the grave. He said there was hell. And then there was the grave. He said hell is the place where God will use to destroy the
hell. He talked about hell. He talked about grave. The two mean the same. He also made reference, even though he didn't quote it, Matthew chapter 27, from verse 51 right down to 53, that when Christ resurrected, many bodies of the saints also arose with him. Please, my dear brother, Matthew chapter 27, verses 52 and 53 is an interpolation, an added part that was included in the scriptures. All the prophets of God right from Abraham down to the last prophet, John the Baptist, they are still in the grave. Jesus Christ came, he would have told us so, that he came from heaven, and Abraham is there, John the Baptist is there, this man was there all. But rather he said, no man had ascended up into heaven.
But then again, he went ahead to say that when Jesus Christ did, rise from the dead, he took alongside people from the grave, as written in the scriptures. That's
what I just told. Okay, I just said it now. Matthew 27, 52 and 53. That it is an interpolation, an added part of the scriptures. It is not so recorded by other people like Luke and Mark, who recorded the same event. They did not say that the graves were open and bodies rose from the grave. No, it was an added part of the scriptures, an interpolation. That is not true, because those men would not have risen from the grave, because it was not yet time for resurrection. Resurrection is still in front.
Then he also made reference to the 24 elders. The difference between the revelation seen by the prophets of old and then the.
Yes, but the New Testament they go along with the Old Testament.
But he said in the Old Testament that is what he said. He said in the Old Testament that the prophets saw visions of heaven, and all they saw was God and the angels, and then the same streets of gold and all. And then the new prophets, the prophets in the New Testament saw heaven, and they saw the same throne, they saw the same descriptions.
Yes.
But then the difference was there were 24 elders who were bowing down.
Look, it all boils down to the fact that these are the servants of God.
All right.
Ezekiel saw the vision of God in Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 26 to 27. Micaiah the prophet in 2 Chronicles 18, verse 18 saw the vision of God, as well as others, Isaiah, Daniel, they all saw the visions of God. So too, the servants of God in the New Testament also saw God in visions, like John did, and they testified to what they saw as the truth. What we are saying here is that Lazarus and the rich man is a parabolic statement made by Jesus Christ to symbolize the falsehood that people dish out to innocent ones, all in the name of the truth.
All right.
Whereas it is crumbs that they are fed with.
Kalada, good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you.
Hey,
What's your
morning
name?
to your guest.
What's your name?
I am Chelsea man calling from One.
Okay, good morning.
Chelsea man from One. Welcome.
Morning. I just want to know the name of the rich man, because my real name is Rich Man. So there must be a name for
the Bible did not give a name for the rich man, and that is why he's calling it a parable.
Yeah. So what do I do?
The Bible did not give his name.
Do I change my name?
Why should you change your name?
Because he was the man that suffered.
That it was a parable. The rich man was a vague description for the leaders in church and all of that.
Why should my name be used in parables?
You are missing the point. Thank you very much for calling in.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in there. Keep your calls coming in. 0817-0000951 at 0810-951-0951. Your text messages and WhatsApp messages can go to the number 0701 933-9962. Let's see who's on the line now. 95.1 FM.
Hello, good morning, Canada.
Welcome.
This is George from Port Harcourt.
This is who?
George from Port Harcourt.
All right, George, welcome.
Please, I want the preacher, our teacher there, to be more professional in what he's saying, because I'm not sure everywhere we go and play politics.
Where is the politics in scriptures now? Yeah,
Canada, to the head, go to hell before you will be judged. If you say the grave is a hell.
Yes, the grave is hell. That's what.
No, I don't believe that.
Okay.
We will be judged before we will go to hell.
Oh, really?
You say at the day, you say every man will stand before the judgment seat of Christ, and after the judgment, then
They that will go to hell will go to heaven. They that will go to hell will go to hell.
Okay.
Then why are we going to hell before we be judged? No, God does not do so, and Jesus, that will not happen.
All right. Okay. Listen, you're mixing it up. Now, in this life, yes, listen. In this life that we are going to die one day.
Yes.
Now, when we die, we will be buried in the grave.
Yes.
That grave is called hell.
No.
Listen now. When you were talking, I did not interrupt. That grave is called hell. The Hebrews call it Hades. The Greeks call it Sheol. It means the grave. When we resurrect on the day of judgment, it is then we will not be judged. The good and refuse to hear the commandments of God, they will not be punished with the second death. This second death,
from where I'm going.
Listen now, this second death is called hellfire or eternal destruction. That's meant for the wicked. So it is not that when we die, we'll first of all be judged, then after judgment we'll go to hell. No, it's not so. We will all die and go to the grave. The error most people make is that they refuse to understand that hell means the grave. Yes.
Hello, sir.
Yes, I'm with you.
I believe with you what you say, that if we die, we'll be judged and we'll go to. If you will find one, you go to hellfire. But I will not believe with you that the moment you die, you just go to hell. No.
No.
Everybody.
Okay, let me ask you one question.
Listen to me, sir.
Did Jesus Christ go to hell?
Either you are a righteous man on earth or you are a sinner on earth. The moment you die, you must go to the pass through the.
You must go to hell.
No. You must pass through the grave. The grave is not the hell.
The grave is the hell. Okay, let me ask you the question now.
All right.
George.
We will talk about hell in details, like he has promised.
But let me just ask this question, George.
Let me clarify your impression.
No, George, let me speak.
Everything that happened in the Bible is not just a story. Jesus was telling us that we're not aware of that as a story, but it was a real thing that happened.
I beg your pardon.
But the Bible called it the parable.
Kept the rules of God on earth.
All right then. All right. Thank you,
Mr.
Gispo. Let's take this call now. 95.1 FM. What's your name?
Good morning, Kalada.
Yeah. Good morning. What's your name?
This is Pastor Lawrence.
Pastor Lawrence, welcome.
Please, to your guest today.
Raise the contradiction.
He said the grave is the hell.
Yes.
And the hell is meant because according to you, the wicked are the furniture.
Yes. And did Christ not go to hell?
Wait, let me land because the latest time now. You have a Bible report,
yes,
which means he was entered. Yes, we are talking which is beyond the grave. It's the hellfire where the wicked ones will find themselves. Anyone that died will be buried. And don't agree with you that is the hellfire that the Bible is actually talking. There's a place, in fact, in the book of 1 Peter chapter 3, verse 19 and 20, talking about the souls that were lost in the days of that disobeyed the word of God. Jesus Christ went into the grave. They were in prison. The Bible says they were in prison. Right? And he went there to minister to them.
You only talk. I've not got the point you're making.
The point I am making is that there is something beyond the grave. Everybody will die and buried. But beyond that grave, there is a place called
called what?
First Peter called hell.
Hell.
Peter chapter 3, verse 19 and 20.
All right. Okay.
All right.
Thank you
very much, Pastor Lawrence, sir.
Please, for your clear understanding, the word hell simply means the grave. There is no further place outside the grave that man will go into, and it is termed. Thank you.
This one says, it is appointed unto man that he dies once, and after that judgment. Explain more about the scripture.
It means once man dies, he's going to remain in the grave until the day of resurrection. When he resurrects, he will face judgment. He's quoting Hebrews 9:22.
But then again,
and 27
is if it is written that after judgment, some will be thrown into the lake of fire, and the good ones will be put into, that's what I said. I said I believe that's where it's coming from.
Read what
now he said, "It is appointed unto man that he dies once." So I'm saying, in reference to the conversation that we are having, he's feeling. I believe he's feeling the judgment, is the place where, God will say, okay, you sinned, go this way. You did well, go this way. And if that's the case, then why, without judgment, you're going to hell? I believe that's where it's coming from.
First of all, to quote Jesus Christ in John chapter 12, verse 48,
all right,
the word of God which we hear today is judgment for all of us.
Okay.
It tells us what is right from what is wrong.
Interesting.
Good. So when we come back from the grave, everyone will be judged. Did you do well? Yes. Did you not do well? Yes. Then that's the judgment of God to take place, separating the people at that time, the good from the bad. Those who refuse to repent, those are the ones that will be destroyed by God.
All right. There's a text message here. It says, when a man dies, the spirit goes back to God for judgment, and the body
judge the spirit. Ecclesiastes 12, verses 5 right down to 7. The spirit goes back to God, the owner, while the body, the carcass, is taken to the grave, to hell, and remains there until the day of resurrection. Then to quote Ezekiel in his prophecy, Ezekiel 37, 1 to 14, God has the power to command the spirit and it will come from the wind and enter into the corpses, the dead bodies, the skeletons, and they will resurrect, showing that resurrection is a reality. Then after that, judgment.
All right, then. This one says, Abraham is not in the grave. The day Christ resurrected, the saint of old, from the time of Adam to the day he resurrected, hell and grave are not the same. Spirits don't die in hell. Satan can be able to kill the spirit, but God only can do so in the lake of fire. The Bible says death and hell and Satan will be thrown into the lake of fire. Jesus promised the thief of paradise, not grave, from Chief A. Ebogidi.
All right, thank you. Hell and grave, I repeat for the umpteenth time that they mean the same thing. Then Abraham is still in the grave, awaiting resurrection. Abraham has not resurrected.
All right.
Read John 3:13 again.
And this one says, Abraham's bosom was the portion under the earth, separated from hell by a gulf. It was where the saints of old went to before the resurrection of Jesus. After the resurrection of Jesus, they were released from Abraham's bosom and all went to heaven. He says, I am Pastor Ken, and the story of the rich man and Lazarus is not a parable. In parables, specific characters are not mentioned, but in this story, 3 characters are mentioned.
Oh, I beg your pardon. And you call yourself a pastor, you should know this now better.
3 parables. Okay.
You should know.
All
you
right,
should know
then.
this.
All right, 95.1 FM. What's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Good morning, Canada. My name is Anthony, calling from Bayelsa.
All right, all the way from Bayelsa. Anthony, welcome.
Okay. Look, I want to point out something from the verse, the part of the scripture that the man of God read from.
All right.
He said from Luke chapter
16,
from verse 19.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the point that he made there, the rich man, the beggar, with in this case now Lazarus, and the crone. Now, what about the door? Okay. Another one is that the rich man there, he said that the beggar in verse 21, desiring to be fed God's help, or maybe children of God, is desiring false teaching, lies, deception from false men of God that you use as the rich man.
They desire to serve God, but unfortunately, the devil has put a veil on them so that they don't know. Many of them do not know that what they are serving, what they believe is lies and errors, falsehood. So they desire the word of God. They desire to serve God, but unfortunately, they are doing it in a wrong way. That's the parable.
Sorry, Joseph, but like this, the other caller said, anytime that Jesus was, I have gone through from the scripture now. Abraham.
Mm.
He didn't mention anything as parable.
No, not
He
every
just
not
mentioned
every not every
just
time.
brought an illustration.
Okay, if I may ask you, I will also ask
Turn off
you-
your radio. Turn
I
off your
will-
radio, please.
I
Turn off
will
your radio.
also ask the pastor who
Turn off your radio.
Hello?
called earlier, whose text we read earlier. Was Abraham physically present when Jesus was talking at that time?
Do you know that
Was
Jesus
Abraham
came from
physically present when Jesus Christ was talking at that time?
It was given what he saw in heaven. Jesus is
Oh
God.
no, you have not answered the
Now, what he
question.
saw that Abraham was already
You have
in
not
paradise.
answered the question.
And they was now making a reference to people on earth here.
Listen
trying to
now,
put us-
you have not
and I
answered the
hear
question.
What took place in heaven?
You have not answered it. First of all, Abraham does not belong to the heavenly class. So he wasn't in heaven. Rather, he remains in the grave until the day of resurrection. And Jesus Christ said so. Read Luke chapter 13. Read 26 to 28. And Matthew. And Matthew chapter 8, verse 11.
We are taking the scripture where you just read from out of context, and that we don't argue Bible. So on the last day, we know who is who.
All right then.
I'm sorry,
All right.
I'm not
All right.
arguing
All right.
out of
Thank you very
context.
much.
Sorry.
Thank you, and the rich man. And we have Theophilus Iwo, Minister in Charge, River State Zone of God's Kingdom Society. And we are looking at the misconceptions, so to say, about the parable and how Abraham is not in heaven and how the rich man does not mean a physical rich man, but a reference to the leadership in the church in modern day, and also the deceit, the lies, and the watered down messages being preached, which of course is the crumbs that we are being given, and not the meat. Also Lazarus being you and I, who are the likes, because we are not getting the meat of the word. This one says, hi Canada, is hell a physical reality or a punishment of the soul? Also, is it not very likely that the very concept of hell is meant to scare people from doing bad? DK is asking that very one. All right, back to the phone lines. 95.1 FM, what's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Okay, my name is Tari. I'm calling in from Rumibo.
All right, Tari from Rumibo, welcome.
My question is this. He said hell is a place of the unconscious. And yet, you still said Jesus Christ went in hell. And he took the powers. So if Jesus Christ was if hell is a place of the unconscious, why did Jesus Christ go there? And then he took the powers. That means he was conscious of where he was, and he went to do something there. He collected the powers of life and death.
No, it's a symbolic statement. It means by shedding his perfect blood for the redemption of sinful mankind, he has by that, God has used that to deliver you, giving him authority, giving him key, and he receiving it. No, it's just a symbolic expression that his death
I don't think
brought
it's a
redemption.
Symbolic, because when I sinned against God, he lost the power, his birthright to the devil. And so Jesus Christ came to restore that birthright to us.
Through his death.
Through his death. Now, him dying, he went to hell and took the power from the devil. So let's leave
Is the devil in hell?
The devil is in hell.
Is in hell?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
If the devil is in hell, who causes all these torments, catastrophes that we see in the world today?
This one says Jesus went to hell to collect key from Satan. Was Satan in Jesus' grave?
That's the question I just asked. Was Satan in hell? No, Satan is not in hell.
But then again, someone is asking, was Satan in Jesus' grave?
No.
Okay.
Satan is called the prince of the power of the air. Ephesians 2 verse 2. He occupies an heavenly realm, a spirit realm above the earth. That's where he dwells. Not in heaven, not in this earth, but a spiritual world above the earth. That's where he dwells. It is from there that he terrorizes us. He causes confusion, catastrophes all over the place. is not in hell. He will only go to hell according to Revelation 20:1-3, when he will be destroyed first by Jesus Christ using the power of God. That's when he will go to hell the first time. So he's not in hell. It's a living spirit being, powerful being, who occupies a spiritual world. And it is from there that he causes torment. That is why Apostle Paul addressed him as the prince of the power of the air. So it's not in the grave. Then back to one question asked by DK. It was asking if the grave is physical. Yes, it is physical. If hell is physical, yes, it is physical. He asked that question, and it is important that an answer is given to it. And more of these will come, I believe, by the grace of God, when we'll come back to talk about what is hell. We'll bring as different from hellfire, which is a symbolic term used for the punishment of the wicked.
One last call, and we call it a wrap. 95.1 FM.
Hello.
Yes, good morning to you. What's your name?
Good morning. Friday, Vanny.
All right, Friday, welcome. Friday on a Saturday morning show. All right, welcome, and tell us what your thoughts are.
Yes, I appreciate your program this morning. I was enjoying you this morning.
Thank you.
Yeah, we will see so many arguments on this point because different denominations and different understanding.
Turn off your radio, please. Turn off your radio. Thank you.
Satan is not in hell. It should have been following you gradually since.
Very good.
So they will not understand. Satan is not in hell. It's not yet the final day. It's not in hell. It's a spirit being. He is the person causing all this problem we are encountering. If Satan is in hell, we wouldn't have experienced this problem.
Thank you.
All right then. All right. Thank you very much. What are your final words?
All right. I just want to thank all who have listened to me this morning and assure you that what we have just said is the truth of God's word as contained in the Holy Bible. That the story of Lazarus and the rich man was a parable told by Jesus Christ. It is not a physical story that happened. Abraham, who was mentioned in the story, was not physically present when Jesus Christ was making that story. It is meant to teach lessons of great importance that has to deal with the salvation of the sheep of God in this age of the end of the world. I've not come here to confuse anybody, but to enlighten you by the grace of God. And next time when we'll be here again, we'll take the topic, what is hell?
All right, then. You just heard the voice of Theophilus Iwo, Minister in Charge, River State Zone of God's Kingdom Society. And we just rounded up the topic, Lazarus and the rich man. To continue this conversation offline or off air, you can actually call him on the numbers or the number 0803 388 505. That is 0803 388 505. All right, then. Thank you for being a part of the show. Stay tuned. Open Edition up next.
Issues that confront our communities, states, and nation. On the program, we analyze the news and discuss current affairs. We ask the tough questions and we talk to people who know.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ross Alabo George and this is Open
It is a
Edition.
fresh platform to cross-fertilize ideas and share opinions on politics, the economy, and our environment. Most importantly, we don't just see the problems.
We seek solutions.
Because we know that when one door closes, and mind is open. The Dalai Lama says, look at the situation from all angles and join Mr. Ross Alabo George with co-facilitators Robinson Tombari Sibe and Eugene Abels.
You cannot be on vacation and be issued statement. It does not work that way.
Did he satisfy the Constitution before he left? Yes, he did.
Every Saturday by 9 a.m. to 10 a.m.
Co-facilitator Robinson Tombari Sibe, Eugene Abels, the controls. Will
On Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. The Voice.
Open Edition.
Open Edition is a radio conversation on the controversial issues that confront our communities, states, and nation. On the program, we analyze the news and discuss current affairs. We ask the tough questions and we talk to people who know.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ross Alabo George and this is Open
It is a
Edition.
fresh platform to cross-fertilize ideas and share opinions on politics, the economy, and our environment. Most importantly, we don't just see the problems.
We seek solutions.
Because we know that when one door closes, another is open, if only your mind is open. The Dalai Lama says, look at the situation from all angles and you will become more open. Join Mr. Ross Alabo George with co-facilitators Robinson Tombari Sibe and Eugene Abels.
You cannot be on vacation and be issuing statement. It does not work that way.
Did he satisfy the Constitution before he left? Yes, he did.
Every Saturday by 9 a.m. to 10 a.m.
Co-facilitator Robinson Tombari Sibe, Eugene Abels, and the controls will be
on
joining
Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
The voice of the people.
This life I can't keep myself. I can't keep myself. Oh, I can't keep myself. Allow me to flex. This life I can't keep myself. I can't keep myself. Oh, I can't keep myself. Allow me to flex. Many years me I done the go. Rock the mic, me I rock the show. Many hit songs when I go. Still them go say me I know they try. I see them complain of Kanye West. And speaking mind the people best. Everybody wants to be the best, but the world can do without the best. Akwaki can sing in Jehovah. Nobody did a Jehovah. I say happen on my car. Declare them for I. In a thing cool of a die. Do them like people. I can't keep myself. Allow me to flex. This life I can't keep myself. I can't keep myself. I can't keep myself. Allow me to flex. Yo coco, yo coco. When you the win and go say now yo. They don't pay. Yo coco, yo coco. Some people say I go babalawo. Never. Tell me now. No be any man carry me pass. Nobody they carry me pass. No be anybody they carry me pass. Nobody know me and they pray and fast. Only God they carry me pass. Only my Jehovah they carry me pass. Nobody they carry me pass.
All right, good morning to you once again. 5 minutes gone past the hour, and it's time for us to further the conversations here on Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people, your premium talk radio station. I hope you're having a wonderful morning. I hope you are cleaning your environment, because today is supposed to be sanitation, even though we heard that there's free movement. It's time for Open Edition, where we talk about everything and we fear nobody. We fear nobody. We just talk, and we talk for development, right? All right, I've got the three wise men online. Okay, they said from the cloud. From the cloud. Yeah, in the cloud. Okay. Good morning. Good morning to you.
Hey, all right. Port Harcourt looks like it's very calm today. You know, the whole COVID season has just brought in a new reign of calmness, and then it's looking like the city is getting over the whole COVID pressure. Hello, Robinson. Yeah, okay, so Robinson was on hold. Robinson, welcome to the show.
Good morning. Good
morning. Canada had flagged up and you were still on hold. All right, so that's fine. Mr. Eugene Abels will be joining us shortly. He's due to make a trip to Abuja, but he will be joining us in 5 minutes. So we'll be talking about all of these issues. Canada, how are you doing today?
Man of the people.
All right. right. So, generally, it's been a busy week around the country. We've had some really crazy news from Lagos. A Port Harcourt helicopter carrying, that should be an oil servicing logistics helicopter. I think that for sure, but I still do not know which company had hired that helicopter. But then it left from Port Harcourt, and just a few minutes to the airport in Lagos where it was supposed to land, it crashed into a compound in Opebi, Lagos. And I hear 2 people dead already. Take the pilot and, of course, maybe the other person in the helicopter. So prayers and hearts are with the families of those who lost their lives in that crash. I don't think we've seen lots of this kind of crashes recently in Nigeria, Robinson.
Yeah, it's a tragic news. It's been a while this thing happened, and we commiserate with the families of the deceased. It's not, especially in the circumstance which it happened. We also kind of find comfort in the fact that it could have been worse, given that it crashed into a residential area. But somehow, from
exactly.
It appears it's just 2 persons. But as small as that is, it is tragic. It's painful. It's not a good news. So pray the family find the fortitude to bear the loss.
And just like you said, it could have been what could have crashed on a building, into a building, into a school, into some crowded area or a church, a high density area,
and there's a lot of such places in Lagos.
Exactly, but it crashed into the walkway, into a just right inside the compound, and so thank God that we didn't lose much, so much more than it could have been. So for 2, we thank God for that as well. But then the lives of those lost will always be painful ones. And on Chadwick Boseman on the international scene, Chadwick Boseman, of course, he's one actor who has maybe inspired a whole lot of actors and on the continent of Africa as well. Here in Nigeria, had a lot of followers. Chadwick Boseman died of colon cancer, and the whole world and Hollywood and all of the entire community is just mourning his passing away because he was such a gentleman, and he was just 43, So this just calls to highlight again the need for we to be thankful. That is not by age, and if it's by how much you have in your account, people like Chadwick he's a Class A actor. He won millions of dollars and had access to the best medical care in the United States. It couldn't have been about money, and he'd been struggling with this for about 4 years, and finally. I was just listening to his commencement speech, I think at Howard. A beautiful speech he made and all of it. So it's really sad one.
Yeah, sad. Sad. Also, think that all of those brilliant movies, I think he shot a couple of movies within the period, and it's to think that he did that through all the gruesome, painful chemotherapy sessions.
Yeah, especially in Black Panther, right?
Yeah, it still came out good and all that. He was a fighter. He was a Black Panther in true sense of it. So it's sad. I woke up with a rude shock. I didn't know that he was going through such a thing. And I'm sure a lot of persons also didn't know that. So it was a rude shock. The first time I saw the headline, I was thinking maybe was it an accident or something. And then to think that it was actually cancer, and he died with his family by his side, which means he was counting down. I saw a picture of him in a very, emaciated look, perhaps from the cancer, and it just underscores the frailty of human life. 1 minute you're here, the next minute you're gone, and also a reminder that you are only remembered by what you have done. At 43, the whole world is singing his praise and his name. There are those who clock a century and nobody knows anything about them. It's also been a crazy year. If you look back, the people that has passed on within the time. What's the name of the other basketballer? Also.
Oh yeah, Kobe.
Yeah, Kobe. Yeah, Brian. Kobe Bryant just crashed and died like that. So it's been a crazy year. Also, a wake-up call to the science community. Cancer is still out there. They have made a lot of advancement in the treatment, but it still lasts. Despite all of the advancement made, unfortunately, especially when it's not diagnosed early, we still hear cases like this. And to think that he struggled through this for about 4 years. You can imagine if it was somewhere in Africa here, level of effort they put in for 4 years to try to attack it from different. Must have been a combination of different things, radiotherapy, chemotherapy, or whatever.
Yeah.
So governments across the globe should also try and commit more resources to support science and scientists in this regard. Cancer is still a monster out there.
Well,
find rest.
Talking about cancer, I think that is the one disease that has continued to humble humanity.
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay, so good to have you on board. So we're just talking about all of the some of the incidents that have taken place, and then we talked about the crash in Lagos, and also talked about Chadwick Boseman. And I was just trying to make the point that cancer has been a humbler, like it's a leveler. It has humbled humanity. Our scientists have been working hard, but cancer somehow still finds a way to beat human intelligence so far. And I think currently it's one of the most significant. I don't want to call it failures. It's one of the most significant, outstanding achievements that is the biggest killer in the United States. So, Mr. Edwards, you were a fan of Chadwick Boseman.
Was I? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I was. I think I'm still is. What happened? He passed?
He passed,
Of course,
yeah.
we also find that you know that he passed. So, and you're hearing that first on the show. So that's good.
So we take credit for breaking the news to you, Mr. Edwards.
Next time, please break good news for me. Because he's a man who, if you watch, there's a man who worked so hard to get to where he is. People that failure is part of success. May so rest in peace.
And also to add that, there are very few black actors out there with a college degree, with a university degree. And he went to Howard. That's where he went back also for the commencement speech.
Yeah, Howard is the the highest black institution.
Yeah, it also has a very rich black history. A lot.
Yeah.
I've been to Howard before, and they have very famous black history.
Yes, and since you are talking about black history, I remember in 2014, I represented the president of the country at the HBCU conference, which is a hub for black education at the tertiary level. I met a number of them. And Howard is
today started chewing bread. We're representing presidents.
I remember that period when Eugene Bells was heading the desk in international desk on the amnesty program. You know, he was in every country every week, like in every week. He had a bag packed up for every country every week. So today he's in Russia, and then you call him the next week he's in Belgium, and then the next week is in the UK. Then the next week is back in California, and then
he does not need to travel again. He has traveled all he needs to.
The nature of the job. Whatever I do, I give it 110%. My wife will always say that. Now, the nature of things is that we got involved in the academic records. We needed to know what's happening. We got involved in their personal lives. So if you you had issues, there were those who did well. School want to see that those who were sick, the sick class, most Europeans didn't know how to handle sickle cell. Sometimes they had to smuggle drugs. So kids don't get addicted to it. So when those crises come, they will call you. Their waking up time is you're sleeping. A girl who was on Zimbabwean scholarship, final year student, she was impregnated by one of my students who was in year 1. It was a big trouble and they went to evacuate the pregnancy, not knowing that it was once the fetus is about 4 months old. By South African law, it's collapsed in the shopping mall because they met one African Nigerian chemist who gave them drugs to take.
Wow.
So they get collapsed. So they didn't know. And if her country finds out that she's gotten pregnant, they will cancel her scholarship. She was in final year. It was a whole mess. So we were able to resolve it.
And he was just impressed yesterday.
Just a small boy.
But now this also brings us to this point. NDDC students have been crying all around the world. They've been on scholarship for years. They've not been paid. They're practically stranded. They've halted everything around the globe. So they've been stranded. A lot of them have been stranded. They've not received their tuition. The schools are threatening to get them out. You've been in this business. I'll put it away. Business in quotes. I hear the president has given a mandate to have asked the NDDC to pay them their money and then make sure they're fine. But then the NDDC has still not done that. What do you think? Is there some way that we can improve the system? Because sending these people out on scholarship and then just allowing them there to become beggars is just something that we cannot allow to continue to happen.
Yeah, it happened. It used to happen while I was on my feet on the amnesty program, and it's a criminal thing, and that's why the civil servant almost killed me. It is unforgivable. It is irresponsible. It is evil for you to keep a child in a country where the landlord will not want to hear 2 days, and the cold has started. Weather is a big issue there. You have children in school. Monies are available. You have to pay school fees by August. So why are you keeping civil servants over this? When I got there, they were paying cash. I stopped it and asked that remittance to return to the banks. There is not a difficult thing to pay school fees because there's a budget for it. Why don't you remit it on time? The president sacked people. Particularly the civil servants. They encourage them. It is the people who do it, state governments do it. It is wrong. It is old.
Let me make a contribution. If I think one of the
sponsoring
it hardly happened, except the instances where it happened. It happened when there were root shocks in maybe government, a military regime took over from the other one, and for a period, they forget who was on scholarship and all that. And a family member of mine was a victim of that. My first cousin was a victim of that in the U.S. And
the one that got lost in the U.S.
My friend. So, what I want to advise is
we all have people like that in our community.
The scholarship thing should be insulated from fiscal, budgetary bureaucracies. They should create this for scholarship board. Yes, they should create a trust fund. Where into that trust fund. Yes, so away from any budgetary bureaucracy of saying, they've not passed budget and all that. Before he leaves this country or she leaves this country, his entire, whatever is due him, should be paid to that trust fund that manages, they'll manage give a fund manager that will manage it.
It's a good point, but the budgetary system does not authorize it.
How much is this school?
You cannot incur expenditure in advance from the way they do it in Nigeria.
That's why I say a trust. For instance, let me give you an example that's how it can happen.
I understand what you're saying.
Right?
You have high prep trust fund. Why is it that they are not remitting money as they're paying? They remitted it in upfront to the trust. It can be institutionalized and managed.
Since you are a trust is understandable. Because if you just do to this, if you do to the school, some students would stop going to school and claim this money.
It's a trust.
I like
a trust fund and a fund manager that will manage it, and away from government.
The trust makes sense.
Yeah, if you think about the way the PTF runs, I don't know if you've evaluated the way the Petroleum Trust Fund runs. The Petroleum Trust Fund runs in that way. That's why you see PTF scholarship students do not have issues. PTF scholarship students don't have issues.
As you can pay your salary, there's no reason why you can't pay something that funds have been provided for school fees. They divert it. They prefer to use the pay contracts. Do things. It's about making money, not reason. Because we have not sent anybody to prison. We've not sanctioned people. That's why they do it. If you tell people that, if you're going to send any Nigerian who is going to fly our flag on scholarship, you write us your personal grant, we jail you. People will stop this rubbish.
But now,
I think Ross, we can move on to the issues of the day.
Before we move on, we lost a son. I think that's from LMA also.
He was missing sometime. He was missing
in Ukraine. And I think they are yet to find him. We're not getting any proof. Those who invited him to the party, I met his father at the school. We became friends at the stadium. His father is a keep fit golf. So we're expecting the Ukrainian government and the Nigerian government to begin to talk about this and let it get the required attention it requires. But there's a bit of too much silence.
I hope they will find him very soon. And we hope he's still alive anyway. Because Ukraine is one very cold, unforgiving. It means that something might have gone wrong. And talking about our diplomatic relations with other nations, I think the biggest issue we're having right now is the one with our neighbor, Ghana. The one that really should be easy. Ghana, Togo, Benin Republic, Nigeria. We're just neighbors. The same region. And if you're having issues with your neighbor, then it's a problem. And the issues are basically something that they can sit down and resolve.
Did you see my piece I wrote yesterday?
No, I've not seen it yet.
Oh, yeah. They call the Eagle versus the Black Star. And I said, yes. And I said, most foreign direct investment only come from Europe, America, and China. There's a lot of big cash from Nigeria and Ghana. You want to lose it because people will start shifting. Because I listened to Telemamoto. Glo is even struggling. He struggled to do business. They're frustrating him.
Well, I like to look at things also from a Nigerian point of view. I don't like what's going on. Also, from a Ghanaian point of view, sustainably, it will backfire on them someday. But I think what they are trying to do is their own way of reacting to the dominance of Nigerian entities. If you go to Ghana, the entire space, Nigerians they can be ruthless in business. They can grow when they want to do so. When they put their resources in a place, if you allow them, they know how to expand based on pure marketing principles, and you do well. So it's a way of their trade and
learned under Obasanjo's perspective. No bank will want to break the law and come and pay for or get the MD sacked. So if it's a responsibility of the government or the nation to ensure that all your visitors, investors obey the law, but you will not put unfavorable elections. For him to complain or Banikoro to complain, nations must begin to sit down to have this conversation. This is happening because whenever elections are near. In 1969, the Prime Minister there, Kofi Baswa, instead of voting competence, they vote ANC and color and race. And so the Shanties will keep growing administration. And regional right now has turned to just a major, is that post-pandemic, trade your well-to-do, you're heavily laden, you're leveraged. So any extra money you can get, yeah.
It looks like we're stroking, all the strokes are going to Ghana. But then you need to also remember that your country, Nigeria, closed their borders without notifying their neighbors, not even Benin Republic, not Togo. They shut the borders in August 2019. Understanding that Nigeria is the big regional market. Understanding that the market in Nigeria is what sustains.
I appreciate what you have just said. Thank you very much, Ross, for bringing this up. It's very important that you brought it up. I forgot it. Now, but you remember the reason, one of the primary reasons, because I was against it because I said that it's our duty to upgrade our customs to do things, but not to shut out everybody. Yeah, so we have our feelings there. We have refused to have these bilateral conversations with Ghana to resolve the issues and deep into it. I think that has been the major selling point for the closure of the border.
Well, I agree.
So now you see that nations have most
they asked for a review of the agreement with China, with Canada, with Mexico.
You know,
go try to import the Mercedes-Benz to China. You will see how the import duty is very expensive and all of that. So nations do these things, yes.
Robinson, I'm going to get back to you with the African Trade Act, okay? But then, let us look at this issue very critically. Nigeria is trying to protect, especially its local agricultural producers, okay? And it has worked, local production. Agreed. Yeah. And the local farmers are seeing the incentive, so they're planting and they're happy, fine with that. But then, just like Mr. Abel said, do we just close down the border? As in, we just shut it down. Our customs, and we do not have the ability, our customs service does not have the ability to check what is coming in from the border. I don't understand if you know, you don't just shut down the border and then you're not just shutting down, you're shutting down practically everything coming in from other countries. It doesn't make sense. So, how do we build our own wall? Not in the sense of building a wall. Do you understand? But how do we close back? How do we check the border? The same way you shut down the border and it's effective. Why can't you just shut out the products that you don't want? Is it that the customs is too corrupt to handle that?
I remember my response to this at the time was just that same line which you said. What they did then was like saying that we have given up on the customs. Nothing good can come out from the customs. Therefore, we are going to physically put a wall there and stop everybody coming in and all that. That's not an institutional way of solving this problem. They should have strengthened, because the thing is, if these things are banned, they are banned. Why don't you can expend less energy trying to stop them from that angle rather than completely shutting down the border and closing it to both good and bad. You know that they are going about after Nigeria signed, one of the last countries that signed up to it, and then the next minute we turn around and do something that completely is at variance with what you signed for. Same thing Ghana is as well doing. Same thing Nigeria, did. So when I look at it, it becomes like a laughing stock. We say one thing as a continent and we do another. And one of my fears at the time the after debate was that it is going to be down to some countries who will also still, like a football team, people like to explore the guy, the weak link in the team. So the small countries or some countries without a very strong institution would always allow these things trooping from China and all of that and frustrate the entire principle of AFTA. We have not even started, they have not mainstreamed it, and then we're living with an enemy state, but a brother state or a sister state like Ghana with a long-standing history and handshake. In fact, West Africa is supposed to be a fluid with or without ECOWAS. West Africa has always been a fluid space.
And just to add to what you just said, Robinson, the problem in the region is not Ghana. Ghana has a very well regulated trade space, in the sense that you cannot bring in those kind of materials. A lot of the smuggling happens. And if you investigate, you'll see that Togo and Benin Republic are not making a lot of noise because they know that they are a problem. All right? Ghana is basically doing legitimate business. And there are people that spend heavily. If you look at their bitters and all of those, their products, biscuit, juice, they sell big in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Now, all of those ones. So Nigeria is a big market for them. They buy and they sell
At some point last year, there were 9 flights between Nigeria and Ghana. 9 flights.
And always fully loaded flights, especially the night flights. The night flights are always like really because they come, shop, and then leave. You know, they buy all sorts of things from Lagos. So it's also doing us it's also killing the business in Lagos because the traders who have, except they want them to be shipping, except they want them to start shipping their goods from the two governments must sit down. You know, it's something that they can resolve. It is something that they can resolve. I understand that the president of Ghana met with President Buhari in January in London and actually appealed to President Buhari because it's an election year for him. And, you know, Nigeria money is so big in Ghana, just like Mr. Bank is a regional bank. GTB, especially GTB, UBA,
everywhere. Yeah,
you know,
everywhere. And you know, today, the dynamics, Nigeria can literally control the pricing mechanism and the economy of Ghana as it is now with the magnitude and quantum of Nigerian businesses. Today, Accra is one of the most expensive cities in Africa. A small building in Accra to rent, actually their rents are in dollars, equivalent of dollars. They have that in mind.
Guess who pays most for that? Nigerian students.
Nigerian students, yes.
Nigerian students, because they've got a very well structured educational system. They know they need us. In fact, it's so bad, Mr. Abels, right now that secondary school students, Nigerians now send their secondary school students to Ghana. We used to do universities. Now
Nigerians actually do go clubbing, weekend clubbing in Ghana. They go to groove in Ghana for the weekend and come back. So, and this is potentially big business for both countries if they sit down and they sort this thing out and stop embarrassing the region.
They're actually embarrassing the region. And to continue this embarrassment talk, the authorities in Nigeria have extended the initial opening of the airports from August 29th to September, to the 5th of September 2020. And I hear the excuse is that they're trying to take care of some logistics challenges, and we hope that September 5th will be a realistic date for them.
Yeah, we hope so. There isn't much we can. If they have logistic challenges, they should try and put it together. That's the only thing we can say. We hope this time it's not extended. A lot of businesses depend on this. A lot of health cases. There are people who had booked doctor's appointments because of that. There are people who had booked these shifts. There's a cost to it, and I think you were supposed to talk about capital importation. I was looking at the breakdown of the capital importation, and for quarter 2, that's the one we call FDI. Lagos took almost everything, and states like River State had absolutely none registered against their name. So that calls for, if you probe, it would be good to really probe into these figures and listen out to what the data is pointing to.
Now, talking about data, we have a very solid data saying that we've got a 78% shortfall foreign cash flow coming into the country, 78%. And when you match that with the negative growth, that the economy, 6% contraction, the economy in this quarter, that just tells you that if we do another negative growth in the coming quarter, that's in the present quarter, that means that we'll definitely be having a recession. So do you think that we are at the brink of course, we are. Is there any miracle that can happen in this quarter?
I think it looks almost certain that we'll be in a recession because the economy is still not fully open.
Completely open, yeah.
It's still not completely open. 6% negative growth is massive.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. If you also, the so-called capital importation, that's the FDI, that will decline by 78%, 77.88% precisely.
What could be responsible for 78%? Understanding
what
selling?
No, really. What FDI is different from what you're making from oil.
Yeah.
This is fresh capital importation.
Direct,
yes,
investment. Yeah.
So the entire nation for 3 months only attracted 1.2 billion, 1.3 billion approximately, which is powerful for a year dollars for a nation like Nigeria. That you're only able to attract that amount, for the entire three months is not good enough, and the largest amount came through other investment, which accounted for 58% of that amount. So, and like I said earlier, United Kingdom was the top source of this, and they accounted for $428 million, which is almost like 45% of the entire thing that came in. So if you really look at it, it's possible that it could even have been just one or two transactions that accounted for this. So it's also not unconnected with the global shutdown.
The global shutdown, I think so. Yeah.
Yes.
I think the global thing, globally, I think most of the countries.
You spoke about oil. You spoke about the oil and that the oil is still selling. There was actually a decline in production.
We need to allow people to call them. We need to round up.
There was a decline in pay, and the time we had a figure lower than that is in 2017. That's quarter one of 2017. So that's also a decline in both oil and non-oil sector expectedly. So,
okay. Nice one. So
I think maybe the next time we have this conversation, I think maybe it would be nice if we do some statistical survey of river state in this line. If we can raise the data, it would be nice.
Yeah, if you want it to be influential and representative, there must be a methodology to it.
Mr. Abel's generation, they keep giving us things to talk about in the States. Locally, Eugene's friend, Chidiloid, has just moved to the People's Democratic Party.
Address him properly. Say it's the night of St. John's.
Star Dr. Chidiloid has just moved to the People's Democratic Party. He is, like we said the last time, it was still speculative, but into the People's Democratic Party. We understand that a whole lot more of his former, I don't understand. Does anyone have an idea why this seeming migration to the People's Democratic Party is happening?
It also, don't forget that a member of the House of Representatives, the PDP, also migrated to the APC.
I like that.
Yeah, so like we predicted early this year, we said that this will be the seasons of alignments and realignments. 2023 is playing out. It started 2 years ago. So the game is coming to fore, and there will be alignments. Various factions were met with both parties, and inside the factions, other factions were met because there are a lot of things on the table. There are issues like will the governor bring a successor? There's the upland agenda, there's the riverine agenda, there's the presidential ambitions of the political leaders in the South here.
I don't understand what you mean by an upland agenda. Upland agenda for what?
Politics is not an emotional thing. So even though some people might tell you that it's the turn of the riverine people, but if you're not ready for an emotional thing, there's also an Okonia agenda because they've never been governor. So they're very, and I know that Abalama, I know that the people and the Abalama people also have an agenda. So the agendas are multifaceted. Yeah.
I like that. You got me with that one. That's fine. Okay, so why would look up to that and
listening to Chidiloid, the canon, it's about interest. Political parties are vehicles for expression of that interest. So that story of loyalty is neither here nor there. It's about what you want to achieve because it's serious business. It is serious business. And I like what he said. He said politics is not an event, it's a process. It's a process, and you don't start to 1 year to the time and start. No. There's a lot. It's only we that sit from outside and think that people.
All right, I think we lost connections there. We'll try to connect the three wise men or reconnect with the three wise men as we talk for development. But the last conversation that we were having was the migration, so to say, of Chidi Lloyd to the PDP from the APC.
Don't even go on.
Yeah, so for me, yes, there's a need for this class where you want to.
Rubbish, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
So go ahead. Okay, so I think what Mr. Ibels was trying to say basically was that politics is, there's a lot of investment that go in, and while he was saying that, I also wanted to make the point that when people make investment, they also expect return on investment. So could it be that the return on these investments that they have made in their party are not paying off the way it should?
Well, he direct the question to him. I listened to him a bit before coming on this program, and he kept saying his people.
Mr. Abel, we were just putting a question to you. You mentioned the people make investment in politics, and that it is not an emotional business. And I agree with you. Now, the question I'm asking is, since you've used the word investment, now I want to bring in the word return on investment. People who make investment expect return on investment. So could it be that people who are decamping from these other parties did not get the return on investment that they made in those parties?
Yeah, before the call dropped, I said that after every election cycle, every participant is supposed to do a review and tell them
an assessment.
Yeah. Were my political objectives achieved? Did my life improve? Because there must be personal gain. There must be personal gain. The people I'm presenting, the things happen that will boost my political career for the next cycle. If that is not in place, irrespective of which party you are, you begin to look for new alignments, new places to express your interest if you have chosen politics as your own business.
Well, my fear is that at this rate, the state may not have a vibrant opposition, and River State is one state that cannot do well without opposition.
I agree.
It is dangerous for a rich state like River State to be a one-party state where
if I should say it in pidgin English, now say opposition knows then I make we did the way we did.
That's true. That's so we did the day because now we begin to sound like Wazobia. If opposition no day, it don't make sense at all. I think we should open the phone line so that Mr. Ebel can talk to his people. Kalada, please open the phone line.
All right, the numbers to call in to the studio with are 0817 0000951 and 0810951091. You can send in your text messages to the number 0701 933 9960. All right, 95.1 FM, what's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Good morning.
Good morning to you. What's your name?
Yeah, my name is Comrade Jude James Ubunku. I'm calling from Okushiro.
Welcome.
Let me react on the issue of Chidi Lloyd for campaign to PDP. It did my imagination that Nigeria political elites are far playing scam with the thousands or millions of Nigerian youth. Look at, let me quote Chidi Lloyd, who said, for him to join PDP, he'd rather go back to his father's farm and farm there for him to join PDP. But today we have seen a man reversing. Now I want to, because of his people, the same people that he took to fight against the PDP, and the same people that is now turning back to say that they asked him now to go back to PDP. It's quite unfortunate that people are speaking both sides of them, and I respect him a lot because he's educated. He's one of the astronauts in the educational career in Nigeria. He's been a lecturer at the University of Suka. I'm surprised that a man of that caliber cannot stand to his word. It is a question. In fact, it tells me a lot. But I wish him all the best. I wish him good luck. But what I think his vision is all about his self-interest, his ambition. It's not about the people.
Comrade James, you sound very emotional. Are you an APC member?
No, I do not. It's not affecting me.
Are you an APC? Are you an APC member?
I am a spokesperson of APC in Ogika Local, but it pains me a lot because you have received a lot of followers. You know,
all right then.
But I listen to the comments of some people that follow him. They say they are not joining him. He's a man alone in that quest.
All right then. Thank you very much. You sound very emotional, but thank you very much for calling in. 95.1 FM. What's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Yes, I'm Mark. I'm calling you from Ozoba.
All right, Mark. I am welcome. What's your take?
Yeah, my take is, in short, I don't want to criticize Honorable Chidi Lloyd for anything anyway, although it pains me because of some comments he made in the time before. But I want to make us realize that a politician like one famous musician I used to know in the community, in class, sang one music, he said politicians, they are men of many words. You understand? So I don't blame them because 2 or 3 parties before we became a president of America. But those others can follow him. That instead of destroying APC, others should follow and become. Instead of staying in APC, to destroy APC so that there will be serious, formidable opposition in the state. Let them come to other parties and leave APC.
All right then. Thank you very much for calling in. I do not agree with you on the Donald Trump's comment though. Back to you, Eugene Abels, Ross, and Diversity. Hello.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I can hear
Hello.
you.
Canada. I think you were a bit hard on the caller from Okrika.
Was I?
You know. There's nothing wrong with someone's emotional when they.
And I mean, we're supposed to remove bias.
There is no pretense. There is no pretense to the fact. There is no pretense to the fact that losing a member like Chidi Lloyd. Chidi Lloyd, candidly, I'm going to put it in a very brutal way. Chidi Lloyd has intellectual capacity. He has nuisance value. He has strength, all in one. I don't know if you get the point.
Yeah.
He can play. He can play
in pidgin English. Anyhow you want him in there.
Anyhow you want him. Do you understand? He's that kind of politician that
in the activist world, they will say that he's highly spirited comrade.
Let me put it in the Port Harcourt way. He's the guy that has morale.
Morale.
And in Rivers politics, morale is forget all your PhD or you need to have morale. So he has that morale. He can be a nuisance when you want the nuisance value, and he can also give you. And for the APC to lose, for the APC to lose that, Mr. Hedel, where are you going to? You just said that. You know, for the APC to lose that kind of candidate, that kind of person, you know, of course it's a big loss for them. And I can understand why Governor Wike opened his arms really wide, you know, to receive Chidi Lloyd. And I'm sure they're going to come with some benefits.
On a lighter note, is this the Duam that was promised?
Well, that campaign season is gone. I think we should bring King Woolley on this program one of these days to just tell us, you know, because he was the guy that basically, you know, started the whole we go Duam campaign. He initiated it, so I think we should bring him on the show.
It was a question.
We go Duam. You know, so we should bring him on to just tell us a bit of the history of that. Botched. I think we'll call it botched. It
was a steel bath.
The botched. I think we should do that next week. So that I think we need to bring him in and then just interrogate him on that botched political flight. So, Mr. Ebels, I think Canada is already signaling it's time to.
That's assuming he's not doing. I'm not going to talk before Kilbert would already say. Assuming he's not up in the air, you know, doing what we discussed yesterday.
All right, so
I say elders function best with their feet on the ground.
Final words. Robinson, your final word.
Well, I want to end on the light side. There was a time I proposed that there should be a decampment fee. When you want to decamp, you pay some money to
your former
to
party.
them. To your that money should the money should go to less privileged people because they just hear this one as decamp, this one as decamp. Let there be a cost to decampment.
That would make sense.
Have a wonderful
It would look
weekend,
like,
everybody.
no, Robinson, before you go, that would be like when you're leaving your company. You know, there's something you sign that you pay monthly.
In lieu of notice,
In
exactly.
lieu. So there should be
And then all in one fell swoop, all of the apparatchiks and the apparatus and the insignia and the logo, suddenly Umbrella is now your new, I saw him with Umbrella inside of the building,
But then the worst case is in those states. 4 years ago, we had a complete switch of the two candidates. This year, we have a complete switch. The guy that was carrying the umbrella
If
right
you
now.
If you blink, you miss it.
That is it. Absolutely. Mr. Eugene Abel, your final word.
Well, I just want to appeal to Governor Wike to take up my challenge, which I posted a couple of weeks back to help. Lots of volunteers have come up who want to join me to worship of Shaka and Congress
with your tower.
With my tower. So I wish you all the best. Have a productive week.
All right, everyone. Thanks for being on the show today. Until we see you again, same time and on this beautiful station next week. We'll draw the curtain. Canada.
All right, then.
To you.
Thank you very much. You stay tuned. You didn't do what? Okay, I think I lost them already. All right, you stay tuned to Today95.1fm. Conversations are coming your way. Important conversations, by the way. We will be talking from now up until 12 when the news will come your way. Stay tuned. I am Kalada. Good morning.
You can never plan the future by the past. He who has a why to live can bear almost any out. Lost time is never found again. It is the province of knowledge to speak, and it is the privilege of wisdom to listen. I don't take life too seriously. You'll never get out of it alive. Educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. In the end. It is not the years in your life that counts. It is the life in your years. Make it count with us. Make it count with us at Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
I am here. I will leave this nation
a better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
I will work to make Nigeria.
Message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Right here on the morning show on Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people, your premium talk radio station. Something happened in the course of the week, which are a particular issue, and so we will be looking at the situation, our current living standard as a people, and we'll be looking at that in details. And yes, I will take in your opinions on that one. But before we delve into all of those conversations, 10 minutes gone past the hour now. So we would have to entertain the certain guests in the studio who are here to tell us about. Okay, I'll let them reveal what they are here to tell you about. So first of all, what's your name, gentlemen? Good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning, gentlemen. At ease.
All right. When you say there are things, in plural, there are things. So you came to tell us about all of these things.
Yeah, a lot of them.
All right.
Actually, we're just picking one out of all.
Okay. Okay, so what would that thing be?
Actually, the name of the business is totally what is called Forsage. Yeah, contract. Smart contract.
Sorry, can you take it?
Anyone can do at the comfort of your home. Just by using your smartphone. That is where the idea came, where you hear people say a smart contract. Smart contract.
All right, now, all right. That makes sense to me. Smart contract. All right. So can you elucidate? Can you explain some more what that really means? Yeah.
All right. Smart contract, on the terms of Forsage, is a business where someone can invest any amount of money he has. He can start with. Some people can come in there with this like 100,000, 500,000, 1 million, 2 million.
All right. Then.
No matter how small or how big it is.
Okay. So how does this run? How do you talk about smartphones? You talk about smart contract. I know this is me trying to understand on behalf of the people. So when you say smartphone, I have a smartphone. How does this run really?
All right. Yeah, we are going to teach you right in this seminar that is kicking off today by 2 p.m.
All right.
We are going to be teaching you your smartphone, because if you're using, we call it smartphone, if it is not making money for you, then it is not smart. So we're going to teach you the secret of using it to make in much millions.
All right then.
Into your bank account. Yes.
So everything about how it runs will be taught in the seminar, right?
Yes, we are going to be giving
but
you
before we go into the seminar, where the seminar is holding and how to get to the seminar, before we get into all of that, still investment, does it?
Yeah, just like I said earlier, is a you can't go below that.
All
you
right.
find yourself climbing from one point to another.
Is it that easy?
It's,
Yeah,
it's very easy. Just
that's why it's
when
fun.
you-
Is there any business without a risk?
No.
Okay.
Sure,
okay.
100%.
All right.
Yeah, this particular one we're talking about, there is no risk because it is a program on the smart on the blockchain. So
Okay.
it is being projected directly to you, not to third party. The money comes direct to you,
All
and
right.
you command it to your bank account. So
Interesting.
once it is being programmed, it is being set to you. No one can reverse it. Whether it is 10 million, 20 million, 30 million, 40 million, no one can reverse it. And the number one in Africa is our boss. Is with
What is the difference? Because I believe I can read the minds of as many people who are listening. I can be clairvoyant sometimes, and I believe people are saying. I mean, we get these things every day. I mean, this one will come, make money from the comfort of your home. This one will come. What is the difference between Forsage and the other things that we hear? You know, still talking about extra source of income.
All right. One of the biggest difference in all these things is this. Forsage is a program that is designed that it can't be returned back, just like my colleague said. And secondly, it's easy to use. You can only understand it when you work with a team that understand how these things run.
All right.
And in the other hand, you discover that in that particular page, whatever you do on your phone text you. Even as your colleague, cannot even know what is coming to you.
All right,
You can only be the one unless you open your mouth.
But you just said the number one and
Of course.
Yes. It's with us.
In fact,
it was with us.
as far as Africa is concerned,
Africa as
the
a
first
whole, yes.
9 successful people in it just a few months ago are in our team.
Yeah.
All right then.
So we are going to coach you, we are going to train you, we're going to show you everything on how to milk this money from this decentralized smart contract all over the world.
All right then.
So,
I asked a question. So you were saying it requires a little amount. Can you tell me the minimum amount? What is it?
Okay.
Is it $100? You mentioned dollars.
Yeah, I just said.
How much can I earn from this if I wanted to be a part of, Forsage, for instance? If I wanted to come learn, the intrigues, the intricacy of Forsage. What is the biggest amount I can earn? Let's say, radio gives me good money. Just imagine, what can Forsage do for me?
All right. As far as this business is concerned, you have no limit of earning. Sometimes the money drops to you, but you are open to yourself to run the business.
Yeah.
All right.
And it's practically something that is open to air.
Yeah.
But you only needed to partner with the team that understand how this is run.
Yes. Which this is the best team in the whole of Africa.
You gave you the. I mean, you can't.
Yeah.
No.
We know why you call it the best team.
The best team in the whole of
Africa. The team can produce the first 9 people that have been doing very well in this system.
All right then. So now, let's go straight to where the seminar will be holding, what time, and how people can contact you in case they are interested in coming for the seminar.
All right. The business is going to hold here today in Port Harcourt and also hold tomorrow in Port
The hall
Harcourt.
is filled up already.
Yes.
As we are talking to you now.
That's number 27 Harbour Road, House of Destiny Church, just before Stella Marie Junction in Port Harcourt main town.
Yeah.
In case if you are moving from any direction in Port Harcourt and you don't know the route, just enter Abba Road straight to Lagos bus stop inside main town Port Harcourt.
All right.
It is even trackable from Lagos bus stop.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, even while we mentioned the number to call, contact, if you are in Onitsha today, is also the idea in it is just anyway, you don't have any limits, you don't have any reasons why you cannot be part of this. Just what you needed to do is this. The number we are going to call on air, just try your possible best. It's either if you cannot reach us direct, you can chat us also on WhatsApp as well.
To reserve a seat for you, yeah.
Now, to reserve a seat for you, just make it very plain. Call the number, and then we can also 5380.
All right.
The second one, okay, let me repeat the first one, 081 375. Another 75. 380.
All right.
Then the second one is 080 33 19 7477.
All right, call it again.
080 33 19 7477.
All right.
Then on the other hand, if you remember in the world we have, today, you don't need to tell yourself you don't have anything to do. It's something that you can do at the comfort of your home.
Right.
Remember, you have no limit of what you can earn at the end of the month. This business is not a business you say, at the end of the month, this is what you earn. Yes, it can say that, but the truth remains that it's something that can be giving you money per second.
All right then. So what are your final words for someone who is a doubting Thomas listening to you right now?
All right, so doubting Thomas, you can go to Google and just type for search.
Yeah.
You see a lot of testimonies. It's not hidden. It's not. Now, the one joyful aspect of it is that this business is something that's rotating all over the world.
All right.
Now, because you are just hearing it for the first time, doesn't mean that you are not going to be aware about it. And we are not far. We just started for just 4 months ago. Now, the idea in it is that all over the world, Forsage is making people from nothing to something great in life.
All right then. That's the much we can take for now. But you want to say something
quickly?
Quickly.
I have something to say. If you are in Nigeria and you have not joined this team, then you are not doing well. This is the best team. This is the team that will coach you to manage and make millions of naira from the comfort of your zone, your home, without going anywhere. So we are here to help you. We are here to help you. Make yourself available in this seminar. If you're not there, then you're not there.
All right then. We've got to go. Thank you very much for coming in. We've got to continue conversations now on Today 95.1 FM. I'm going to go for a quick break. And when I return, you and I will be talking. All right. Like I said, we will be looking at, a social-cultural issue on the show this morning. All right. During the course of the week, we saw a report in the Vanguard, and it was captioned "Supreme Court's decision on female inheritance divides Igbo." According to certain sub-headlines, it says female children not second class, and it's coming from Bishop Nwokolo, and ruling cannot abolish the tradition and customs of Igbos, Osisi Itodo. Judgment good, but communities still have custom and tradition, coming from Igwe Okolo. Cut judgment bastardizes culture and tradition of Igbo land, coming from Ugu. I agree with the judgment completely, is a Nagu, PGNUF. And age-long bans inhumanity to Abia Monarch is the one speaking there. Now let's read this. The Supreme Court in the landmark decision has upheld the right of a female child to inherit properties of her father. By this decision, the Apex Court has voided the Igbo age-long law and custom which forbids a female child from inheriting her late father's estate. The Supreme Court voided this tradition and custom on the grounds that it is discriminatory and conflicts with the provision of the Constitution. The Supreme Court held that the practice conflicted with Section 421A and 2 of the 1999 Constitution. The landmark judgment was on the appeal marked SC 224/2004 filed by Mrs. Lois Chituru Ukeji, wife of the late Lazarus Ugbona Ukeji, and their son, Eyinaya Lazarus Ukeji, against Miss Gladys Ada Ukeji, the deceased daughter. Gladys had sued the deceased wife, as in the dead, to administer their deceased father's estate. The trial court found that she was a daughter to the deceased and that she was qualified to benefit from the estate of their father, who died interstate in Lagos in 1981. The Court of Appeal, Lagos, to which Mrs. Lois Ukeji and Einaya Ukeji appealed, upheld the decision of the trial court, prompting them to appeal to the Supreme Court. In its judgment, the Supreme Court held that the Court of Appeal Lagos was right to have avoided the Igbo native law and custom that disinherit female children. Justice Bode Rhodes Vivo, who read the lead judgment, held that no matter the circumstances of the birth of a female child, such a child is entitled to an inheritance from her late father's estate. Looking at how tradition is, I mean, it's not just the Igbo tradition that allows a woman to be disinherited from her father's estate. We have several other traditions. And it is no wonder, why, when we, or most of us who were growing up, we saw the sadness in a man's face when he had only female children. I mean, we saw the sadness in a man's face when his wife will keep giving birth. And that's why some men had, 7 children, because the wife would give birth, to come out girl. They would say, okay, let's try again. To come out girl, we say, let's try again. And they keep trying before they have given birth to 5 girls, 6 girls, 7 girls. And then the last one, God willing, will now be a boy. And the man would throw a big party. The kind of party he didn't even throw for any of the girls. He would throw a very big party. He would even go ahead to borrow money. He would go and borrow money. But they say knowledge is power. All right? And because knowledge is power, it is why, the killings of twins was abolished. I mean, it was said to be a barbaric law. And so it was abolished. It was abolished because knowledge came, and there was the entrance of light. There was enlightenment. There was some kind of revelation, and mankind, or would I say tradition, got to understand that twins were gifts from God. But if you want to travel the religious angle, you would agree with me that every child, a boy or a girl, is a gift from God. Look at it in any religion. A child is a gift from God. Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me. Even the one gotten out of wedlock, whether you like it or not, it is a gift from God. So with knowledge gaining ground in Nigeria, with more people becoming educated. I mean, look at the data of people who registered for WAEC. Or was it the data for people who registered for JAM? Just for this year. More people are getting educated. About 3-4 weeks ago, the conversation was, should we open new universities? Because the universities that we do have, was no longer having the capacity to entertain or accommodate the amount of people who are popping out of secondary schools. So more people are getting educated. And the truth is, education is not synonymous to certificates or degrees acquired. Education can basically be your ability to read and write, your ability to assimilate what you have read and understand. Aha. So, penetration of the internet in Nigeria. More people are using smartphones. More people have access to radio. More people have access to TV. More people are listening and reading. So education is gaining ground. Education is penetrating. But there's tradition. Ladies and gentlemen, tradition is that thing, that binds us together. Especially if we live in a particular geographical space or we are from the same geographical space. And Nigeria is such a traditional country with such an ethnic nationality, so to say. We have arguments like, it's time for Igbo presidency. It's time for Hausa presidency. It's time for Kalabari governor. It's time for Ogoni governor. We have such ethnic conversations because we are such traditionalists. Really, really traditionalists. Even in our practice of religion, we still add our traditions to it. And that is why a man will wed his wife in church and say, God, thank you, and still go to the traditional journey or through the traditional journey and pour libations to the gods, because we are such a traditional people. That being said, how well do you know your tradition? In Kalabari, in Okrika, in Eche, in Omuma, in Bonny, do you allow the ladies to inherit properties? I know in some riverine traditions, the woman is seen, as a son. I mean, the woman is given full rights, full rights. But in certain tradition, a woman and her children cannot even speak, even if she's the eldest, when there's a family meeting. Oh, interesting conversations now. So in the light of this judgment from the Supreme Court, do you think this is the beginning of a dawn? Or do you think, just like many people have argued, yet again, colonial masters have won? Yet again, this is the eradication of our tradition. Is it? Don't you think this might be an upgrade? Oh no, maybe. Just maybe. Just maybe. This is a way of marginalizing us yet again. Someone said to me during the week, how can a woman who gets married to another man, gets married to another family, and by virtue of the marriage, she's entitled to whatever the man owns. She's entitled, and most especially if the man is a wealthy man, she's entitled to everything. How can she then go there now and possess and now still drag with her brother? Does she not have conscience? How can she now come and drag the small one, or even the big one her father has? She wants to have double portion. Why is she greedy? That's what someone argued with me in the course of the week. And I just listened and I paid rapt attention because, in all honesty, I don't have an opinion on this very issue. I'm just wondering. I'm indifferent. I'm indifferent, as a matter of fact. I'm looking. Is it a good thing? Because does it really matter? I mean, if my dad was Dangote, I would give my sister as much as she deserves. I mean, I wouldn't look at it like, she's my sister. She's blood. That's how I see it. But then again, it's not law in my family, so I really didn't think much of it. But for some of you, for those of you who are so much that is being affected by this law, I would like to hear from you. Is it a good thing? Is it a welcome thing that a woman can now inherit from her father's estate? That a woman, even if it's a parcel of land, even if it's it's a 5-bedroom apartment, even if it's whatever it is, maybe what do you call it? Money. Maybe it's money. Don't you think she deserves, or do you think she deserves to get a piece of the family cake? I'd like to hear from you. But then again, I begin to look at it from the legal perspective. And it is advisable that a man who has got properties, who in his lifetime has been able to amass wealth, it is advisable for such a human being to write or pen down his will. For him to say, I give to Jenny in Greater Port Harcourt. It is advisable for a man to pen his will, write your will. But then again, I'm looking at it from the angle. If you are a wealthy man, you're a man who's been able to amass wealth. You've been able to go through the difficulties of life, and you've been able to maneuver your way and beating poverty to a pulp. and amassed wealth, would you pen down a lie? Or would you tell them to go home to their husbands? Because like I said, from my school of thought, my daughters will I'm working for my children. I'm working to give my children a better life. And what's the best way to give my children a better life than giving them a legacy, leaving them a legacy? And my daughters included, my sisters included. Marriage or no marriage? So what says you? What say you? What say you? Sorry for that. That's wrong grammar. But what say you right about now? I figured this is going to be an interesting conversation, so I saved it for today. I feel like I've got the best listeners on the Saturday morning, so I saved it for today. 0817 000 0951 0810 9510 951. Text messages to the number 0701 933 9962. Remember, the topic is the courts value your sister a portion, and a great portion at that, so to say, a great portion of the family cake. Or would you ask her to go to her husband's and eat from therein? I'd like to hear from you. 0817 000 0951 and 0810 951 095. What's your name?
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to you. DK, welcome.
Yes, thank you very much. You see, I can only support the Supreme Court judgment if it is not made compulsory. It's not an imposition, but a voluntary decision of the father while he's alive. It belongs to my daughter. My son.
Now, DK, in the situation where there is a will, there is nothing that can trump the will, right? The man can even decide none of his family members should take from his wealth, right? Law.
Well, that will meet a lot of roadblocks in implementation.
How do you mean?
The pronouncement is made, but we are still in a traditional society.
All right.
We have not yet evolved to the level of Western world. It's a gradual process.
But then DK, the court has argued that the tradition goes contrary to the Constitution.
Well, but it has been there all along.
But then
it is one thing to make pronouncement, it's another thing to go to the nitty-gritty of implementing it.
All right then.
If somebody does not make complaint to the court, of course, the court will not come in.
All right, true.
And yes, if I have sisters and they are not married, even if they are married, and I feel that of my brothers, they agree with me, I don't see anything wrong with it. But if my sister says I have equal right with you people, that thing that is shared, it should be shared equally with me. I don't think that is fair.
But why is it not fair? Why is it not? What is unfair about it? I mean,
yes, because she is to be married to another husband.
But you are also going. You are supposed to work. You are supposed to work for your own wealth as well, for the sake of your children.
To get married.
All right.
To stay home and share the father's property.
All right then.
There's a lot of underlying reason for the traditionalist view.
All right then. Thank you.
I think so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And see, I want the ladies to call in because I feel like I'm on your side today. I just said I'm biased right now. So I would love to hear from the ladies because I will not be surprised if ladies start kicking against this verdict and say, no, we don't want it. It's against our tradition because I've seen that happen before. Not help popping up. All right, you speak to me now.
This business is too serious to be taken for granted now.
All right, Darwin.
Now, if the man doesn't have money, it's not the Dangote of this world. The man is sick and is in the hospital. There's no money to pay bill. And there's a family meeting, right?
Don't leave me. JJ, don't leave me.
No, are you with me?
I am with you.
Good. To say, that Papa's bill is 150,000 naira. How would they share the money? To only the boys?
That is wisdom. As a matter of fact, if the woman is married, her husband will be made to pay even more.
The man is now rich. The man died. And suddenly, the daughter cannot get anything. Meanwhile, if it were the other way around, the daughters and the husband would have paid more.
All right.
They will even lead a troop to the man's house and say, please, help us. So this is that. You know what I'm saying? Well, the same people that would have done that are not telling me that the tradition is good enough and this, that. Why not put yourself as a woman and put that your sister as a man and they do this against you?
JJ.
What are we talking about? Why are we so greedy?
JJ, have you heard the saying life is not balanced?
No, it's not about life is not balanced.
But that is the only explanation I can give to you. Life is not balanced.
No, life must be balanced. Because if it is time to collect, even up to when they want to bury the man, they call the man and they call the husband and they say, oh, if you don't pay, by so time, you will pay fine, just like those days of YF form. And if you don't buy, you will pay late entry, you will do this. You don't even know if the man has money. You will want to go about, he cannot walk well, he cannot think well, he cannot do anything until he gets the money to pay. Pay more than the so-called biological children. Then suddenly, it's now time to benefit from what. Is it that how are you more biological son than the biological daughter?
All right.
That you cannot get anything just because you want to marry.
Our custom.
Marriage now a crime. Meanwhile, you even be the one to collect the bride price.
Yes, true. Our custom.
Something billion of cola nuts of snuff for 100,000 and everything. You finish eating all those ones. I pray sometimes that thing should hook all those people that are advocating.
Our customary laws make it so that the son, is more biological than.
Do those laws. We are the ones that will take the front seat in the church. At the same time, when it's time to benefit from the tradition that you condemn, you cannot go and kneel down for Amajoha. You cannot do this. But the tradition to exploit people, including your own sister, you are the forefront.
All right. Thank you.
Or the bow will hang your throat.
Thank you very much. No bone hanging. No bone hanging in the truth, please, JJ. This is Good Morning Canada. My name is John Roller from Rumekini. I agree totally with the Supreme Court judgment. Our wives and sisters are part of the family, and also as such, I believe you meant to say, should not discriminate them. We should not discriminate them. All right, then. Thank you very much. 95.1 FM. What's your name?
Hello.
Yes. Good morning to you.
Mr. Canada.
Yes. This sounds like John from Port Harcourt.
No, I'm Chochi from Alakaya.
All right, Chochi from Alakaya, then welcome.
Yes, on this issue, in my days in the university, I had written a project topic.
All right.
On the what do they call it? Marital status of parents and girl child disinheritance.
All right.
You see, a lot of things happen, and the female, I do not know. The period the man is sick, the father is sick, the girl child, even at death, they are compelled to pay a certain amount of money before burial. You understand?
Burial.
After paying for burial, in fact, when the man goes down, they send message to the in-law. You see some of them that have not even those in-laws are made to pay the balance of whatever they are owed. They've been owing the family during this, and this thing continues. And the out of everything left, the girl child at some point will go to a family where there is nothing. She will lose at the both ends, both in her husband's and in her father's. So it has become an issue. I don't know how to draw it down to the traditional setting. There should be a review. There should be a review on the girl child rights. You understand what I'm saying?
All right.
There should be a total review. Whether it's from the local government councils, they should call for a review of most of these age-long rights and whatever, and abolish most of them. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for calling in. This one says, I appreciate the Supreme Court for this landmark verdict, but they should add some clauses to restrain some overzealous ladies who would want to overstep the boundary from other judges. All right, then, Chinedu, thank you there. 95.1 FM, what's your name? Where are you calling?
Yeah, hello, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Sounds like Chris or Chris.
Yeah, this is Chris or Chris.
All right, then, welcome.
At times we need to follow. I don't know this law
constitution and the traditional law, which one is the first to abide with? Let me tell you, you cannot come and use traditional or use government law to abolish traditional. Why are they not taking oath with all these traditional laws?
So what are you saying? What are you saying? So you're saying the constitution takes preeminence? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, this tradition of the constitution of this thing they are abiding by, telling the child, the girl child, to take part in his father's property or this and that. Okay, what of when maybe the family has problem? Can I tell my sister that I've married to another family to bring one of the husbands so that we can use it and do something in my own father's house?
Of course you can.
Can it be so?
Of course you can.
So why can she be benefiting something from, you have married and you want to benefit something from and you have changed your name, you no longer answer Chidimma Wamado or Ndoka Wamado or something like that. You are now using that one. You want to come and inherit something from my own. Why not say, then don't marry at all. Don't get married at all. That's the only thing. And this law now, you see this law now, it makes some of our girls, if the one that the father has money like Dangote, he starts to, what am I going to a husband house to do? Let me remain here now. I will not, even though suitors will be coming. You say, I'm not here. I don't want to marry because you want to take a share from the family. This is not our culture. There is no how can a woman appease God? Can a woman do that? Can a woman fall like maybe during burial? Can a woman come and say I'm a lamman? Can he come and say I'm a lamman?
So in summary, what's your take? What's your take in summary now?
What I'm saying is, let them separate government law and the traditional system. It has nothing to do with that law. I don't like that law. Thank that's how it is in the Bible. Let them leave it like that.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your take. You're entitled to it, by the way. 95.1 FM. What's your name? Where are you calling in from?
I'm calling from LMS.
Sorry, I didn't get your name. The line was breaking. What's your name? Please, yet again.
So my name is Godwin. I'm calling from LMS.
All right, Godwin. Godwin, welcome.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I just love what the last caller just said. You see, this thing is to destroy the tradition that have been before. But let me ask you this question, please. Are you a Christian?
I am a Christian, yeah.
Okay. You read the Bible very well.
Of course I do.
Okay. Did Jesus Christ, though I'm not a Christian anywhere, did Jesus himself, did he attend traditional marriage or did he attend the white wedding?
He did the white wedding, I believe.
Traditional.
He said it was a wedding ceremony. It wasn't stipulated.
Traditional.
Yet again, it wasn't stipulated. It wasn't stipulated. I wouldn't let you mislead people. It wasn't stipulated. They said he attended a wedding. No. He attended a wedding. That's what it was. That is all it was written in the Bible. He attended a wedding in a wedding. Yes, it didn't say traditional wedding.
He turned water to wine, isn't it?
Of course he did.
Okay, very good. Now, these are the tradition that has been from the ages. That
according to the Constitution, every law in the land is subject to the law of the Constitution. And by the way, it was also customary for people to kill twins, right? And all of a sudden, that seems like the tradition is absolute.
It was an ideology that
it was tradition.
It was not everybody.
It was tradition.
Traditional that killed
it was tradition.
Twins was not what people were practicing all over. It was a tradition of certain people.
And my point,
when you are there telling people different.
It is every tribe. You think it's every tribe that inherits their daughter? No. In Nebe, for instance, women are given properties, in case you do not know.
And that is why most of their women do not stay in husband's house.
Wrong statement. Wrong statement. I've got to let you go there. That's hate speech. 95.1 FM. What's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Good morning, Mr. Callan.
Yes, Stella West, welcome.
I think what they are trying to make people to accept any of the child is born.
Exactly.
If it's a boy, it's good. If it's a girl, it's good. Let me tell you one thing. If it is proper for women to inherit their father's property. Very, very necessary. Because the girl is the same human being as the man.
All right.
In this part of my side here, we value women. Even some of us answered our mother's father's name.
Interesting.
So, whether it's the Amala or whatever, if you go to Bible, you see there some children of some certain man took their matter to the king then, that they want to inherit their father's property. And they won. I've forgotten where it's in the Bible.
I've not seen that, but okay. I've not seen it anyways.
So I think that judgment is in order.
All right then.
In fact, it will make the in-laws to value their wife.
I see.
That the women still have a share in their father's
property. You do have a point. I mean, it makes the man look at the woman as someone who's coming from.
She's outcast property, no?
All right.
That's a root.
All right.
So I think the judgment is in order.
All right then. Thank you very much. This is interesting. I support the court judgment. A married lady was contacted by a father whose company was to be sealed by the government for contravening a section of the law. It will cost 20 million naira, and she gave the father. This cost to lose a marriage. 5 years later, the father died, and she was denied his inheritance. What do you see about this? Wickedness. That's all I have to say. Sheer wickedness. Sheer wickedness. What do I know? 95.1fm. What's your name?
Another Malanto.
Malanto the Malanto. Welcome.
Yeah.
All right then.
Rick Malanto on the line.
Welcome now, yeah.
Yes, I've been listening to all the callers and honestly, if you will ask me, I think I am in total support of this law.
All right. But why do? I mean, look at it from the other side. The argument from the other side. I mean, the woman will be married. She's gonna get married to a man, and she's going to inherit the properties of that man. So why?
If you look at it now, if I look at the other, side of the divide in terms of the argument, you see, you see the partiality in the office. Once my sister, always my sister. Whether she's married or not, she's my sister.
True.
I love her as my family. She also will contribute even though.
Moreover, you would want her to inherit so that she doesn't come and be begging you money every.
Exactly. You get
wisdom.
my point. If the husband is not well to do, why I will support her. You get my point. She's my sister. If the husband beats her now, won't I come?
Of course, you go and fight for her. She's your sister.
Fight for her. She's my sister. You get my point. So you see. Now, if there's any problem in the house, I think I will ask her to contribute, lead with her, and she will contribute. So why is it that when it comes to issue of responsibility, we want to include them? But when it comes to benefits, we want to exclude them. That is partiality now.
All right. Life is not balanced. Life is not balanced.
So that is why now we are changing. There's only one constant in life. That's what change.
All right then.
Are they?
Yeah,
so we're changing for the positive. So I like the Supreme Court judgment.
All right, then.
For the positive. People should learn to see that we don't begin to discriminate against women, against our sister.
All right then. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, there, Rick Malanto. 95.1fm. What's your name? Where are you calling it in from?
Good morning. My name is Tony, calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, so Tony from Port Harcourt, welcome.
Yeah, I just want to contribute to this program, and I just want to ask a question, and that question will be the question for those that are opposing this marriage. A lady that is married to a young man that is wealthy. One day the father called her and said that his company is...
you're the one who sent in that text message. Okay.
Okay, you've read it.
But go ahead and tell us the story.
All right, so the father called in and asked her to help that the governor wants to steal his company. So she ended up helping him, 20 million naira. Now, after 5 years, the man died. And when that was there in the family, but when the time came for them to share the father's property, they said that she's a woman that she should not be part of it. And that is the question of the justice. So do justice to it. That's, we heard this.
She can go back to court now and take what is rightfully ours then.
That is the thing.
All right then.
So that's just my contribution.
All right then. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your calls to Tony. Oof. I'm having fun in the studio this morning because, we need to talk about things like this, cultural things like this and how it affects our society. Would I say this is a landmark verdict? I'm still yet to make my decision on that one. But I do think that, the female child should not be relegated to the back. That is my take. That is what I think. I mean, certain laws, certain customary laws, certain traditional laws should be amended. Just like we are calling for the amendment of the Constitution. We cannot say that, the laws that were made many years ago, should still be what we kill ourselves over. I mean, look at it. These were laws made by forefathers and the wisdom of those days. Can we still say the wisdom of those days is still the same as the wisdom of these days, or do we think that there should be some kind of evolution, some kind of transformation? All right, this one says, good morning, this is Irons from Port Harcourt. The Supreme properties beyond lands in the fathers community, also properties are brought or bought in other areas beyond the fathers community. In these, the families or the females, I beg your pardon, in these, the females have the right of inheritance. All right, thank you very much, Irons there. Let's go back to the phone lines. 95.1 FM. What's your name? Where are you calling? All right, Congo, please turn off your radio set. You know the rules. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead. Radio, please. You don't have to hear yourself. Turn it off.
Are you okay now?
I can still hear myself.
It's okay. A situation where you have the male children of your family.
I'm sorry, I've got to let you go. The all back is terrible there. This one says, Canada, where you and I come from, it is said that a man can't buy a woman and her bones. The girl child is always welcome back home anytime, any day, and have the right to participate in every aspect of her father's property and problems. But there are certain things we shouldn't venture into that both our traditions, religions, and even the Constitution restricts the girl child from. Okay, and that's from Akko Davis in Tombia Kingdom. And I think I'm getting where you're coming from, but we're not talking about, all of that right now. Are we? No, we're not talking about. On a good day, we would have to visit that on a good day, because I think maybe they should be allowed to, to venture into those things that you say we should restrict them from. But one last call, let me call it a wrap on this very conversation on 5.1 FM. What's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Where are the night children in the family? They are not up to helping the father. He has been doing that. And not even the male children, they have been asked, assist, do this, and then that's what even or the other they have. And now at the tail end of everything, maybe the man kicks the bucket.
All right.
The woman herself, is she not having any right to the father's belonging?
She does. She does. From a moral point of view, she does.
It's a very good way of handling matters like this.
All right then.
Because if it is not done that way, that woman will not be happy.
All right.
In my own area here, it is done that way. When the situation where the male children in the family, they carry out their duties accordingly to their father and not leaving, asking the woman to do beyond the bylaw, because once a bylaw, that's tradition. As a culture in my place here, the husband of that woman and the woman, they have a right.
All right.
But the situation, the male children refuse to bear the responsibility. And the woman is in it. At the end of it, I think that woman has the right. Thank you very much, Canada.
All right, thank you very much. And we will wrap things up with the comments of Congo, or maybe I should read this message from DK, where it says, Canada, a woman's root in her family, even when she's married, must not be tied to owning a family property. What happens if the father is unwilling to obey this law? That's a different, like I said, that's a totally different. If he has a will, then it's a totally different situation. Not when the brothers, are kicking the woman away, because the conversation. I'll go for a quick break. When I return, more conversation. Was it yesterday? As the court now, is it? I think Tammy Danagogo was talking, and he was saying that Rivers people should come together to maintain the peace that was initiated, that has been started by Governor. We will be looking at the role vigilantes are currently playing. Are they good cops or are they bad cops? I mean, you must have listened to the 7 o'clock news this morning where SPAC was in the news, one of the so many SPACs brand that we have in Rivers State. So you want to stay tuned with Kalada on the morning show, the Saturday morning show on Today 95.1fm. It promises to be interesting, just like the one we just had now, right? Stay tuned. I just had a very funny conversation with one of my colleagues, and he's like, these people and their laws, who sent Supreme Court? Who sent Supreme Court? But we will push conversations forward now. Time to switch gears yet again, and this time we are going to gear 3, or is it gear 4? And it is actually the final lap on the Saturday morning show, and we want to look at the report on our 7 o'clock news. It was on the 10 o'clock bulletin last night as well, and or was it the 9 o'clock bulletin last night as well? And we want to look at the report and talk for development. Like I said in the last hour, every law that is contrary to the Constitution is null and void, according to what the Constitution stipulates. And so, according to the Constitution, the relevant agency for the handling of security issues internally is the police. Even the military, the army, is under the authority of the police when it comes to internal matters. Internal matters. For instance, if an army man intervenes in an insecurity issue, when the perpetrators are apprehended, they are taken to the police, because the police, yet again, is the relevant agency, the relevant institution saddled with the honors of delivering peace and stability in a society. Constitution said it, not me. And that is what I gleaned from the Constitution. But then we began to see the proliferation of criminality in our society. Maybe I should cast your mind back to 2018, 2019, when Rivers State was said, according to various reports, to be the hub of violence, a violent hub. So people called it the market in the state. But you and I realized that when we had conversations on radio, it was about the beheading of someone, or the shootings in one place, or the kidnappings at another place. And that was the conversation for months. And then, just like the governor, through Tammy Danagogo, has alluded, just like the SSG has alluded, the governors, sprang into action, gave birth to Operation Sting, and we saw the stinging of criminality in Rivers State. But then again, we had a debate because that formed the new conversation on our radio station. And that conversation was it really Operation Serious Children? Ospac has children rather, by the way. Ospac has SPAC, ASPAC. I mean, so many SPAC or PACs these days. Because we saw the vigilantes also spring into action. And we saw, before you could say Jack Robinson, the MOR, I mean, in Obiakport, the places that were very sensitive and volatile, we saw, the various versions of the PAC, this PAC, spring into action. And I like to think it was in collaboration with the police. Because any entity or institution that is contrary to the Constitution, which in this case, we're talking security, is the police, then that institution or entity is null and void. So I like to think it was in collaboration with the police. Recently, last week, if I remember vividly, IGP came out and said, hey, we're mopping up guns. We don't want the proliferation of guns. We don't want guns in the hands of, citizens or vigilantes, because you never would know. Carrying guns. And then I asked the question, I believe I talked about it last week Saturday, was it? Or during the course of the week. If you remove the guns from the vigilantes, how then do you want these people to tackle criminality? Because the people that they have found sorted rifles. Okay. If that be the case, we're still having that conversation. I mean, we already seen some vigilante members returning their locally made weapons. I mean, we're still having that conversation, whether it's good or whether it's bad. Even though the government, like I already mentioned, has come out to say, let's maintain and sustain the peace that we're enjoying. Recently, the news that we have been getting from one of the major stakeholders in this peace process has been disturbing. We've had stories in Rumekini, in several places where this stakeholder, who one will want to believe is fighting for the peace in River State, has been seen enmeshed in several law-breaking activities, to put it. I don't want to call it criminal activities. I feel like that would be too harsh, because you can use the actions of a few to generalize, how the entire group should be described. But they have been seen in engaging in law-breaking activities. You've seen them, drill people, intervene in civil matters. A boy and his girlfriend are fighting, and you see them daring. You see them in somebody's owing somebody's money. You see them going to solve problems. Many people have said, see, don't mind the stories you're hearing. This might just be from people who are, trying to tarnish the image of, the various versions of, OSPAC, because they know that OSPAC is doing a very good job and not allowing them, breathing space to express their criminal tendencies. So, I wonder, I was indifferent yet again. but concerned, indifferent, but concerned when I, read this report while reading the 7 a.m. news. But just listen. Listen to this.
My cousin stood up to ease himself. Where he eased himself, one of the owner of the place said that he urinated on his vegetable. So my cousin was trying to say, okay, madam, I'm sorry. The urine did not touch the vegetable. So now, the woman was shouting. The other guy that was there. The guy now said, hey, that he's coming to challenge him. You know, entire husband in my opinion, took the intervention, it took God alone that resuscitated him just today. The government said they shouldn't go with gun again, but they hit my brother with gun, they hit him with iron, they say government to intervene. And also want the civil society organization of River State and entire Nigeria to intervene, because if nothing is done in this thing, these people will go.
If this report is anything to go by, how do you use iron, gun, and how do you beat someone to a pulp for urinating or for trying to say, okay, sorry, that my cousin urinated on the woman's vegetable? I don't know if you get where I'm coming from. How do you beat someone to a point openly, anywhere we see, especially the man, anywhere we see, anywhere we just focus, we just urinate. We need to stop the habit. But then again, picture it. You beat into a pub because you urinated in some bush, in some farm. Just imagine. Imagine it from that angle. Now, you charged a fine, I understand. You probably arrested too severe, but I understand as well. But you being beaten to the point where you lose consciousness, and not just being beaten, where guns are used to hit you on several occasions, iron is used to flog you. That is something that beats my imagination. And that is why I really want to talk about this. Ospac and his versions being very, very helpful and instrumental. Now, you should also know that the commander of SPAC, when contacted, according to our correspondent, confrontation will tell their own side of the story. But how do we sustain peace? How do we sustain the relative peace that we enjoy in River State? And God knows I want this peace to be sustained. God knows that I really love the peace I'm enjoying. I could remember going home from work and, you're scared. You might just get into some gun battle. You might just get, in the middle of some crossfire. I remember all of those times. It was terrible situation, terrible times now. But we're enjoying peace, relative peace, because there are some places who will tell you, oh my, boys are on a rampage. But we're enjoying relative peace now. And I want it to be sustained. But how do we sustain it when in reality the people who we look up to, the groups that we look up to, are now reported allegedly to be enmeshed in one or two brutalities, so to say. But then again, it brings me to the very first conversation when all of these vigilantes were being formed. I asked, how are we going to put these groups in check? Who will supervise them? And my judgment, my question was coming from the inability of the police to tame its officers. Because in that same period, we saw policemen accidental discharge. Of course, there was Kolade Johnson. There was the one, there were several occasions. We still see reports of those misappropriation of guns in the police force up until today. If you move, I'll shoot you. We hear those things every day on the street. And you see, in as much as there are wonderful policemen out there, and I give kudos to all of them. I remember traveling wonderful police officers who were on traffic duty by 8, 9 o'clock in the night, and they were so passionate about their job, making sure there was the easy flow of traffic in that area. You know how that place can be messy when there is traffic. And so there are good police officers out there. But the question in my head is, who then will checkmate these people? I'm not yet to judge them because it will be tantamount to unfair hearing because we've not heard from the other side. But I'm asking, with all the reports that we're beginning to get, some would say it's not as much as we have of the police, but one gets to be counted before we say 2, before we say 3, before we say 4. And right now, the cases are gradually increasing. Okay, how do we maintain the peace? As you know, the River State government has said we should. That's one. Number 2, I've kept so dear in my heart. Who will checkmate the activities of the vigilantes? Maybe I've changed my school of thoughts, which was that they should not be. Maybe I've changed it. But then I still stand with the regulation because I've come to notice one thing. And, what's his name now? Femi Fani-Kayode was the right expression for this. We have, and I think I've used it before, we have the proclivity of saying, who am I? Do you know who am I? And once a little power is trusted our way, all of a sudden, we are demigods. All of a sudden, nobody can talk to us. Who are you? Who born you? Who you? Questions that we need to answer on the morning show today. And we have about 27 minutes to do that. 37 minutes, I beg your pardon. 37 minutes to do that. So let's kick conversations to the right authorities so that they can bring the right solutions for the betterment of our dear state. I understand. The police cannot cover everywhere. Like I said, I've changed my school of thought about the vigilantes. But who's going to checkmate them? How do we sustain the peace? How do we sustain the peace? Because the people who are custodians of the peace seem, once in a while, to wreak havoc. All right, 0817 000 0951 0810 9510 951. Your text messages and WhatsApp messages can be directed to the number 0701 933 9962. All right then, let's see who's here. 95.1 FM, what's your name? Where are you? Welcome. I can be more welcome.
Yes. Who checkmate the horse parks? I think I don't see anybody, even the government, police, nobody checkmated it. They checkmate themselves. The way I see it. Now, the question is, we were suffering in the hands of the criminal. Now, do you see that we are jumping from fry pan to fire? Like,
or maybe from fire to frying pan.
Okay, from fire to fry pan now. Okay, the way is going every day by day.
All right.
As I'm talking to you now, things happen in where I'm living. A man was paying the guarantee money every month. Before we know, they broke the man's shop and packed generator, and many things. This guy reported to Guarantee Group, and they are accusing the same man that the man is accusing them wrongly.
All right.
This man pay something to security group, pay another money, including what they are stealing from the guy. You have to pay for him to beg them not to take action with the particular guy.
95.1 FM, what's the name? Welcome.
Now, see, what I want to say about this. You know, when this offer came, they have reason why they came to this state. And they come, as they come, there's peace. I find that, you know, then all this court crisis, all this thing was, in fact, too big. I don't know how to put it. So those people that they came, I can mention like Omawa, Ishoko, where they went and they brought peace. So, you know, that one is apart. They have come now, and people have started complaining. But, see, I want to say something. The manner somebody used to follow man can bring peace, it can bring quarrel. An ordinary man who is not a force, who is not a spiritual man, somebody can use a word and make him anger to act the way he is not supposed to act. What I see, good manner and approach matters. I don't know, maybe you say the guy say sorry. After you relate him, I am not there, you are not there. Nobody knows the manner that is used to say sorry to the owner of that cross, the vegetable that you need to. Nobody knows. I am a good Nigerian that stand in good word. And again, when SARS came, SARS was doing well, and people now came, SARS are now killing people, SARS are now violating people, SARS are now doing this. That one is apart. Police was there. They say police when they go for this, to shoot person, they follow Agro, they work together, that was aside. Army is there.
So what are you saying? What are you saying? That people are always talking, irrespective?
What I'm trying to say is that it depends the manner that somebody use to someone think fight. So I'm not there when the thing happens. What I'm saying is that some people may say something to blackmail or to kick against.
All right. And you have said something solid in that argument. 95.1 FM, what's your name? Where are you calling in from?
My name is Courage. I'm calling you from Modomaya.
All right, Courage from Modomaya, welcome.
Right. About the security issue, I think there are a lot of advantages like you highlighted, and those advantages should not be taken for granted because
Hello? All right, we lost you there. Sorry, we lost that call. 95.1 FM, what's your name? Well, yeah, good morning to you. Welcome.
Thank you. In the terms of the offer, I think that is UK thing.
That is what?
That is UK thing. After this government, I believe they will scrap that sector.
All right, turn off your radio. Oh, sorry, you have to turn off your radio when you see that your call has been answered. 95.1 FM, what's your name? Where are you calling in from?
I'm also calling you from HA.
Uzo from HA, welcome.
Thank you very much. Please tell her that people like, you know, when somebody is biased on a particular thing, they will never see that thing that they are biased as anything right in life.
All right.
But if, moreover, Ikwere local government, HA local government, and Demo local government will forget about the incident, what happened in the past, hoping that Hashtag is now our enemy. If these people go back,
nobody said they are the enemy or they should go back. But people, or I, who is instigating this very conversation, is saying, how do we regulate them? How do we regulate them so they don't become good cops, bad cops?
Okay, for we to regulate them, at least where they are coming from, there are people that bring them up. So those same persons, like community chiefs and the power where they are working from, should know what to do. Not by people giving them, maybe saying all sort of things.
But how do you judge? Like I said, I don't know how true the story is. I mean, our correspondent did go out there and did see the situation, but we don't really know who's instigating. The truth is, The truth is, how do you beat someone to a pulp? How do you beat someone because of whatever the grievance is? Even the police is not supposed to beat someone to a pulp. That's where I'm coming from.
Canada. If I'm not mistaken, I know that to me, I would say that these people are coming from jungle justice. Because without that, you see the way people behave in communities. You see the way people molest. Like, for example, what do you think of somebody going to somebody's farm to put another man's cassava or tuber of yam?
All right.
We are one first time and second time.
All right. But does that still give anyone the right to beat the person to a pulp? That's the question. You arrest the person and you take the person to court, and then the matter is resolved in court.
I want to tell you know one thing. There was a news on your station last time ago concerning somebody who is a serial killer in Ogun. They kill somebody, and the person whom they kill, what led to his killing is that he gave police information about bunker, and they go after him.
Okay.
So many things like this, when you go and report to police, they'll get information back.
But I mean, this is OSPAC, man. I mean, OSPAC going to report to police. I mean, that's their work. How would everybody knows that's their work?
The power they use, they don't want to take anything right. So if what they will do to correct is that is just to beat you and let you go.
Beat you.
And they want you not to do that again.
Okay.
I want the person not to do that again.
All right then.
So for people, the way people talk, well, those who heard them, if I want.
I mean, OSPAC has done incredibly well. And for that reason, I mean, we cannot throw the baby at the bathwater. But then again, he says that they'll just beat you small. They'll just beat you small and let you go. Is that the way to go? Is that the way the Constitution says it should be? 95.1 FM, what's your name? And where are you calling in from? Sorry?
Olari Fortunato is calling from Alo.
All the way from Alo, welcome.
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm really enjoying it very, very well. University for the emergence of OSPAC.
All right.
We all know the lapse of the police and the complaints, and the East-West Road was not passable for the advent of OSPAC.
Right.
And so anyone saying that OSPAC should be, I believe that the source where OSPAC get their power and the community that has asked the OSPAC to operate is able to regulate them by giving them, by monitoring their attitude, or people reporting OSPAC misbehavior, because of course you know that Nigeria we have a tendency or the proclivity of abusing power.
All right.
And yes, I won't take that. I won't doubt that some few eggs in OSPAC may have abused the power they have gotten. To me, my own suggestion is that it should be regulated through the community that have asked for their emergence, and the source from the community, because of the criminal elements there, called for the OSPAC. They call for people that will join OSPAC and send them to whatever they have gotten their powers and their districts. And so the community chiefs that have called for them should be able to get these complaints of the excesses and call them to order, because they have a commander. Each community has a commander of the OSPAC.
All right.
Yes, so they should be able to connect the commander and tell the commander, look, we are getting these feelers from the people that they are abusing powers, and appeal from there, they were able to regulate them and put them into check. I think that's my own suggestion, that the way nice it can be regulated. But to say that we should slap Oscars or like the IGP, whose men were there when people are going through this problem, yet we couldn't do anything, to say that they should hands off their arms and all those things, I don't subscribe to that.
All right then. All right.
Asking us to go back to
the days of old.
The days before us, yes.
All right then. Thank you very much for calling in all the way from Alu there. This is power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. There is nothing one can do about it. Give an animal to the hyena after consuming the flesh, it will come back to crush the bones. OSPAC and every vigilante are all the same color. Ask yourself, how do these guys learn how to shoot? Same guys, old wine in new bottle. All right, Akko Davis in Tombia Kingdom stepped up a regulatory, or he would have set up, you meant to say, or I meant to, okay, mistake from me. He would have set up a regulatory body to checkmate activities of OSPAC. All these skirmishes on the part of OSPAC wouldn't have been there, Canada. Let me tell you, the relative peace and security we are enjoying today is the effort of OSPAC. Let OSPAC be. If not, the river state will begin to burn again with insecurity. Is Yoma. Thank you very much there. 95.1 FM, what's your name?
Good morning, Cody on the line.
Oh, Cody, welcome. Happy Saturday to you, so they say.
Let me just put you through a simple drill. If you're an OSPAC man, you are managing a checkpoint at, let's say, Gruta. And through your radio, you heard that a judge has just collected a 6 million naira what they say SUV. What will you do with your gun? What will be your motivation next moment? Okay, let me help you. To get my own SUV with my gun. And what do you do? Extortion.
But extortion is not the case in this very matter now, yeah? I think taking laws into their hands is what we are currently discussing.
No, the first step is taking law into your hand is to stop. Use your weapon like somebody urinated on it, but presumably, allegedly. You say that you have, start picking him up. The reason he wanted is only to settle you, so that he let him go.
Oh, I see.
So the truth is that the society, we are on the move. Everybody is in a hurry to acquire material property. Trying to use his position to acquire property, to acquire something, both legally and illegally.
All right.
So this is the problem we have. Even if you say that they will be supervised by somebody, who will supervise the people? It's a crazy society,
95.1 FM, what's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Yeah, good man. Calling from Malo.
All right, thank God from Malo. Welcome.
Yes, sir. I want to talk about this aspect of a thing. Well, I am from Ebeda, precisely in my community. But right now, they have deviated from what they came to fight for. They have gone to where they came from. Why do I say this?
How do you mean? I don't get what you mean by they come from a line of beating.
All right, sir. Most of these people they call OSPAC are of a in my community. Majority of them are Debam people.
When I said I'm waiting for the proof. What's your proof to that? Explain how you know.
I know my people.
All right.
I know where they came from.
All right.
Yes.
But that's not enough. I mean, that's not enough proof. I'm still waiting for. I mean, sometimes when we make assumptions, we talk, from a sentimental angle. But that's still not the proof. How can you prove? If I were to prove, I would say, okay, Kalada in the year 2000 was arrested for, going as a cult member to do this, or Kalada in the year 2005. That's proof. That's me giving you proof.
Okay.
And I have, evidence to that. People can come testify of that. So, I mean, if you don't have proof, you don't have to make those statements.
Okay, sir. Let me give you one instance. 2015 election. Somebody was killed. One barrister, Orlando Wobuchi, was killed in my community by some persons. One of them was arrested and sent to prison.
Are you serious?
He came. Yes. He came back. His name is.
No. Leave the name. Move on.
Okay. Sorry, sir. He came back last 2 years and was incorporated in OSPAC. Yes. Ask anybody that comes from Lebanon, they will tell you.
All right then. All right. You've just given me one good one. All right. Go ahead. Move on now. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, same people, they intimidate people. If you're fighting, pick you up. A friend of mine, his younger brother was brutalized in Lebanon. He didn't do anything. He's a block modder. He was modding a block. Somebody there with him went and raped somebody. They went and called us back, and they came.
But he committed a crime now.
Yes, but not the person that committed they beat up.
Okay.
They beat up an innocent person.
All right.
Then they told him, this boy is innocent of this. They said they know. The girl said this one is not among them that raped her. They said okay, all of them should come to the office. They went to the office. The young boy was brutalized. That is one.
All right.
Now, in the case of Alo,
did you guys?
Okay, he's young.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Did you guys report to the police?
We did not. They did not report to the because of the fear of intimidation.
Okay.
Then in Alo, the OSPAC in Alo, they are doing a very big job, but they need to be corrected. A taxi man in Alo buy OSPAC ticket 150.
They have a ticket.
Yes, sir.
What's the ticket for?
For their, I don't know. Ask anybody that comes from Alo or a taxi driver.
The ticket is for what exactly? I want to know. Is it for taxi drivers or for security or for being a resident? What is it?
Taxi drivers is for their daily ticket.
Okay.
Okada people. Okada people. And keke drivers, they buy their tickets. 100 naira.
Interesting.
Then each room pay 100 naira.
Okay.
A self-contained 150.
Okay.
A flat 500 naira.
Interesting.
Shops 500 naira.
So why attack? Okay, just go ahead. That's the question for another day. But just go ahead. So yeah.
This is what is happening in our law. Yet they are not contented with all this. So I think removing the arms from them, I don't know. Government knows why they want to remove the arms from them.
All right then. All right. Thank you very much. You've taken a lot of our time, but thank you very much. And some kind of security outfit registered by law. Okay, we'll talk about funding some other day, but these things happen. 0817 000 0951 and 0810 951 0951. 15 minutes left on.
To find out the reason why this kind of thing came up, the guy now said, hey, that he's coming to challenge him. Entire husband in my opinion, took the intervention, it took God alone that resuscitated him just today. The government said they shouldn't go with gun again, but they hit my brother with gun, they hit him with iron, they government to intervene. And also want the civil society organization of River State and entire Nigeria to intervene because
all right, we are intervening right now. We are looking at the issue and we want the people to add their views on this issue. On the text message portal, this one says, it is important we join the government of Rivers State in making sure there is peace in the state. But now OSPAC events remain with arms. If not, we will experience insecurity again in Rivers State. Thanks, Akandu from Omagua. All right, remember, you can join the conversation. You can even follow me on social media. All my handles, the same, D Kalada, THEKALADA. 95.1fm. Yeah, what's your name?
Dinkpa from Runjele.
All right, Dinkpa, welcome.
Yes, please, I want to contribute.
All right, it's your right too. It's your right.
The OSPAC issue, you see, sometimes when you talk about our communities, but I must tell you, also so many of them. I must tell you. In Rungele, I must tell you a lot of things that happen. People are even afraid to speak. But I keep on telling people, I'm not afraid. I'm not. Irrespective of what. Yes, they are taking laws into their hands. Okay, even myself, one of the things that has made me not to even like them for any reason is I was a victim. With my personality, with what I am, seeing somebody who was before me that had not done anything just because it was my beating any guy, and I went there to say, it's not sorry. I was insulted. So very big. I would have come to even your station. I would have come to the and showed the whole world that is because of you, this happened wrong. So a lot of things that they are doing that is not in the public speaks is happening.
Right.
And on my own, that was why sometimes I said, if possible, if government feel they cannot regulate them, let it be scrapped. Some person may not take it. I must tell you.
All right.
But I must tell you that they tried in the first place but the thing has gotten to their head.
All right.
And they all
So how do so now we need to look at how we can remove it from their head, if I understand you very well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
We need to.
All right, thank you very much. 10 minutes left on the clock. Let's do some text messages. This one says, Canada of a truth, the vigilant group should be subjected to further training by the police on how to handle issues as it has to do with civil society. They should be profiled. Chikaodi. But Chikaodi, even the police, wow. 95.1 FM, what's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Yeah, Canada. My name is Amusu Chima.
Amusu Chima, welcome.
Yes, Canada. No doubt, OSPAC, since the emergence of OSPAC, we have actually experienced related peace.
All right.
Especially in Emoha, where I came from.
All right.
I told you the last time when on Monday, I think that was on Monday, 6th of January, when we were about to came back to Port Harcourt after the holiday. How those my misgivings on OSPAC is Canada. The power drunk, you understand? It's common in Africa. When you are given a power, you understand? We normally go to an extreme to be able to, overuse the power that was given to us. I think that is what is driving us. Them on their regulation, Canada. I think local government chairman, at least you have a way to regulate these people. If you can impute, their names on the payroll, you pay them because the OSPAC, most of them are not being paid. If they are being paid by the community and others, and from them they want to do some things to be able to, to remunerate themselves. So I think if local government chairman, we impute them on the payroll, pay them. I think from there, they can be regulated by the local government chairman. After all, what are the chairmen doing?
Right.
Other than, pay worker salary and other things. So let them regulate them. I think in a way, they can be able to come off this misuse of power coming from them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chima there. Oh, my. Okay, we lost that call. This one says, good day, man of the people. Please, can you invite an OSPAC commander to your studio and let's hear their own version and not only public opinion. Thanks, Charlie from Port Harcourt. But Charlie, if you listened to my earlier commentary, you would have heard when I said that the commander in charge of this very SPAC, I said that in due time, in the right time, comments will be gotten from the people who perpetrated the act, and they would hear their own side of the story. Until then, we would have to have the conversation, right? 95.1 FM, what's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Okay, my name is Mr. Steve.
Is what?
Mr. Steve.
All right, Mr. P, welcome.
I believe I concur with Shima just for now. Because these OSPAC people have tried in River State.
I agree.
And all this while where there is the heading, where is the police? Now these boys have come Port Harcourt down and they are trying to harm these people. Everybody said they are working in River State. But maybe some other mistakes. But we cannot throw a bad baby with a bad water.
Yeah.
It's just to find how to regulate these people so they will continue their good work.
All right.
Yes, because if you watch this community, Ebeda, Omalelu, and all these forever government, everywhere have come down. What police cannot do in River State, these people are able to empower these boys.
But can we actually say the police could not do it? I mean, I like to think the security was a collaboration of the police, Operation Sting to be precise, and OSPAC and the various versions.
Yes, if these OSPAC people can collaborate with police, you understand, work hand to hand, they can move forward and achieve many in this state. You understand? Let us see how the government, even I gather state governor or the local government, put these niggas, these boys are in payroll, so they can able to infect their work very well. You understand? We need these boys in our community.
All right.
They cannot use ordinary bare hand. And we are listening to this program from today from girls that speak in other stations. They say the boys should go with empty-handed. Galata, can you walk in the night with empty-handed? You are putting criminal with empty-handed. It's not done. Nobody wants to risk his life. But these boys that you are chasing with empty-handed, they are with guns. Can you chase them with cutlass?
All right.
It's not possible.
All right.
So let us see how we can retain his voice. So instead of this state, we turn to another thing tomorrow. You will keep crying on your radio station. The River State has turned to another thing. Governor should do something.
All right.
So now we are asking them to drop their guns. It's not good.
All right. All right. All right. Thank you very much for calling in. Thank you very much. We will wrap conversations now. I'm going to take 2-3 calls.
All right, I'll do that now.
All right.
I want to contribute on the issue of OSPAC.
All right.
Yes, my name is Prince, and I'm calling from Port Harcourt. Yeah, based on the latest and development on the submission of arms, I know that nobody is above the law, because whatever thing that you are doing, when once orders came from above, you have to submit. So now, in a clear fact, OSPAC has contributed a lot in our various communities in this state. And we all know what has been going on. Kidnappers, robberies for banks. But since the existence of OSPAC, all these things have pushed into oblivion. Yes. Yes. It's not that those robbers are no more. They exist, but they cannot operate because they have seen something bigger than them. That is pushed into oblivion. So now, something that happened recently when they said OSPAC should submit their ammunition. And we all want to maybe try to speak against OSPAC, or other hands, we are trying to protect them. No, this is the time to play justice. Because if OSPAC, maybe indirectly for submitting their gun according to what the Commissioner of Police says, indirectly, they don't need OSPAC anymore. But if one thing or the other will make OSPAC to withdraw, everybody, mostly in this state, will not sleep.
All right.
Because, previously, we are no longer sleeping, but when OSPAC came into existence, our two eyes are closed. We can sleep and relax.
All right, then.
Okay, now. Okay. Should I continue?
Summarize, please.
Okay, my conclusion is this. Police cannot do the work of OSPAC. It is a big mistake if OSPAC will surrender their arms because they cannot fight with their bare hands.
All right, then.
So they should think ahead over this issue so that there will be peace in the state as the peace have started reigning. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. But if you're just, or rare ugly heads in the security outfit, and we're asking the question, who will regulate them? Who will look and say, you know what, do not drink too much power. You might just get drunk. And if you get drunk, the people will complain. OSPAC is in the right direction. But then, like I asked when they were first inaugurated, if OSPAC is, being bettered to fight crime, what happens when crime reduces to its barest minimal? What then becomes the responsibility of these vigilante groups? And nobody, if radio becomes obsolete, then why will I come into the studio to talk? Think of it from that angle. I mean, if I'm coming to talk, then I must have a sinister motive. On that note, we end the show, and hopefully next week we can talk some more for the development of the state and, of course, the nation in general. For now, I'm signing out. I am Kalada, and I like to think of myself as the man of the people. You can follow me on social media at the Kalada, TheKalada. For now, you stay tuned to the news at noon.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon. This is the world news at noon on your premium talk radio today, 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Kala Dakorubatabo. First, the headlines. Rivers State Police Command parades 4 suspects arrested in connection to kidnap and murder of Sokari Braid around Elechi Beach area of Malwondio, Port Harcourt. Federal government reads out riot act against Ghanaian authorities over incident harassment of its citizens. President Muhammadu Buhari appoints a lot of hospitality and tourism. On the foreign scene, unemployment in Chile reaches a new record high of 13.1%. Stay tuned for the news and details. A River State Police Command has paraded 4 suspects arrested in connection to the kidnap and murder of 2 people at Elechi Beach area of Malwondio, Port Harcourt. Correspondent Uchendu Ejowo reports that the 4 suspects were arrested by men of Eagle Crack units of the command in collaboration with members of the Vigilante Group for the kidnap and murder of Sukari Braid and David Braid, who was popularly called Biggie. Parading the suspects at the command headquarters on Moscow Road, the spokesman of the command in Amdi Omuni said the 4 suspects were arrested in connection of killing of one of their victims at their hideout and the kidnap of Sukari Braid, who later died after ransom of 1.2 million naira was paid. Omuni, who is the superintendent of police, said the achievement was part of the command's commitment in reading the state of criminal elements.
The command has recorded yet another milestone in our sustained efforts to lead the command of all manner of crimes and criminality, and then to bring the perpetrators to justice. Recall that on the 8th of month, one braid was kidnapped while one other Davis was killed in the same transaction. He was kidnapped and taken to an unknown destination. He was kept there for some days. Family, without letting the police know, went ahead to deliver a ransom of 1.2 million naira. Before that, the man had been released, but the man was unconscious. That was when she alerted the police. So we got there.
2 of the suspects, a cousin and an in-law to the deceased who spoke to newsmen at the command, disclosed to newsmen what they know about the kidnap and killing of the victims.
3 o'clock, a boy called me. Neka called me. Can't say, but like, and carry one man go Obio's father. I can't say, but that man will carry. You know, say, my in-law be that. He say, I'm making the call. Everybody they come and say, me. So if he come there, he say, say, make a call if I reach Bori. One time he say, I don't go. This guy, I come call this my friend because this my friend. They close to the woman. The boy Neka come carry 20.
When someone talk with, I can't call her. See the people say they and call me. I got a number off. They bring one other phone. Tell me, Simaka with the next thing. Tell me to talk with. The moment called me to go and join one of our
Peace Advisory Committee SPAC may face a legal action from members of Aguma family over alleged brutality on one of their sons, identified as Joseph Aguma, brother to the victim, Ned Aguma, who made the threat in an interview with our correspondent, alleged that members of the SPAC manhandled his brother because he went to intervene in a disagreement between hospital was beaten up by the local vigilante group members called on government, civil society organizations and well-meaning individuals to intervene to save innocent people from the hands of Elele Alimini Security Peace and Advisory Committee.
My cousin stood up to ease himself. Where he eased himself, one of the owner of the place said that he urinated on his vegetable. So my cousin was trying to say, madam, I'm sorry, that is not, the urine did not touch the vegetable. So now, the woman was shouting. The other guy that was there started shouting also. My biological brother now went, entire husband in my this took the intervene brother with gun, they hit him with iron, they make intervene. And also want the civil society organization of River State and entire Nigeria to intervene because if nothing is done in this thing, these people will go extra mile. They woke up one morning and kill everybody.
When our correspondent contacted the commander, SPAC, Chi Agi, he said he will allow those directly involved in the clash to respond to the allegations at the right time. River State government has again called on well-meaning citizens of the state to join hands in building the peace. Governor Yeson Wike is reported to have set in motion for a sustainable and progressive state. The secretary to the Rivers State government, Tammy Danagogo, who made the call, said it was the responsibility of everyone who live and do business in the state to nurture the peace in their environment, saying that the governor is doing all within his means to support and work with all security agencies in the state to fast track the developmental agenda of the administration. Danagogo, who spoke when he played host to some ministers and ambassadors for peace in the Niger Delta, said sustainable peace is desired in all parts of Nigeria, especially for citizens in the northwest and northeast, them to continue to take the pains of going into the Niger Delta creeks to reorient the youths and encourage those who are yet to lay down their arms to do so. According to the statement, Danagogo further observed that the issues of security, the ecology and topography in Rivers State, like other parts of the Niger Delta, makes contract sums much more expensive as compared to what is obtainable in other parts of the country. In another development, the federal government has approved the extension of the verification, data collection, and registration of beneficiaries for the National Cooperative for Commercial and Industrial Agriculture by 2 weeks. The state coordinator of the program, Kingsley Umar, told newsmen in Port Harcourt that the extension is to enable more persons in the state enroll into the program. Umar, who insisted that NACCIA is the federal government agricultural program in collaboration with a state government targeted at empowering over 5,000 persons in each state across the 33 states of the federation. While disclosing that the agriculture program is aimed at making beneficiaries financially independent, Umar called on interested persons to participate in the program.
We are still on the verification and also bringing in more members for the preparation. Yes, we have done everything we need to do in order to bring in people, but we realize that the response is not that encouraging. That is the reason why the extension is still being in place, because we don't want to deprive anybody of this program. So it still seems it is a federal government program. So I want them to know that this program is for them, so they should come up and be a part of it. And as it stands, is not just the kind of to you. President 17 Wall Street, Romomoy.
President Muhammadu Buhari is giving his backing to the declaration by the Economic Community of West African States. President Buhari, who attended the ECOWAS Heads of State in Felicity, President Buhari, President of Mali, Ibrahim Keita, has been released from detention and is in good condition. He, however, called on the military leaders to free the remaining senior officials of hospitality and tourism. A premier hospitality training, tertiary school and tourism industry capacity development citadel in Nigeria. Sani Kangiwa, who is from Agungu in Kebbi State, is a thoroughbred tourism professional. Nigeria's tourism and hospitality sector, including being the vice president, Federation of Tourism Associations of Nigeria, FTAN, Northwest Zone. The federal government says it will no longer tolerate. In Abuja, the government said it was urgently considering a number of options aimed at ameliorating the situation. The statement signed by the Minister of Information and Culture, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, said that the government had been documenting the acts of hostility towards its people and authorities. The minister listed such hostilities to include the seizure of the Nigerian missions property located at number 10 Barnes Road, Accra, which the Nigerian government had used as diplomatic premises for almost 50 years. He said the government considered the action as a serious breach of the Vienna Convention. Mohammed added that the demolition of the Nigerian missions property located at number 1921 Julius Nyerere Street, East Ridge, Accra, was another serious breach of the Vienna Convention. He said the government also frowned at the aggressive and incessant deportation of Nigerians from Ghana, noting that between January 2018 and February 2019, no fewer than 825 Nigerians were deported from Ghana. Mohammed noted that more than 300 Nigerian shops were locked for 4 months in Kumasi in 2018, while over 600 Nigerian shops were locked in 2019, and currently over 250 Nigerian shops had been locked. Residency permit requirements, for which the Ghanaian Immigration Service has placed huge fees far higher than the fees charged by the Nigerian Immigration Service, including the compulsory non-citizen ID card, which is pegged at $120 US and $60 US for yearly renewal, medical examinations, including for COVID-19, which is newly introduced, amongst others. The minister also identified outrageous stipulations in the Ghanaian Investment Promotion Center Act, saying that when the act was initially promulgated in 1994, a foreigner is required to invest at least $300,000 by way of equity capital and also employ 10 Ghanaians. The federal government has redeployed 13 permanent secretaries and deployed the 12 new ones who were inaugurated last Wednesday. 15 out of the nation's 40 permanent secretaries will, however, remain in their current stations. The circular conveying the redeployment and deployment was signed by the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Dr. Folashade Yemi Esan. According to the circular, President Muhammadu Buhari approved the deployment and redeployment of the underlisted permanent secretaries. The circular also directed that handling and taking over processes should be completed on the effective dates indicated. For the 12 new permanent secretaries inaugurated by the President on Wednesday, Babangida Useni was posted to the Ministry of Defense, Yerim Tafa to Ministry of Labour, Ku to Ministry of Women Affairs. Also, Antonia Ekpa was deployed to Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Oluwatoyin Akinlade to Ministry of Mines and Steel Development. 2 persons, one of whom was a pilot, have been confirmed dead in the helicopter crash that happened yesterday in Lagos. One person was, however, rescued alive from the wreckage of the helicopter, which came in from Port Harcourt, the 15A Salvation bus stop around Opebi Road in Ikeja. Director General of the Lagos State Emergency Management Agency, LASEMA, Femi Asayin Tolu, confirmed that the accident happened at midday when a distress call was made. The LASEMA boss noted that with the quick response by the emergency team, one injured victim was rescued and taken to the hospital while the dead bodies were deposited in the mortuary. This helicopter operated by Quorum Aviation, which crashed into a building in Opebi, Lagos State. In Kenya, the statement expressed worries that while the nation awaits report of investigation into the accident by aviation regulatory agencies, this brings the total infections in the country to 53,477. The Nigerian Center for Disease Control and CDC disclosed this, revealing that the latest report The Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, disclosed this in the latest report, revealing that the new cases were recorded in Lagos, the Federal Capital Territory, and 13 other states. While Plateau topped the list with 44 cases, Lagos came second with 27 infections. Rivers State recorded 0 case. Meanwhile, the Deputy Governor and Chairman of the Kwara State Technical Committee, Kayode Alabi, has tested negative for the coronavirus disease. Alabi and his wife, Abiyuwa, tested positive to the virus after showing slight symptoms in August. In a statement by the Chief Press Secretary to the Governor and spokesman, Kwara State Technical Committee on COVID-19, Rafiu Ajakaye, confirmed that Alabi's test result came back negative on Friday. This means the Deputy Governor is... The executives of Rume Elechi community of Mount 3 Dio Port Harcourt, led by Engineer Bekwele Opara, chiefs, elders, elites, youths, women, and the entire people of Rume Elechi community heartily felicitate with their son, brother, father, and elder Right Honorable Austin Opara JP, the Dikne Aji Ezemba, one of Ikwere, as he marks his birthday today, the 29th of August 2020. Executives led by Bekwele Okpara, chiefs, elders, elite, youths, women, and the entire people of Rumu Elechi communities say they join the host of heaven to celebrate Austin Okpara and wish him well in all his endeavors of life, even as he can. The chairman of Rumu Elechi community thanked the son and prayed God to protect and guide him. You are listening to the World News on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back.
You're still listening to the World News at noon on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Thank you for staying tuned. Now to the rest of the news. The Congress of University Academics has disclosed that its members were ready to resume work. The National Coordinator, Congress of University Academics, Dr. Niyi Somonu, who made the disclosure, said decision was reached after its National Executive Council meeting in Lagos. Dr. Niyi Somonu, in a statement, urged the federal government to reopen universities and the institutions. He said the education sector cannot continue to stagnate, expressing fears that it appears COVID-19 would continue to be a threat and available everything that can help the universities to resume work as it is being done elsewhere within the university system. On the foreign scene, U.S. President Donald Trump has paid his highest respect to Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe and voiced concern over his great friend resigning and feels very badly about it because it must be very severe for him to leave. He described the Prime Minister as a great gentleman who loved his country. Abe announced earlier he was ending his record-breaking tenure, kicking off a leadership race in the world's third largest economy. He said he was suffering a recurrence of the ulcerative colitis that forced him to cut short the first term in office and that he no longer felt able to continue as Prime Minister. In sports, Chelsea has confirmed the signing of former Paris Saint-Germain PSG centre-back Thiago Silva. The 35-year-old Brazilian agreed to an initial one-year contract with the Premier League club, who has the option of extending the deal by a further season. Silva joins the Blues on a free transfer, having left French champions PSG after the Champions League final defeat on the 23rd of August. He is manager Frank Lampard's fifth major summer signing following the signing of defender Malang Sarr, England left back Ben Chilwell, and forwards Hakim Ziyech and Timo Werner. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. A Rivers State Police Command has paraded 4 suspects arrested in connection to kidnap and murder of Sokari Braid around Elichi Beach area of Mile 1 Port Harcourt. The federal government has read a riot act against the Ghanaian authorities over incessant harassment of its citizens. President Muhammadu Buhari has appointed Alhaji Nura Sani rates in Chile as hit 13.1%. That was the news as detailed by Uchendu Ejowo. For comment and inquiries, please call 0815 341 8657 or 0814 434 3502 or send your
5.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Fact on your premium talk radio station, Today 95.1 FM, the first fact-checking program in Rivers State. On this program, we carefully select stories and information making it round, and we fact-check them. This is to make sure that you have the right information. Today, we fact-checked the circulating SMS credit alert claimed to have been sent by the Nigeria Center for Disease Control and CDC. Stay tuned. Thanks for joining us. This is Save the Fact on your premium talk radio station, Today 95.1 FM, the first fact-checking program in Rivers State. I'm Alfreda Alerechi. Now the claim. A text message recently sent across to some individuals' telephone numbers claimed that the Nigeria Center for Disease Control and CDC has credited the sum of 45,000 naira to their bank account. At the end of the text message, it says, courtesy of NCDC, and congratulates the individual. The text message also has an option to call and request for credit call. The verdict: false. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control has denied sending credit alert to individuals, and checks by Today FM indicates that the text message is a ploy to swindle unsuspecting individuals. This is how we arrived that the information is false. Today FM reached out to the media aide to the Director General of NCDC, the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, Emeka Ogwano, who denied the text message ever emanated from the NCDC. The message we received from the media aide to the DG of NCDC, dated August 18, reads, Response to misinformation on relief package for COVID-19. The Nigeria Center, the center will facilitate a relief package for Nigerians in view of the COVID-19 lockdown. The NCDC can confirm that this is completely false. The public is advised to disregard this message and discourage further spreads. NCDC mandate is to lead in the preparedness, detection information on COVID-19. Please visit covid19.ncdc.gov.ng or our Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram page at NCDC.gov. Signed, NCDC. To further fact-check the suspicious alert, Today FM tried calling the number added to the text message, but the call did not connect. However, a search on Truecaller, a smartphone application that has features of caller identification, identified the number as COVID scammer as of Wednesday morning when Today FM called. 29 people have reported the telephone number attached to the generated fake bank credit alert as COVID scam. It has Elijah the scammer, and the number has been reported by 50 people. Disguising as an interested beneficiary, we called the number. A female answered. Listen to a conversation with the scammer.
I speak to NCDC. Yes, yes, ma'am. This narrative. This number, sir. After they speak to NCDC. Yes, madam. You don't have money. Let me say I don't win money. Make I call. So make I call. So I win 45. Say I win 45,000. Is it not from I'm calling from Lagos. Okay, your name is Dennis. You are calling from Lagos. Yes. Okay, madam. We not because of the COVID-19, because of the lockdown issue. That's the reason why the okay, I'm using Polaris Bank. Yes. You have ATM card on the Polaris? If I have what? ATM card. Okay, ATM card. Yeah, because we are getting our customers that have an ATM card because of the social distances. Okay, yes. They just give me. I just opened that account recently. They just give me. Yes, I have. Apart from that, our client, do you have another account? No, I don't have. It's just I want to open another one, but I don't really have because yes. And when was the last time you withdrew last? Okay. The last time I don't like withdrawing that money. I can't recall the last time I withdrew because I just opened it, so I don't like withdrawing that money. Please, why are you asking me all this question so that I will know? We want to know if the account is still valid. Okay, yes, it's still valid. Actually, in a recent account where I open. What is the expiry date of the ATM card on?
And that was our conversation with the scammer pretending to be NCDC. It is worthy to note that this request is contrary to what had stated that the bank account of the individual has been credited with 45,000 naira. Also, the generated fake bank alert was sent with a personal account. Another red flag was the bank account number where the fund is said to have been transferred from has more than 10 digits. We reached despite receiving the credit alert. In conclusion, the Nigeria Center for Disease Control has denied sending credit alerts to individuals, and checks by Today FM indicates that the text message is a ploy to swindle unsuspecting individuals. Thanks for listening. This is how we wrap up the program of Save the Fact on your premium talk radio station, Today 95.1 FM, the first fact-checking program in Rivers State. This fact-check is researched and produced by Elfrida Aleruchi under the auspices of the Dubawa 2020 Fellowship in partnership with Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt to facilitate the ethos of truth in journalism and enhance media literacy in the country. Think before you share. You can follow me on Twitter, 1FM Port Harcourt, or listen live on www.todayfmlive.com. You can also follow Today FM on Twitter at TodayFM951. Thanks for listening. See you next week.
Are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
These walls keep a secret that only we know. But how long can they keep it? 'Cause when two lovers will lose control, chasing rainbows behind closed windows, behind closed doors. If walls could talk, oh, they would say I want you more. They would say, hey, never felt like this before, and that you will always be the one for me. Two people making memories, just too good to turn empty when we're lying where we fell, repeating the chances. They would say I want you more. They would say, hey, never felt like this before, and that you will always be the one for me. If the walls had eyes, they would see the love inside. They would see me in your arms in ecstasy, and with every move they know I love you so. I love you so. When I'm feeling weak, you give me wings. When the fire has no heat, you light it up again. When I hear no violins, you play my every string. So stop the press, hold the news. The secret's safe between me and you. Walls, can you keep a secret? If walls could talk, oh, they would say never felt like this before, and that you would always be the one for me. If the walls had eyes, they would see the love inside. They would see me in your arms in doesn't think twice. It can come all at once, a whisper from a distance. Don't ask me if this feeling's right or wrong. It doesn't have to make much sense. It just has to be this strong. 'Cause when you're in my arms, I understand. We don't have a voice. When our hearts make the choices, there's no plan. It's not in our hands. Love doesn't ask why. Speaks from the heart and never explains. Don't you know that love doesn't think twice? It can come all at once. Be what you're afraid to say. If you give your soul to me, will you give too much away? But we can't let this moment pass us by. Can't question this chance or expect any answers. We can try. Maybe we can try. Doesn't ask you why. It never explains. Don't you know that love doesn't think twice? It can come all at once, a whisper from a distance. So let's take what we found and wrap it around us. Love doesn't ask you why. It speaks from the heart. Don't you know that love doesn't ask you why. The whispers in the morning, lovers sleeping tight, rolling by like thunder now. As I look in your eyes, I hold on to your body and feel each move you make. Your voice is warm and tender, a love that I could not forsake. 'Cause I'm your lady and you are my man. round your head, flowers gay, set your slumbers till day. Lullaby and good night. In the sky, stars are bright. Round your head, flowers gay, set your slumbers till day. Close your eyes now and rest. May these hours be blessed. Close your eyes now and rest. May these hours be blessed. Bonne nuit, cher enfant, dans tes langes blancs, repose joyeux en rêvant des cieux. Lullaby and good night. In the sky, stars are bright. Round your head, flowers gay, set your slumbers. you. I didn't know where to turn to. See, somehow I can't forget you. After all that we've been through, going, coming, gonna hurt and I'd lose that no one, thinking that I deserve it. Now I realize that I really didn't know. You didn't notice. You mean everything quickly. I'm learning to love again. All I know is I'm gonna be okay. Thought I couldn't live without you. It's gonna hurt when it heals too. Oh yeah. It'll get better in time. And even though I really love you, I'm gonna smile 'cause I deserve to. It'll feel without something that'll remind me. Was it all that easy to just put aside your feelings? If I'm dreaming, don't wanna let hurt my feelings. But that's the past, I believe it, and I know that time will heal it. If you didn't know this, well, you mean everything. Quickly I'm learning, to love again. All I know is I'm gonna be okay. It'll get better in time. And even though I really love you, I'm gonna smile 'cause I deserve to. It'll get better in time. Since there's no more you and me, it's time I let you go so I can be free and live my life how it should be. No matter how hard it is, I'll be fine without you. Yes, I will. Thought I couldn't live without you. It's gonna hurt when it heals too. It'll get better in time. And even though I really love you, I'm gonna smile 'cause I deserve to. Yes, I do. It'll get better in time. Thought I couldn't live without you. It's gonna hurt when it heals too.
RJ, for the world to see. So quit acting like the blue ain't ice. Quit fronting like the whips ain't tight. Drinks in the gizzard, don't give a fizz up. Hands in the izzard, front to the wizard. I got $1.5 million on what's going down tonight. Bet I'm gon' pop that Chris tonight. Bet shorty come get the telly, slap the skin all night. Drop the top, hit the club all night. In the section where all the thugs be like, yo, all out, hustler, female money maker. Real good to your man, but I know shit bigger. Come holla at your boy, I'm about that paper. Quit acting like the blue ain't ice. Quit fronting like the whips ain't tight. Drinks in the gizzard, don't give a fizz up. Hands in the izzard, front to the wizard. Quit acting like you don't see me when I'm rolling up in the SUV. Drinks in the gizzard, don't give a fizz up. Hands in the izzard, front to the night. Pop paper, Ray J, big peep in the night. Wrist shining like broad daylight. Think I'm gon' buy the bar tonight. Drink till 6 and then a brother be like, hey, what's up, mama, what you doing tonight? How would you like to roll 24s tonight? It's a pimp heartbreaker when you do that booty shaker. All out, hustler, female money maker. Real good to your man, but I know shit bigger. Come holla at your boy, I'm about that paper. Quit acting like the blue ain't ice. Quit fronting like the whips ain't tight. Drinks in the gizzard, don't give a fizz up. Hands in the izzard, front to the wizard. Quit acting like you don't see me when I'm rolling up in the SUV. Drinks in the gizzard, hey yo, Kill, translate it for me. Front to the wizard. Oh na 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 na, you know ya man. Na ya na ya ho na. Oh mama hanshan na bo ya de. Oh ya ba hey ya mo. Oh na ya 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 bona ya de. Oh ya 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 bando no show ya de. Oduna na bwanya he ya no. Unyanya ho ya hani ya ya. Hey yo, we got the pimps and the thugs and the players in the club now. Hey yo, we got all the fly honey showing knockout now. In the front of the club, we got all the hot whips now. Hey yo, I got $1.5 million, almost about to go down. Front to the rear, acting like you don't see me when I'm rolling up in the SUV. Drinks in the kiss up, don't give a fizz up. Hands in the front to the rear. Get your glass ready, yep, your song's on. She's getting so hot, she can't keep her clothes on. Ray Mac and Kels, hotels for cat.
I could have been a banker sitting in a cash arena. I could have been all that you wanted me to be, so you'd be proud when I would meet your family. And then I thought about it, girl, what would I be without my music? And I know we could never be till you understand my ability. I am a candy man, there'll never be another like me. No, you say that I'm a Randy man, that you should run away from me. You should run away from me, but I'm really just a candy man. Candy man doesn't get better than this.
Many stars have continued to shine with every ace, every race, every break, and every other sports day. Premium news, talk, and sports radio station. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
That sounds like so much fun.
Weekdays after the news at 3. It's interactive, it's engaging, and don't forget, your voice is priority.
What a goal! Hangs it up for Ronaldo. Oh my God!
Experience the glorious goals rush. The heated verbs of madness. Experience the sensational swings, strokes and shots, the moments of victory and despair. Experience lights out on a majestic night in Singapore and a whole lot more.
On your premium talk news and sports radio station.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Listen to Sports Attack every weekday from 7:30 a.m. and Today Sports Live after the news update at 3 p.m. Stay tuned on Saturdays and Sundays for a bumper edition of Today Sports Live from 1 to 6 p.m. Experience sports in its entirety on your premium talk news and sports radio station. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
You know, there are a few areas that define a man, like sports.
I think we can live with that.
Yes, good afternoon and welcome to Today's Sports Live, the weekend edition of the show, the marathon edition where we talk everything football from now till 4 p.m. Actually till 6 p.m. because from 4 o'clock, the other guys, the other part of the sports gang, will be here to let you in on all there is to know about Nigerian football. But for now, or from now to 6 p.m., we are talking basically European football. It is a beautiful Saturday after evenings on the show, even as we dissect the biggest, the most controversial, and of course, the hottest stories that came out from the world of football in the last 7 days. Yeah, we're not just looking at 24 hours, we're actually looking at the 7 days. So much to talk about today, I tell you. First of all, from the women's scene, as we have the Women's Champions League tomorrow, it will be Olympic Lyon, five-time consecutive champions, versus Wolfsburg. And not to also forget, in the Women's FA Cup final, we are going to be seeing Manchester City up against Chelsea. I tell you, promises to be extremely exciting. Not just that, when we now come to the men, you have the UEFA Champions League, the squad of the season, and looks like there are some controversies as regards that squad. Why is someone's name not there? Why is Cristiano Ronaldo not a part of that squad? Well, you guys, of course, the show is packaged to be interactive, so we would be listening to you, getting to know more, getting to hear your contribution about the matters and the issues we will be discussing. But as usual, I am never alone. I have a full house right here. The guys are very much in the studio with me. Let me start from the one I call the classical gentleman, Reliable Reliance Odoanyi. Reliance, welcome to the show. Good afternoon to you.
I'm seriously wondering why you decided to start with me. Honestly, from where I sit, there are a number of chairs before you get
because
to
you're
where
the classical gentleman.
I don't understand. That's some hyping. Anyways, it's great to be here. A wonderful Saturday it is for us to discuss sport as usual, football precisely on the menu this afternoon. Lots of activities, scheduled for today. The women's first ever community shield, the men's community shield. The first time we'll be having a back-to-back community shield from the FA. And of course, looking at the Champions League as well, and so many other sporting stories. Great to be here. Good afternoon to you, Victor. Good afternoon to everyone listening.
Well, Coach Bismarck is also right here in the studio. Coach Bismarck, good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon to everyone in the studio. Good afternoon of sporting activities, and it's always exciting to be here to talk sports.
Image of God is also right here in the studio. You would know him from our Twitter handle. A regular follower of the show. And right now, he is in the studio with us. Great to see you.
Good afternoon, Victor. Good afternoon, everybody in the studio. And good afternoon, Port Harcourt. A great day to talk sport. And I'm excited to be here.
I tell you. Well, just like they said, so much to talk about. But like I said earlier, the show is packaged to messages to 0701 933 9962 07 at Today FM 951 at Today FM 951, where you can copy me. My handle is at Victor Oriahi. Oriahi is spelled Oriahi. For Reliance, his handle is at Reliable Rely. Of course, you can just send in your tweets and we will be reading them live on the show. Don't go anywhere. The show begins proper after the show timeout.
J Slick. She dey play ball low. Hey, and she dey score goal low. For my heart, you. And she dey give them colo. God, now you be my ass now for life, oh. My true love, no be joke, you be my wife, oh. Barcelona, you too tight, oh. Me number one, my left and right, oh. If you be mine, you I go marry you. You be red devil, that's why I bad you. Chelsea, I too cherish you. They play not small, I didn't feel you. If you be Marseille, I say they play well. By many, I say you to your knees. PSG, you should roll my board, oh. For my heart, you. She dey give them colo. Hey, she dey dribble them more.
Let's start with the FA Women's Community Shield as on a points per game basis when the season ended prematurely because of coronavirus. A fierce rivalry between the teams has developed in recent. The 23rd of February was a 3-3 draw in what proved to be crucial. Two late goals from Bethany England and Marin But City knocked the Blues out in the semi-finals on their way to FA Cup glory last season. The last winners of the Women's Community Shield were Arsenal, who beat Everton 1-0 at Moss Rose Stadium. It is the very first time the Football Association has held back-to-back Community Shield matches, and it will be the first time the women's contest takes place at Wembley Derby since November 2019. Australian international Sam Kerr starts up 11 of Chelsea Berger, Bright, Ingle, Lupo, Soyun. He hands a debut to England international Chloe Kelly, who starts ahead of Ellen White up front. There's also a start for 19-year-old Esme Morgan, while USA star Sam Mewis is named on the bench. Reading the Manchester City 11, we have Roebuck, Stokes, Bonner, Horton, Scott, Kelly, Stanway, Morgan, Hemp, Ware, and Manchester City. But Manchester City now, they will be playing in the FA Cup, in the FA Community Shield, probably to know who is really the most dominant, who is really the baba of the babas or the mama of the mamas when it comes to women's football in England. How do you see this one panning out? Do you think Chelsea will be able to stake a claim for glory, or would it be Gareth Taylor's team and Manchester City getting the Community Shield?
Well, it's a dicey one. I think both teams are somewhat at par in terms of performance. If you've seen them over the years, as we speak, Victor, the match is ongoing. 34 minutes of football played already, and scoreline remains at 0-0. None of the teams able to record any goal. And you actually did reel out the lineup there for both teams. But be that as it may, you want to consider the Chelsea side, understanding that it seems to be more like the more established side in women's football in England, because when you consider the Women's Super League, they've won it 3 times, 2015, 2017, and even the 2019 season, due to inside were able to get the trophy over points per game table because they couldn't complete the season. Sheikh Mansour and the rest of the guys took over, brought life to the Manchester City side. They are now a team to reckon with in terms of, so the ownership totally envelopes whatever happened at Manchester City, either in the men's league or in the women's league. So history might want to support, in terms of experience, now might want to support the Chelsea side, talking about their side. If you are talking about the Manchester City, the rows of honors for the Manchester City, I think I better say, seeing the Chelsea women's side come up victorious in the second place later today by 4:30 at Wembley. They've met 4 times. This will be the 4th meeting between both sides. But the same thing cannot be said between the 10 to support the Chelsea women's side. But that being said, let's see how it pans out, since it is the first of its kind in the history of the competition.
Well, still monitoring proceedings to that particular game. It is still goalless. Chelsea up against Manchester City. And Nathan, let me come to you. You look at the Chelsea lineup. They have quite a number of stars. You have the Sam Kerr, the Australian international. There's a return to Frank Kirby since November 2019. Able to get the job done, although from the reports we're getting, it looks like Frank goalkeeper Roebuck. Do you think these two ladies, particularly with the wealth of experience they've accrued with their national team, should be able to translate that when it comes to the club and deliver a title, or deliver the first title of the season for Chelsea?
Yes. Look at the Chelsea women that lines up. You can tell from where you're sitting that yes, these ladies, they can get it done because they have all the ingredients. They are the current champion, despite maybe doing it on a calculation level and all that. Though Manchester City, they are still good on their own part, but the Chelsea female lineup, they can get the job.
That game and giving you the results or the updates as they come. Let's move to the UEFA Champions League.
All right, so just to put things in, for the FA Women's Community Shield, it has been played before, was founded in 2000, and we have Arsenal as the most successful side, who have won it 5 times. So not necessarily the first time we are having the Women's Community Shield in the
first
FA.
time it's being played
but I think
Wembley.
First time it's being held at Wembley as it is. So it is what it is, and I tried to confirm if both teams have met before, talking about Chelsea, Manchester City. I think it's unlikely that they've met before at this level of the competition. So let's keep our fingers crossed and see how the proceedings unfolds.
Well, with that, we move straight to the women's champion of European women's soccer. That is VfL Wolfsburg and Olympique Lyonnais will clash once more in the UEFA Women's Champions League final. Both sides have already won at Sebastian Stadium. Well, remarkably, it will be the 5th successive season in which the two teams have met in the competition, and after competing for the trophy in 2013, 2016 and 2018, they will play each other in the final for the 4th time. Wolfsburg won their first encounter 7 years ago, but since then, Olympique Lyon have emerged victorious on every occasion. Well, now, with victory over Asisat Oshoala's FC Barcelona Femení during a match in which the Spanish champions dominated possession, Rofo stabbed home the only goal of the game against the run of general play. Well, many observers felt that last year's finalists Barcelona were unfortunate to lose. To be honest, I thought Barcelona played really well, but football is not always about keeping the ball, which is Olympique Lyon, who also won their semi-final against PSG, courtesy of a single second-half goal. Lyon have won a record of 6 titles, including the last 4 in succession, go into the game seeking to emulate the record of Real Madrid's legendary men's side. Ladies know how to get the job done when it comes to the Champions League. It's more like the way Sevilla is to the UEFA Europa League. The men. It's almost the way Olympique Lyon is to the Female Champions League. Now they've been unbeaten in 24 Champions League ties, and they've been undefeated outside of France for 7 good years since Wolfsburg beat them in the 2013 final. The last person to beat them outside of France is Wolfsburg in 2013 final. How do you records at their disposal and you want to say the gun power that can take down any female team when it comes to European football?
Okay, looking at that team, they're a very big mountain for you to climb. So now they have to cast their minds aside, looking at them as 11 versus 11. If you look at it that way, the tension and everything is going to be reduced. And secondly, every team is beatable. For you to beat a team, you need to study the team. So the coach of the other team needs to watch the games that these people have played for some time. There will be a progression. You know how to keep your own formation and build your strategies on how to counter them. Definitely, every team is beatable.
Well, to you, image of God, do you think the goal scoring prowess of Wolfsburg would be enough to stop Lyon? We've seen Wolfsburg score a number of goals. They were the ones that defeated Glasgow Rangers 9-1. That is in the semi or quarter final. They defeated Glasgow Rangers 9-1. Do you think with the number of goals they score, they already have the firepower to take down these Olympique Lyon women's team?
Well, Victor, yes, they can score goals as we've seen, but they are playing and I just want to draw our mind to the fact that the last time Wolfsburg won Lyon in the Champions League final, Lyon had been on, I think, 23 games unbeaten run.
Now they have something similar.
Yes, and
24.
It's very, very similar in this case. So I'm not ruling out anything now in this case. Anything can happen in this game because Wolfsburg, they are a very good side also. I think they won their league.
Yeah, Wolfsburg, they won their league, they won the cup. So both of them won their league and won the cup. We're talking about the German champions versus the French champions.
So about them being able to score goals, I think it will come to play at some point in this game. Some point in this game because it will go down to who scores more. Final match. So it's open for everybody to take it.
Reliance, are you surprised by who made the finals? Did you expect Wolfsburg to be part of the finalists, or were you rooting for probably a repeat of last season's UEFA Champions League final when it was Lyon up against Barcelona Femení?
Victor, team to face Lyon, of course, it's a no-brainer. Anybody who follows Women's Champions League will never be surprised that Lyon are here.
I tell you,
finals of the Champions League.
It's their best right.
But for the Wolfsburg side, again, I'm not also surprised because if you check the records, you discover that this will be the 4th Champions League final between Wolfsburg and Lyon. And that's to tell you that Wolfsburg themselves have been able to make a good case for themselves in the UEFA Women's Champions League. And that, again, buttressed the fact that it's difficult for you to predict against Olympique Lyonnais at this point. Because when you started off your introduction, you talked about that in the FA Cup, and maybe Real Madrid with the men's Champions League.
And PSG with the league
And
title.
PSG, no, let's leave domestic leagues and look at cup competitions and maybe what is played over Europe. So, with that being said, you look at the opponents they are coming up against. Wolfsburg, all through the proceedings of the Champions League, they've been a better scoring side, just like you mentioned. Scoring goes for fun, but how much can they do when they face a traditional side like Olympique Lyonnais is left to be seen tomorrow. Like I mentioned, this is going to be the fourth time they'll be meeting Wolfsburg against Lyon, and experience might count. For the Olympique Lyonnais side, experience might count, but I'm just trying to wrap around my head. It becomes a little bit difficult for you to stick your head out. Okay,
To say this is going to be the eventual winner.
Even though we know for sure that this is like a tradition for the Lyonnais side, but you look at the opponents. Ordinarily, I look at the Barcelona Feminine. I actually exposed Wolfsburg, but the players, our own Cesar Rochola plays for the Barcelona Feminine side, and they're exploit as well, in their females league in Spain.
Yeah, they did win the Spanish title.
So you consider that, and you felt Barcelona Feminine should be able to edge Wolfsburg and play in the final, but that wasn't to be. So it's a bit dicey for one to make a case for any of both sides. But I think it's only left to be seen. But I'll conclude it this way: that it's a fair final. Wolfsburg taking on Lyon. I think they've been the best side in the campaign thus far.
Just still sticking with you, you have a certain. Now she says that she will be leaving Lyon after Sunday's game. If she wins the Champions League again, Bronze will become the first footballer from her country to win 3 successive European Cups. Do you think she'll be able to help? She'll be able to achieve this feat with Olympique Lyon? And if she chooses to leave the team at the end of the season, as she claims, what team do you think she's going to be joining, or should be hanging up the boots?
Well, will she be able to lead the lines for her team? Again, it's a team game. It is not an individual sport, just like we have in tennis, where player is a team sport, and in the end, it depends on what the team as a whole are able to do. I can only watch Lucy Bronze from her own department. How much of a contribution would she be? She is a right back, and being a right back calls for being more defensive. So, would that area be the weak point of the Olympique Lyonnais side, where the Wolfsburg side will want to exploit, to get the goals?
Okay.
That would be individual contribution. If she's able to lock up. Now, here's the thing. At some point in matches, we do have cases where a team eventually concede or is beaten severely. But in the end, one player or even the goalkeeper of the side that was beaten emerges as the man of the match. And now, how is that counted? If the team has been this beaten, it reminds me quickly of the last one cup we held. When a particular team, I don't want to mention the name of the team, was severely beaten. I think it was about 7 to 8 goals or thereabouts. And then
over and over again. It's not like, it was not a one-time thing.
Yeah, it happens over and over.
Different.
Yeah.
It was free for all. Who wants to score? Come and score. But the goalkeeper was the man.
Of the because the man, he made a case for himself. He got a couple of saves, which we would have seen a 20-goal margin if not for the goalkeeper. Now,
but still considered more than 7 goals.
Yeah, sure. But that's individual contribution to the team. So I can only look at Lucy Bronze from that angle. How much would she do from her angle? If she's able to lock up share from her own department and also contribute. Of course, right backs are allowed, although it depends on the formation, being used by the coach. Right backs are allowed to go in attack. And most time, this also depends on the attacking prowess of the opponents, the formation being exploited by the opponent. If your opponent is a seemingly weak side, they are not attacking, they are not very attacking minded, then the right backs are allowed to push forward and seek for goal and also contribute. And when that happens, it bolsters the attacking lineup and makes the team more offensive.
Okay.
So will she be able to do that? It's left to be seen. But let's also remember that Olympique Lyon might be might be forced to play a very conservative formation of football, because the records of Wolfsburg in this season's Women's UEFA Champions League has been amazing in terms of number of goals scored. So when you are facing a side that is very offensive like that, then you want to be very careful.
All right.
You know, you may not want to allow your full backs to be all out, you know, attacking, trying to get goals and all that. But so for Lucy Bronze, whatever happens tomorrow, you know, she has achieved with the team. So whatever happens tomorrow, I think it's success for her.
All right.
Which team would she go for? Honestly, Victor, I can't predict.
All right. Image of God.
Okay. I think we've been talking so much about Lucy Bronze. It's like we are forgetting a certain Ada Egerberg in that team. She holds the record for the most goals scored in the Champions League for women, and then she was a former Ballon d'Or winner. So I think they have enough firepower to take out this Wolfsburg side. But that being said, I still think that Wolfsburg side is a very good side. You know, they bossed the Bayern Munich. I don't know if you've seen any meetings between those two. They bossed the Bayern Munich side, because Bayern Munich, they are a very, you know, traditional side in the German league also. But they bossed them. You know, they've not lost any game this season. So I think it's a very open game. I think it will come down to who wants it more in the end.
All right. Well, with that, we move to the men's play. Talking about the squad of the season, as Juventus star Cristiano Ronaldo was overlooked in the 2019-2020 UEFA Champions League squad of the season, as Lionel Messi, Robert Lewandowski, Raheem Sterling, Neymar, and Kylian Mbappe made the cut. The 23-man squad was chosen by UEFA's technical observers and published on their official website yesterday. Ronaldo and Juventus were knocked out by Lyon in the round of 16 on away goals rules. Ronaldo scored Juve's 2 goals. In their 2-1 home run, teammates were humiliated 8-2 by Bayern Munich. Other players who were in the squad are Manuel Neuer, Alphonso Davies, Virgil van Dijk, Jan Oblak, and David Alaba. Well, just reading the squad of the season. Goalkeepers, they have 3 goalkeepers made that squad. Manuel Neuer of Bayern Munich, Jan Oblak of Atletico Madrid, and Anthony Lopez of Olympique Lyon. In the defense position, we have Alphonso Davies of Bayern Munich, Joshua Kimmich of Bayern Munich as well, Virgil van Dijk of Liverpool, Dayot Upamecano of RB Leipzig, Angelino of RB Leipzig, and David Alaba of Bayern Munich. In midfield position, we have Thiago Alcantara of Bayern Munich, Kevin De Bruyne of Manchester City, Hussein Aouar of Lyon, Leon Goretzka of Bayern Munich, Marcel Sabitzer of RB Leipzig, Marquinhos of PSG, Alejandro Gomez of Atalanta, and Thomas Muller of Bayern. Kylian Mbappe and Neymar of Paris Saint-Germain. Coach Bismarck, is there someone that you think is missing on the list? Is there any name on that particular list that you think shouldn't be there, didn't do enough to make the squad of the season? And if there's a name for you, who should that person be replaced with?
Well, I don't really have a name for someone who is not supposed to be there, but I mean on that list. But I have a name.
The list. This Champions League?
He did enough.
All right. Image of God, do you agree with Coach Bismarck?
Not necessarily. See, the thing is, we already know that this year is an abnormal year in quotes, kind of. So anything that happens when it comes to FIFA 11, and I think they're just doing it for doing sake, because they're not really.
But even for the doing sake, Ronaldo's name.
Yes, I'm actually coming to that.
Okay.
See, I think Messi should be on that list. They both crashed out in the same. Okay, maybe
not the same.
Okay, Messi crashed out in the. This is a Ronaldo that tried to carry the Juventus side. The Juventus side to they did what he could, and he was at the forefront of that struggle to actually carry the Juventus side over Lyon. But it didn't happen. But be that as it may, I don't know. I think whatever they're doing is, I don't know. I can't really. I don't know. This list is just somehow for me.
Nathaniel, is there any other name apart from Cristiano Ronaldo's exclusion? Any other name that you think should be there?
Not at all.
You think it's spot on?
It's really spot on. Kind of like, look at the Juventus team on the Champions League. They've been so porous. And
but he did his part.
Yes, he did his part.
Look
at all the players that make that list. They performed very well. Despite even look at Lionel Messi that you just mentioned. He performed very well, even though he only flopped at that Bayern Munich 8-2 defeat.
Okay,
so,
did Ronaldo flop?
He did flop.
enough. It's already too late. You know,
No one's talking
it's
about
already too
Memphis
late.
Depay. Do you think Memphis Depay should have made
No,
it?
no,
Should
I,
I
no,
put
no,
Reliance?
I wouldn't go there because I think he got lost at some point during the restart. I think he got lost. Yes.
No Mo Salah.
Leave that young man.
No, here's how this thing works at times. This stuff is being voted for. The likes of Gareth Southgate, Phil Neville, they are part of the UEFA committee that put together this list, and then eventually
Technical observers.
technical observers, and then eventually it was made public. And here's how it works at times. If you want to make a case for Mo Salah, that they don't make room for Mo Salah. If you go to the defense, you could say that a Virgil van Dijk could be allowed to be there despite the level at which Liverpool crashed out of the competition. And look at their individual performances, contribution to their team. You could argue that you can't find an exceptionally brilliant defender that outperformed, individually now, that outperformed Virgil van Dijk such that he wouldn't have been included in that position. You go to the midfield, you can also make the same argument. So most times when there are too many choices up front, it's a bit difficult for us to remember some of those favorite attackers. For Mo Salah, nah. For Sadio Mane, nah. Think about it. You have a Champions League where Kylian, what's his name now? Robert Lewandowski got to the final, and you also look at Lionel Messi got to the semis. Now you also look at some of the names that made themselves that get to the apex of this tournament. Then it becomes very difficult for you to make a case for those ones that were not there. RB Leipzig, So now 2 goals in the reverse fixture of that match. True or false?
True.
It only needed teamwork, for instance, for that 1 goal to come in. Now, at that same level, Lionel Messi scored 2 goals, didn't he?
Yeah.
Wasn't it Lenglet that completed the 3rd goal?
Yeah.
The one Napoli 3-1, right?
Yeah.
3-1. Messi scored twice.
Yeah,
isn't it? Then I think Lenglet scored the 3rd goal.
Yeah, with a header.
Now you could make, if you honestly, I absolutely don't like making a Cristiano Ronaldo and a Messi argument, but these are the 2 frontliners. When you are discussing football at this level, like I keep saying, they've established a reference point for football, such that if you want to measure the achievement of an attacker, of a striker, of an attacking footballer, you look at Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi as the reference point. So most times when both of them are competing in the same tournament, it becomes a bit difficult for you to discuss Ronaldo and Messi thing, but just for what it is and for what the conversation holds for, Now, you can also make a case for Cristiano Ronaldo. He scored twice, just as Messi scored twice. The next goal, the likes of maybe Paulo Dybala, would have stepped up to what was in the case for Barcelona, So now you come back to the number of goals scored. The another argument that will rise in that case is where did Lionel Messi
Quarterfinals.
Okay, quarterfinals.
Yeah.
Where did Cristiano Ronaldo finish the season in the UEFA Champions League?
Quarterfinals.
No, round of.
It can be said that it's to the next level. Lionel Messi does not deserve to make that list. From my own judgment, this is a judgment I would put together by technical observers of UEFA. Gareth Southgate, like I mentioned, is also an expert in my own right.
Of course.
So Ronaldo, all right, the season as himself as a player, for him as for UEFA Champions League, you mentioned 3 goals. I was even trying to call 4.
Ronaldo scored 4.
Fine, if that is true. So how do you? This should be individual brilliance. In fact, generally, it should be individual brilliance because you can't. If you want to consider teamwork, then we should be PSG, RB Leipzig, PSG, Bayern Munich, maybe one other team. It should be that one other team. So now, if it's about teamwork as a team, they should be discussing that. But right now, we're having teams that crashed out at the round of 16. Some, being part of the list. So it tells you what, and include Lionel Messi, a wonder kid that scored so many goals Please don't tell me the argument that he played for 2. Understand? Was it illegal? Nope. Agreed. It was legal from where UEFA stands.
Hey, well, that is according to Reliance. He thinks Erling Haaland deserves a place in that list. But let me come to you again, Nathaniel. You look at the Bayern Munich team. I mean, quite a number of Leon Goretzka, Thomas Muller, Serge Gnabry, Robert Lewandowski. Almost their starting 11, making the. I think they were one of the best.
Yes.
Individually, every single one of them deserves a place. Not just because they won the title.
Deserve this list. They deserve
Okay.
it.
All right, well, it's time to hear from you out there. First of all, what do you make of the UEFA Champions League women's final? Tomorrow, it will be Wolfsburg up against Olympique Lyon. Who do you see taking it with time? Or will it be Wolfsburg, the team who stopped them the last time they didn't win the Champions League when they both met in the Champions League final? They are both champions of France and champions of Germany. And now, when it comes to the men's play, the UEFA Champions League squad of the season, who do you think should be here and shouldn't be here? Already the guys are saying Lionel Messi, just 3 goals. He shouldn't be on this list. Where is Erling Haaland? Is there any name that you think is missing out from this UEFA Champions League squad of the season? Ongoing, trying to confirm the scoreline. Chelsea up against Manchester City. Well, while we try to do that, let's hear from Hughes. 0817 00 951 and 0810 9510 951. Let's hear from the scholar. Hello, good afternoon. Today's Sports Live.
Hello, good afternoon. Today's Sport.
Good afternoon. What's your name?
All right. This Stanley calling from PH. Agree with some of the people, the players that are listed. But I think somebody like Thiago Silva of PSG is omitted in that list. He should have been in that back side.
Okay.
Because he has considering what he has done for PSG, it actually was, he performed very fantastic, and I think he should have made that list.
So right now we have Alphonso Davies, Joshua Kimmich.
I think as long as Champions League is concerned, it should be David Van Dijk, Virgil Van Dijk of Liverpool.
He should be out.
Yes.
Okay.
He has not been fantastic as regards Champions League.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Fortune.
Fortune, welcome. Where are you calling us from?
Sorry, I don't really know who is anchoring the program.
This is Victor Oriahi. Victor Oriahi.
Okay, Victor, God bless you.
I appreciate it.
Yes, I've been enjoying your analysis.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. You said it all, but I want to say something regarding the best team of the UEFA Champions League, best team of the season. I want to say that it goes beyond goal scoring. Yes, as an attacker, you're expected to score goals. It should be your primary assignment. But then, beyond scoring goals, your overall contribution to your team also has a lot to say about you.
Okay.
Yes, you could be a very good striker. If you are given the assist, you'll always convert it. But then, what happens when you're not with the ball? What happens when your team does not have the ball? What happens when the opponents are pressing you? These are things that what's your contribution?
Okay.
For him to be there. I'm not saying that goal scoring is good. Messi just got about 2 or 3 goals.
3 goals.
But then look at his overall contribution. Even after UEFA Champions League, even in the league, look at his overall contribution. So we should look beyond just a goal scoring. I also want to say that there are young stars that are coming on. So we shouldn't be surprised. Maybe by next year, I think there are no pushovers. I think
so much for your contribution. What he believes, then Messi.
Freedom from Port Harcourt.
Good afternoon to you, Freedom. Let's hear from you.
I disagree totally with the last caller. If you are looking at the general contribution.
Hello, good afternoon. Okay, it seems like the phone lines are acting up, but just keep the calls coming through and we will get to sort it out in a moment. Of course, you can also send your text or WhatsApp messages to 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. Back to the phone lines we go. Hello, good afternoon. Seems like the god of telephone or something isn't on our side, but
does it exist?
For now, you could try just keeping it strictly SMS and WhatsApp 0701 933 9962. Let's hear from the I'm sorry, we're struggling to hear you.
I said on that list, it's a foul play on that list. Can you hear me?
Yeah, just go ahead.
I think Ronaldo is supposed to be there on that list.
Who's supposed to be on the list? Ronaldo should have made the list. Of course, we also have the Women's Champions League final. Olympic Lyon versus Wolfsburg. Contribute about that. What do you think? And we also hear that Chelsea have been missing a lot of chances in the FA Community Shield final or Community Shield game.
We want to see out there. Victor, to be honest, sorry, I did not know fully when the program was going on. So I want to know how many players for England that make up that list.
Players in England.
I think he did very well, and the contribution was good enough. And maybe some other players who did not make it. It's a wake-up call for them to put more effort in European competition, so you can be there next time.
Yep.
So I don't want to look at anybody that is missing. So your performance can judge you, fortunate. So not in the domestic front alone. So I think it's okay by me. So the next season we can see what they can offer.
All right.
And for Ronaldo, I think the time of Ronaldo is over. So it's a very big mistake.
He moved out of Juventus. That's why he's not making the list. He moved out of Real Madrid.
If you go to a team like PSG or Bayern Munich, those teams play good football. You understand? They play good football. You understand? So I don't know.
So as Messi is going now
to win the Ballon d'Or, it's from those two clubs for now. For Juventus, nothing. Sorry, just forget about Ronaldo. His time is off in football.
Okay, well, that's according to Albert. He believes it's over for Cristiano Ronaldo. But I don't think that move to Juventus should affect anything as long as he's able to perform individually. Give that individual performance. He should still make the list if he deserves to be on that list. Well, the Technical Observers Committee say otherwise. Let's hear from the scholar. Good afternoon, Today Sports Live.
Yeah, good afternoon, mind there. I think Ronaldo is one of the best players. So I believe he deserves to be there. So no matter what that guy says, I think Ronaldo is the best.
So if you're to take out one of the forward line, who would it be to replace Cristiano Ronaldo?
Please, I'd like you to mention the forward players, sir.
We have Serge Gnabry, Robert Lewandowski. Okay. Raheem Sterling for Ronaldo. All right.
It's my first time.
All right. Welcome. Thank you so much for calling. Well, we hear that there is a goal alert in that center.
There's a red card.
And there's also a red card. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. Mr. Victor.
Welcome to the show. What's your name?
Fortune again. I called back.
Welcome back, Fortune.
Thank you. I want to bring another side of the argument. Now, look at it now. Now, I think before a player is considered to be in the best team, that player should be the best in his own team. In your own home league, he should be the best. Now, looking at it now, Ronaldo was not voted the best team of Juventus this year. So that's another strong...
No. Paulo Dybala was the best, but it's not...
Paulo Dybala, who was the best team of Juventus? Who was the best player of Juventus?
No.
Ronaldo
was the best player for Juventus.
You understand? Now, was nowhere near the list. How come somebody who plays behind the left Dybala can make this? Now, if you look at the picture now, that's the argument I want us to also look at.
Okay. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. Oh, sorry, we lost that call. Please keep your calls coming through. Let's get to hear from you this lovely afternoon. It's 510951. Alternatively, you can send your text or WhatsApp messages to 0701 933 9962. Hello, good afternoon.
When you look at the contribution, your contribution when your team is not playing the ball. I want to say that if you watch the Champions League quarterfinal where Barcelona was knocked out, Messi was obviously nowhere to be found on the team. And I actually was telling some persons that they really lose. So that the Messi was obviously nowhere to be found. I would even prefer an Atlanta Ilicic to Messi being on that list. Nobody's talking about
True. Josip Ilicic.
Yeah.
Did he play the return?
Hello.
We can hear you.
I say I would prefer
Josip Ilicic to be on the list. Yeah.
Atlanta being in that front line to Messi.
Okay.
Just like somebody among you mentioned Haaland. Why is Haaland not there? And then the last caller also said that the people that made the decision, they did it from professionalism. What did Van Dijk play to compare with what Thiago Silva contributed to PSG coming to Champions League?
Much fortune.
They want to remove him. The only reason why Messi should be in that list and Ronaldo won't be there. 3-4-3 is not professional at all.
Okay. Thank you so much, Fortune. You know, one thing I love about football fans is they always find a way to make it a Messi Ronaldo issue. This is UEFA Champions League squad of the season.
Yes, I bring. Yes, I just joined as the same question. How was the defense line like? Even the defense line includes Victor.
Okay, I will be reading out the goalkeepers. We have Manuel Neuer of Olympique Lyon. In the defense line, we have Alphonso Davies and Joshua Kimmich of Bayern. We have Dayot Upamecano and Angelino of RB Leipzig, David Alaba of Bayern, and Virgil van Dijk of Liverpool. Midfield position, we have Thiago Alcantara of Lyon, Marcel Sabitzer of RB Leipzig, and Alejandro Gomez of Atalanta. While up front, Serge Gnabry of Bayern, Robert Lewandowski of Bayern, Kylian Mbappe and Neymar of PSG, Lionel Messi of Barca, and Raheem Sterling of Manchester City.
Wonderful list, but how come they just decided to spoil the list? Look at the perfect, unbiased list. Who added Van Dijk? No. This is tantamount to preparing a very good, the lucky team that managed to get home and away in this coronavirus. He lost home and away, beating properly home and away, and you're putting him. And I'm not hearing. Why didn't they put what's this guy's name? Napoli guy. If they're adding Van Dijk, they would have added Koulibaly to that team. For me, just tell me, I did not listen to your argument, but I would have loved to see Van Dijk himself know that he is not supposed to get close to that list. He's not supposed. I am upset. I'm not happy to a man that is in his final season like I was sent football with their life. Let Atletico Madrid that is having the worst season of their life home and away make that team. God, this is
Juventus.
Is it possible? Is it possible for a player in PSG to make it to win the Ballon d'Or ahead of a player that plays for Juventus? Have we started looking Juventus that kind of high? Are we started bringing them down? How can you tell me that the chances of you winning world best at PSG is bigger than Juventus old ladies? I can't believe that.
Okay.
Ronaldo would have won it in PSG rather than Juventus. Juventus, you cannot even mention Juventus and PSG in the same sentence. For me, that list should be ratified, and Van Dijk don't have any criteria for coming close to that list. It's a beautiful list that was spoiled by Adam Van Dijk.
Simon from Rumodumaya, welcome.
Thank you. Let me continue where my friend stopped. I want to support my friend today anyway. For Van Dijk. I don't really supposed to be here. Honestly speaking. Thiago Silva supposed on the bench. Even Messi don't supposed to be there. He will not be there.
Okay.
Other players who are Van Dijk. Will not be there.
The only Liverpool player there.
This is on the second rank. He's not supposed to be there.
Okay.
Is that defining man like sports?
For Premier League champions Liverpool, this according to 2 weeks preparation. No, but it's not a friendly against RB Salzburg. But right back, Trent Alexander-Arnold may not feature 1989 and 2002.